Yeah, it's rewind time.
After nearly 5 years since the pilot made waves on YouTube, Hazbin Hotel is finally here. With Amazon Prime releasing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 episodes to usher in the series. Half a season in 1 week. Nice. Gotta love how the binge-watching format dictates all of television now. I'm determined to cover every episode of the series in some way, shape, or form, whether that be a theory or an episode breakdown. For this episode, we'll be doing a little bit of both, as something occurred to me recently pertaining to this series premiere. When I first watched Overture, I thought it was overall enjoyable, but felt a little rough around the edges. And after this episode, alongside Radio Killed the Video Star, started to circulate around the internet thanks to good old early access, I noticed I wasn't alone with 2 gripes in particular. The episode opening up with a massive lore dump around Lucifer, Adam, Lilith, and the creation of Hell, which to me just created some small pacing issues. Alongside, well, Adam in general, he's our first look at an angel in this particular story, but he doesn't seem to behave all that different from a demon. He's foul-mouthed, egotistical, selfish, and all around just not a nice dude. What's the point of separating angels from demons if they're all gonna act the same? Why have Adam shoot down Charlie's plans in the very first episode? How are we supposed to be invested in Charlie rehabilitating all of these demons if we know it's all for naught? But then it hit me. What if all of this isn't a writing flaw, but in fact questions we're supposed to be asking? Why would that be the case? Because this intro is lying to you. Plain and simple. And before you rush into the comments to spam copium, just let me cook. I really think I'm onto something, and it involves Charlie's parents. By the end of this video, not only will you have your eyes open to the dark truth of Lilith, Adam, and Lucifer in the Hazbin Hotel universe, but you'll even know how season 1 of this show will end, coming together in a way that brings this all full circle with its premise. Now, to be completely transparent, I did get screeners for the first 5 episodes last week. Thanks, Amazon! So by the time you're watching this video, I'm only 1 week ahead of y'all, and thus I have no idea if this theory will actually be confirmed or not. But with all that said, let's dive in. After you hit the like button and subscribe. So let me just rip the band-aid right off. Charlie is inadvertently an unreliable narrator, reciting a lie that was fed to her by her parents, Lucifer and Lilith. You know mommy and daddy issues are always the thing with the Hellaverse. Don't look at the opening of Hazbin Hotel as a lore dump. Look at it as the story of how Charlie's parents met and how their love was unjustly punished by heaven. From start to finish, this retelling of events portrays Lucifer and Lilith as sympathetic figures with no flaws whatsoever. Lucifer was just a dreamer trying to make things better for all of creation, and the only reason heaven brought down the hammer was because of their stupid order. Okay, but what exactly did he do to lead them to that conclusion? It's almost as if Lucifer might have spared some details about the damage he caused in order to make himself look better in the eyes of his daughter. Conversely, there's Lilith, the first woman on Earth who was made to be with Adam, but he was a total jerk who wanted complete control of her. So she fled the Garden of Eden, encountering Lucifer and falling in love, sharing his vision for the world. Wanting to grant free will amongst humanity, Lucifer bestowed the fruit of knowledge upon Adam's new bride, Eve, an act that defied heaven's order and let sin into the world, creating hell in the process. Lucifer and Lilith were then banished to this new realm, where Lucifer fell into a depression, while Lilith rose up as the queen, empowering demonkind. But there's something missing here. According to the book of Genesis, after Eve and later Adam were tempted by the devil and the fruit, they were also banished from the garden. Something that's not mentioned in Charlie's story, probably because Lucifer and Lilith want to hide their involvement in said banishment. A key detail that's mentioned in this prologue is that heaven excluded Lucifer from the creation of Earth, and thus Adam and Lilith. They couldn't trust him. That rejection recontextualizes his motive for not only hanging around Lilith, but giving the apple to Eve. Think of it like this. Charlie is someone who's taking matters into her own hands to improve demonkind in spite of being shot down by those around her, right? Where do you think she got that from? Could that drive to realize her vision for a better world be something that runs in the family, perhaps? I think so. I believe a bitter Lucifer was initially plotting to corrupt Adam and Lilith through the fruit and let sin enter the earth, so that his angel peers would turn to him for help. Lucifer, everything went wrong with these humans and we don't know why. You were the only one not involved with creating them, so clearly you would have the solution and not, be prime suspect number one for what happened. Something else I find interesting is that Charlie only refers to the apple here as the fruit of knowledge, and not its full name, the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. To quote the most reliable source in the world, good old Wikipedia. In Jewish tradition, the tree of knowledge and the eating of its fruit represents the beginning of the mixture of good and evil together. Before that time, the two were separate and evil only had a nebulous existence in potential. While free choice did exist before eating the fruit, evil existed as an entity separate from the human psyche. And it was not in human nature to desire it. Eating and internalizing the forbidden fruit changed this, and thus was born the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination. I don't think Lucifer really cared about granting free will to humans. They already had it. He wanted them to consume the fruit so that their evil inclinations would be unleashed and thus defy their creators. So again, he could swoop in and fix them for easy redemption points. He created a problem under their noses so that he could look like the good guy for solving them. But something happened to Lucifer that he didn't account for. He fell in love with Lilith and thus wanted to spare her from the consequences of eating the fruit. So he set his sights on Eve instead. Or, alternatively, Lilith already aligned with Lucifer's point of view, and believing that Eve was in the same situation as her, not really wanting to submit to Adam's will, she convinced Lucifer to give Eve the fruit, in theory, setting her free from Adam. Although it was omitted from the prologue, I believe Adam and Eve did consume this fruit, corrupting the two, causing their worst traits to be amplified as they indulged in sin. Before Lucifer could take control of the situation, the kingdom already found out that Adam and Eve's corruption was his doing, which then led to his banishment. That's what led to his depression in the current day. He wasn't bummed that he couldn't see the good that came from humanity. He was bummed that his ideas were never taken into consideration. And now humanity is worse off because of him. Lucifer's selfish desires overwhelmed his good intentions and created his greatest adversary. And on that note, let's switch gears to Adam. As of right now in the story, Adam is just made out to be a salty ex who wants hell destroyed because it's ruled by his ex and the guy she left him for. And while I think that is pretty much true, I also think Lucifer is dodging accountability for how Adam ended up here. I mean, don't you think it's a little fishy that Lucifer bailed on his meeting with Adam and sent Charlie in his place instead? Why is he avoiding confrontation with Adam unless there's a level of guilt there that he's not ready to deal with? Again, I think Adam ate the apple and it essentially warped his soul, leading to the stinker we see before us in episode 1. He still defied God in the Hazbin Hotel universe, which is why he refers to himself as the original dick. And I mean, come on! You're telling me Eve possessing the fruit caused all of this bad shit to happen, but didn't affect her or Adam at all? Bullshit! Adam doesn't speak for all angels, nor is he the definitive representation of angels. Far from it, actually. In fact, Adam's behavior directly contradicts other angels that inhabit heaven, like the cherubs, who first appeared in Hellaverse. The cherubs were well-mannered individuals who kept their language at a soft PG. They were actively repulsed by M's knack for crude humor and chaotic antics. So it's clear that Adam's current state isn't a reflection of angel kind, but rather the symptom of another issue entirely. Just look at his design! They're clearly trying to convey something here. A lot of people assume Hazbin Hotel is a heaven bad, hell good story, but I don't think it is. I think it's a story about people who run away from their mistakes, and instead of confronting their own issues, they choose to double down on the toxic habits that brought them to this point in the first place. And I don't think Adam is a tragic character. I think heaven took pity on him for being manipulated into eating the fruit and allowed him to become an angel, giving him a chance to repent by leading the exorcist. I also wouldn't be surprised if he pitched such an idea because, yeah, he does want revenge on Lucifer and Lilith. He clearly wants to reduce hell to nothing. I don't doubt Adam had control issues which drove Lilith away. In fact, I believe his control issues are present within the exorcist. When Vizzy Pop was once asked why the exorcists come across as robotic, she couldn't reveal much, but did confirm that the exorcists wear LED masks.
I can't say much, but I will say that they're not exactly robots. They do have LED screens on their faces. They have LED screen masks, but they are not all robots. If there are any, there might be a robot.
So let's put 2 and 2 together. Adam is an established control freak, and his minions, who mercilessly kill demons without second thought every single year, wear mysterious LED masks. Yeah, these dudes are obviously being controlled by those masks. You ain't slick, Adam. So where do I think this is all going? Well, I believe we'll learn that Adam isn't being all that honest to his fellow angel comrades or higher-ups as the season progresses. He's making the state of hell seem way worse than it actually is to get the green light on moving up the next extermination, while downplaying his own cruel actions. Furthermore, he'll make an effort to misconstrue Charlie's intentions with the hotel, but she'll learn the truth about what really happened to Adam and how her parents lied to her. But Adam being caught red-handed won't mean hell is safe from extermination. If anything, it'll make things worse. I just think, like Lucifer, he'll be cast out of heaven and become a fallen angel. But where would Adam go once he's in hell? After all, he'd be surrounded by demons who despise him for trying to wipe them all off the map. The only place that would really be safe for him is, well, the Hazbin Hotel. That's right! By the end of Season 1, Adam will be checking into the hotel, beginning his true path to redemption as Charlie is committed to helping him become a better person. Maybe he'll even work through his baggage with Lucifer and Lilith, assuming Charlie doesn't hate their guts after the truth comes out. Knowing Charlie though, she'll want everyone to make amends and cooperate with each other so that they all have a fighting chance of saving their home. So there you have it, the truth about Hazbin Hotel's opening scene. Odds are there's still some pieces missing in this puzzle, like why Lilith was missing for 7 years, but overall, I'm confident I'm onto something. Episode 2 of Hazbin Hotel, Radio Killed the Video Star, introduced another major antagonist into the story, a powerful overlord of hell, Vox. Alastor's rival and foil. Vintage versus modern. Community versus corporation. Radio versus TV. The beef between these two is already peak. But it's clear there's more to it than meets the eye. When you begin to unpack everything this episode has to offer, you can surmise that these two have dirt on one another, but the dirt on Vox is much more damning. And I figured out exactly what this glorified tablet is hiding from the masses. Vox is worse than you ever could have imagined, as his true business model thrives off heaven's annual extermination and hell's suffering. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, if you got a spare 8 to 10 minutes to hear me yap, I can put it all into perspective, so you too can know Vox's big secret, alongside his ties to our angelic antagonist, Adam, and why Alastor is the key to defeating both of them. Also, the irony of me tearing apart a character named Vox is not lost on me, given, you know, my screen name is Ostrich Vox. Gonna need to run some positive affirmations after making this banger. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss. Vox's reintroduction wastes no time exploring his rivalry with Alastor, as after they establish his monopoly over Hell's entertainment and technology through his megacorporation, Vox Tech, he's informed of Alastor's return to the city, helping Charlie run the Hazbin Hotel. Vox is visibly alarmed by this news and practically starts to panic, bursting into a rageful ditty that's been stuck in my head for days now, "Stayed Gone." And when paying attention to the lyrics, I couldn't help but notice that Vox's newscast immediately paints Alastor as someone who's untrustworthy and isn't worth taking seriously. Paired with the fact that Vox Tech's whole brand is built around the public blindly trusting them, I have a sneaking suspicion that Alastor knows something about Vox that could be devastating to his business. Something that would turn every citizen of Hell against Vox Tech as a whole. It wouldn't just make Vox hated, plenty of CEOs in real life are hated and still thrive financially. What Alastor knows would turn hell itself on its head and probably crash its economy, given how everyone relies on Vox Tech. And when you realize what Alastor knows, it'll break your brain. But we're not there quite yet, because this absolute bop establishes the following. 1. Alastor almost defeated Vox during an unknown battle, which Vox is still salty about. 2. Alastor, like Lilith, was missing for 7 years prior to the beginning of the series. 3. Alastor is able to combat Vox's technology with radio, figuratively at least, for now. 4. Vox wanted Alastor to work for him years ago, but Alastor declined, contributing to Vox's bitterness towards the radio demon. And 5. Vox can cause power outages when he himself is flustered and overloaded. I'm sure fanfic writers will have a field day with that. I have a hunch all of these tidbits are connected. Maybe Vox wanted Alastor to work for him, and when he declined, they had a fight. And given that Alastor is a deal-making demon, I assume this fight in itself was a deal. Maybe if Alastor lost the fight, he'd have to surrender something that we don't know about yet, something he ultimately did. And if Vox lost the fight, he would have had to resign from Vox Tech and surrender his life. And somehow, probably by cheating, Vox barely walked away alive. And now he's pissed that Alastor has returned, violating their deal. But he can't do anything about it directly, because it's obvious that he doesn't want the public to know about their deal, and Alastor has royal immunity by residing at a hotel run by the Princess of Hell. But I think it goes deeper than even all of that. Why would Vox want Alastor to work for him in the first place? My guess would be that he sees some value in keeping radio around. He knows that it's not as archaic as he's making it out to be. Plus, there's clearly some meta-commentary here about radio still being relevant today, in spite of modern technology. And so many of our devices rely on radio signals like our phones. So yeah, I think a big shot tech CEO would want the radio demon under his thumb. Yet, I don't think it stops there. If you know how CEOs operate, you know they're absolute scumbags. Something Hazbin Hotel is clearly interested in exploring with Vox, and really all the overlords looking at the Triple V. I think this job offer could have been another form of control, because Vox wanted to buy Alastor's silence with a business opportunity. Why? Because again, they have dirt on each other. That dirt being that both parties are working with angels in heaven. For Alastor, I feel like it has to do with his connection to Lilith. We know that these two both disappeared from hell 7 years ago. Not to mention Lilith was originally a part of the Garden of Eden. Maybe Lilith and Alastor still share a mutual client in that garden. While I still think Alastor's disappearance is tied to his battle with Vox, I also believe the timing of Lilith leaving was not a coincidence. But this is a video about Vox. Alastor's gonna get his own theory video soon. So who is the TV working with? Well, Adam. And I don't just mean a small favor. I mean Vox is directly assisting in Adam's annual exterminations upon hell, and then profiting off said exterminations by pushing his products. I stated in my previous Hazbin video that I believe Adam is controlling the exorcist with the LED mask they wear, something that VivziePop has hinted at having some major significance with their behavior.
Why is there a reason that the exterminators are, and presumably other angels, are robots?
I can't say much, but I will say that they're not exactly robots. They do have LED screens on their faces. They have LED screen masks, but they are not all robots, if there are any. There might be a robot.
Adam was established to be a control freak in the show's prologue. So if you ask me, I think it makes sense that his army would be angels that were brainwashed into sadistically slaughtering demons through the mask they were given. These angels were blissfully unaware of what they were really signing up for, and none of them would have been able to break free from the mask. It would all play a big part in the whole free will thing with Eve and the fruit of knowledge, even though I think the opening is lying to us a little. But here's the thing. I think Vox Tech created these masks in the first place. Not just because I think Viv wouldn't have specified that these are electronic masks for no reason, but also because the show was pretty in your face with the fact that Vox Tech has hypnotic capabilities as seen briefly in the second episode. And if you want to take it a step further, we know that Adam used to physically attend Heaven's embassy in Hell. However, he's able to attend remotely thanks to holographic technology. Gee, I wonder where he got that from. Yes, I'm saying that the show has been rubbing this alliance in our faces since Adam's first scene. I think he had a meeting with Vox years ago to make his job easier in more ways than one. Maybe angels, being the softies that they are, weren't that great at exterminating. So Vox developed these masks, forcing angels to fall under Adam's control and kill without hesitation. Adam gets better soldiers and better accommodations, while Vox gets to create his own economy, profiting from not only Adam's payments, but by enabling the exterminations and maximizing the damage done, he creates situations where citizens are buying more Voxtex products to replace whatever got destroyed during the extermination. And now, as of Radio killed the video star, he gets to profit off of their fear further after fast-tracking development of angelic security. He's practically creating a war between demons and angels just to profit off of it. All the V's are. And the only person with the knowledge and skill set to intervene with these plans is Alastor, which Vox knows, and now he's scared shitless that Alastor is back. Which could be why he's primarily concerned about Alastor striking a deal with Charlie. Clearly, Alastor has been emboldened to return to the city and doesn't fear his secret getting out, probably because of Lilith. And make no mistake, Alastor definitely has secrets, but again, let's save that for another time. I assume Alastor, being the radio demon, is the key to defeating Vox, Adam, and the exorcist. Again, loads of technology relies on radio frequencies, and mind control masks would be no exception. So if anyone's gonna put a stop to that, probably during the next extermination, when all the exorcists are in one place, it'd probably be the guy whose whole thing is radio. In fact, I already know who's gonna help him get the job done. Sir Pentious. He briefly hypnotized Angel Dust, putting him in a daze, and I imagine that'll come into play later if the whole mask thing comes to fruition, which it will. So TLDR, Vox is Odalia Blight, and once he's outed, the show will really push the conversation of morality to the test. Charlie wants to help shitty people get better, but will her or the audience be able to look past the fact that Vox caused countless deaths for his own bottom dollar? Would Vox try to check into Hazbin Hotel? Because that'd be something I'd love to see. Episode 5 of Hazbin Hotel, Dad Beat Dad, got us properly acquainted with the ruler of hell, Lucifer, while finally feeding us more breadcrumbs on who Alastor is and why he's really helping Charlie run the hotel. And if there was any doubt before, this episode should solidify that his appearance is definitely related to Lilith, given the beef between him and Lucifer. Why is Alastor working with Lilith? And why is Lucifer so afraid of facing the angels in heaven? This episode gave us quite a bit to chew on, so let's waste no time and dive right in. So we finally got to see Lucifer up close and personal, and I can't lie, while he's designed to be baby girl, the dude is a bum. Though he's on track to get his life together by the end of the episode. It's like I said 2 Hazbin videos ago, if it's in the Hellaverse, there's going to be mommy and daddy issues galore, and I won't lie to you guys, this episode hit close to home. I definitely saw a lot of my own relationship with my dad in Charlie and Lucifer, right down to the resolution. So honestly, I walked away from this episode feeling empathetic towards Lou, but I'm still gonna make fun of him. I'm just rephrasing this because I know the fans are gonna adore him. So I wanna make it clear that you shouldn't take any of this personally because I already am. I also want to make it clear that I like Lucifer. He's fun to watch and I want to see him improve as a father and a leader. I get this is someone who's been beaten down time and time again. I get he went through an extremely shitty series of events that stripped him of all of his confidence. I get that he didn't want to be in this position in the first place. But as someone who was in Charlie's shoes, I got some words. Charlie calls her dad as a last resort as she's desperate to get a meeting with Heaven due to the extermination drawing near, but the hotel is still not considered a success. Charlie even specifies that it's been 5 months, which, God, this show needed more episodes per season. I hate the state of TV. I'm cooking up another video about that soon because 8-episode seasons have become the bane of my existence. Lucifer is shown to still be locking himself up in his study all day, deep in depression. He still longs for his broken family as he's kept up photos of Charlie and Lilith, which is how we learned that Charlie evidently had an emo phase.
That's actually hilarious.
He's tinkering away at inventions that are clearly a far cry from the quality and innovation of his old creations. He's slaving away on things like rubber duckies that spit fire. Actually, that's not too bad. Could that be real merch? And could it spit actual fire? A24, please. You sold the rock from Everything Everywhere All at Once. Make the ducky a lighter. I know you can do it. Thanks. Despite being the ruler of hell, Lucifer has no aura to him. No sauce at all. He truly might be the biggest has-been. And the cherry on top is that he's the most frustrating kind of deadbeat dad. The kind who makes zero effort to reach out to his child, despite wanting to be involved with their life, making himself sound way busier than he actually is. As one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin that he embodies is also his biggest flaw. His pride. His pride stops him from being the one to establish a connection with Charlie. It initially cost him his role in heaven, and it stops him from facing the angels in heaven to this very day, given not only his behavior in this episode, but the fact he sent Charlie to meet with Adam in his place. He's too prideful to put himself in a vulnerable situation where he can be perceived as weak, where he has to come to terms with his own mistakes, or where he could be humiliated because of those mistakes. Yet he doesn't do anything to justify that pride or get his shit together. There's a huge lack of initiative that stems from his past failures. He's just wallowing in his own misery. And that pity, prior to this episode, was a higher priority than self-improvement, evident by the fact that he still wasn't paying attention to Charlie. He completely forgot about the hotel and doesn't have much faith in it despite her enthusiasm for it. So he doesn't bother giving it much thought. It's only when the daughter does the work for him and extends an olive branch by inviting him over that he finally leaves his quarters. And even then, he still doesn't believe in his daughter or her plan. He's just happy she wants something to do with him. The visit to the hotel doesn't provide rest and relaxation for Lucifer either, as there's clearly tension between him and Alastor from the moment he walks through the door. Bro did not want him to come anywhere near Charlie. Now let's not beat around the bush about this underlying tension. While this episode focuses on Lucifer and Alastor's rivalry as the bitter dad, it absolutely solidifies that Alastor is reporting to Lilith, if there were any doubts before. Let's lay everything out on the table. Lucifer and Lilith split. We can assume Lilith initiated the separation. Alastor and Lilith both go off the grid for 7 years. Alastor shows up to the hotel immediately after Charlie calls her mom. Like, immediately after. Alastor instantly has a bone to pick with Lucifer as soon as they meet for the first time. Husk knows why Alastor went off the grid, and Husk knows that Alastor is indebted to somebody, claiming that if he's his pet, then Alastor is also on a leash, which Alastor does not like hearing at all. If he's the pet, there's very little room for speculation on who's the owner, given his actions thus far. It's Lilith. And while I don't think Alastor is in love with Lilith or anything, given that he's been stated to be aromantic and asexual, I do think his impression of Lucifer has been shaped by Lilith and their failed marriage. Alastor clearly has insight into the Morningstar family that we don't know about, though I do think he's fond enough of Charlie to dislike Lucifer just off the premise that he's been an absent father. Alastor's shown to be possessive of Charlie and claims he views her as a daughter, and if he was well aware that Lucifer wasn't around, it makes sense that he'd want to step up and fulfill that role. I don't think Alastor was boasting about how much he and Charlie have accomplished just to make Lucifer jealous either, given that he turned Mimsy away in order to keep the hotel safe. However, given his backstory, I can't say his motives are just to be a great dad. Charlie's a part of a much larger plan. Through our first real bit of Alastor lore, we learned that the radio demon showed up in hell out of nowhere and was regarded as a nobody. No one was taking the radio demon seriously and disregarded him as a serious threat, something he used to his advantage in order to move in silence until it was time to make a good first impression. Flying under the radar, Alastor was able to pick off major overlords of hell one by one, their screams echoing throughout hell thanks to his broadcast. He claimed their souls, which means he was making deals with them. And that in itself implies that whatever Alastor's power truly is, it must have held from somewhere beyond hell. offering something that even the elites can't get their hands on. But why was he doing all of this? What's the end goal here? If you ask me, I think Alastor was trying to change the hierarchy of hell for some reason, wanting to rise up and become the new ruler of hell. Maybe there's some noble cause behind that, or maybe he just craves power. So where do Lilith and Charlie come into play? Well, the prologue established that while Lucifer spiraled after being banished to hell, Lilith thrived as its queen. So from a business perspective, it makes way more sense for Alastor to go after the royalty who gets shit done, not the one shitting themselves and eating animal crackers. Judging by Husk, if Alastor owns your soul, then you're expected to bend to his every whim. Or else? That. So if he owns the Queen of Hell's soul, then in theory, he'll be able to control all of its affairs through her orders, effectively turning Lilith into a puppet. But here's the thing, I think Lilith tricked him. How? I don't know. It could have been the terms of their deal, or it could have something to do with the fact that Lilith hails from the Garden of Eden. Either way, the first thing we learn about her in the series is that she hates subservience. So it only makes sense that she dodged Alastor's con and made him the pawn. That Lilith owns Alastor's soul. So when Charlie called her mom in the pilot, Lilith sent Alastor in her absence, assigning him to keep an eye on her and ensure that her hotel is a success, even if he doesn't really believe in the cause. But since Lilith isn't around, Alastor is free to put his own plans into action, offering to make a deal with Charlie in the pilot. Alastor wants Charlie's soul in admiration so he can get rid of Lilith. After all, he doesn't actually answer Mimsy's question on if he cares about the hotel. He just needs it to thrive to please Charlie and Lilith. And that would explain why he was pissed when Lucifer showed up to the hotel. If he's in the picture and forms a strong bond with Charlie, like the end of this episode promises, then it might be harder for Alastor to keep Charlie under his thumb. Sorry y'all, I know he's your Tumblr sexy men in a sea of Tumblr sexy men, but do not trust Alastor. We saw a display of his full power as he demolished Mimsy's ops for fucking with the hotel. What's stopping him from doing that to anyone who crosses him, let alone those he has a leash on like Husk? I don't know. I can already see them playing the long con of Alastor and have Charlie learn of his true intentions towards the end of the series, if Lilith herself doesn't end up being the final boss, which is entirely possible. And while we're talking about characters with secrets, let's switch gears over to Lucifer. I previously suggested that the opening of the series was deceiving us, as the story of how Lucifer and Lilith met spared a lot of details when it came to Lucifer's shortcomings. That his ideas during his time in heaven were actually causing more harm than good to creation, and that he intended to sabotage humanity by giving Eve free will, as payback for being excluded from heaven's council. On one hand, I think this episode supports the former, because let's be real, rubber duckies who could spit fire would end horribly in the hands of its target demographic. He also is vague in the second song, which is phenomenal by the way. Bro can sing, and I was moved to tears. But he was saying that his dreams were too hard to defend. But bro, what were these dreams in question? He's so vague about what happened with heaven, saying that they didn't listen to him, that there are rules, and that they aren't open-minded. But can we get some details, my brother? On the other hand, however, I'll take the L on the idea that he sabotaged humanity, because it really seems like he didn't expect that free will would backfire so tremendously. Though it bums me out that he seems to have given up on his people entirely, thinking demons are a lost cause. I don't know if it's inner angel talking, but he's mimicking heaven's words to a T. It's sad because in a twisted sense, this world is his greatest creation, yet he's turned his back on it. From my perspective, he hasn't tried once to make the best out of a city situation. He was just too beaten down to even consider a bright side, unlike his ex-wife. And to be fair to Lucifer, we do see that Lilith created a lot of distance between him and Charlie when Charlie was a kid, something else I can relate to. But because I can relate to it, I can't turn a blind eye to the fact that Lucifer still did nothing to connect with Charlie once Lilith was out of the picture. I do look forward to learning about why Lilith kept Charlie and Lucifer separated, but I have a hunch that might be something we dig into when season 2 rolls around. The end of this episode also establishes that Lucifer has the ability to open portals, though his limits are currently unknown, and he has connections to people outside of hell. Given that once he has his heartfelt song with Charlie and vows to be supportive and more involved, he helps her set up a meeting with heaven. But who are these connections, and why do they still stay in touch with Lucifer? Are they angels who secretly believed in his cause and still support him behind closed doors, even though he's lost his way? Because I imagine you usually wouldn't have that kind of pull when you're banned from somewhere. Overall though, this was a phenomenal episode. I really enjoyed watching Alastor and Lucifer have a dad-off, and you can really see the pieces start to come together. Next up, Charlie and Vaggie are heading to hell, where devastating secrets lie just around the corner. Episode 6 of Hazbin Hotel, Welcome to Heaven, finally gave us a taste of the other side of the afterlife, providing insight into some major revelations, like Vaggie's origins as an exorcist, Adam covering up the exterminations from the rest of heaven, and the fact that none of these angels know what it actually takes to get into heaven. All of this raises a ton of questions, with my biggest one being, where is God? And the simps were fed well this week, as not only did we get a loot face reveal, but Cherry Bomb made an appearance as well, setting the stage for her own development in Season 2. I've been itching to talk about this episode, and with our coverage of Episode 5 taken care of, it's time to dive in on what is easily my favorite episode of Hazbin Hotel so far. Picking up from the end of Dad Beat Dad, Charlie is eager for a trip to heaven so she can present her case for why sinners should earn a chance at redemption. Sadly, Vaggie does not share in her enthusiasm, and is hesitant to visit the pearly gates due to her true identity as a former exorcist. But she's willing to be supportive to Charlie and pushes through the anxiety. It didn't click with me until I watched this episode a second time around, but in a weird way, Charlie and Vaggie kinda mirror Lilith and Lucifer. They're obviously not one-to-one, but I can't help but notice how Charlie sees the best in sinners and has faith in hell, similar to how Lilith empowered its many denizens, and neither of them were actually from heaven, while Vaggie shares Lucifer's pessimism when it comes to swaying the minds of angel kind, because they were both a part of the system and were discarded for stepping out of line. The key difference, though, is that while Lucifer presumably felt too beaten down to support Lilith's ambitions, Vaggie is ready and willing to stand by Charlie's side through thick and thin, in spite of her own experiences and expectations. She tries to ground Charlie without shutting down her dreams. She's a good girlfriend. And hey, Lucifer is clearly learning to be more supportive as well. It's almost like being around Charlie brings the best out of people, which makes me think the show is cooking up something devious with her mom being completely off the grid and away from Charlie. Meanwhile, Angel Dust has still been trapped in a state of suffering. Our boy is exhausted and has hit a mental low due to Valentino's constant abuse. But now that he's been opening up about it to his friends, we finally get to see the one, the only Cherry Bomb show up, as she crashes the party in the hopes of turning it into a rager, wanting to aid Angel Dust with a night out on the town. And although she has his best interest in mind, it's clear she lacks the right approach to it, which stems from how she chooses to handle her own issues. And while we don't have time to unpack those issues fully in this episode, I do believe it's setting Cherry up to play a bigger role in not only the season finale when the extermination rolls around, but again for season 2 as well, where she'll slowly start to open up and try to learn healthier coping mechanisms. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. Charlie and Vaggie's scheduled portal arrives right on time, and I swear, I still have so many questions revolving around Lucifer's connections to heaven. Who opened up this portal exactly? There's clearly a middleman we don't know about that's maintained contact with Lucifer and is willing to do him a solid, which is supported by the fact that St. Peter wasn't prepared for their arrival at all. Yet Sarah, the High Seraphim, stated they're gifted to be here. I'd say Sarah could be the secret contact, but I don't think that's the case in Lucifer's position as a fallen angel. Since there's no way this will be the only appearance of heaven in Hazbin Hotel, I'm assuming this plot thread will be followed up on at a later point, as I don't think the story will keep Lucifer banished forever. Also, yeah, this episode introduces us to St. Peter and the Seraphim, Sarah and Emily. St. Peter's presence should confirm the existence of Jesus in the Hazbin Hotel universe, given that St. Peter is one of the apostles, but both Jesus and his father, God, are absent and only alluded to. Side note, but I wish Peter's design was a bit more distinct, because as it stands, he just kinda looks like a generic angel. Heaven appears to be governed by its many angels, but for one reason or another, God is kept out of their affairs. His intervention may be a last resort that angels avoid at all cost. I know some people think that God may not exist in the Hazbin universe, but Hellaverse already alluded to his existence, and Lute has referenced Father Dearest before, so I really think they're saving him for something. I hope they're not dancing around God because they don't want to face any backlash, because if other adult animated series like Smiling Friends, Family Guy, and South Park can throw their hats into the ring, the show about heaven and hell shouldn't be excluded. Plus, you have Homelander on the same platform as Hazbin saying stuff like this.
No God, the only man in the sky is me.
However, I could buy into the idea that they're holding off on God until the show is closer to its endgame, so that when they do tackle him, if there's backlash, it won't matter because the show will already be wrapping up. If I had to guess, God may have either abandoned heaven for reasons unknown or is preoccupied with other affairs like trying to keep tabs on Earth. He's too busy trying to help humanity get their shit together to worry about the afterlife, so he entrusted the responsibilities of heaven and hell to his angels. Or since it seems like the angels created heaven on their own, maybe he's managing another universe entirely, that every time a big bang happens, he gets that universe situated with their own council of angels and moves on to the next, having no time to focus on a single one. I mean, in a show full of daddy issues, wouldn't God abandoning us be the ultimate daddy issues? But hey, that's just a theory. Heaven is presented as a perfect paradise, where there's no struggle, no suffering, and no one below a California 8. However, we're quick to learn that the inhabitants of heaven are being shielded from some pretty horrific truths, such as the fact that no one but Sarah and the exorcist are allowed to know about the exterminations, which confirms my previous speculation that Adam isn't completely transparent about what he's doing in hell, because he isn't transparent at all. Now, in my video on episode 2, I did theorize that the LED masks the exorcists wear were actually manufactured by Vox and were used on the exorcists to brainwash them, forcing them to obey Adam's orders. After all, Vox's products hypnotizes the consumers of hell. Adam is shown to operate the embassy remotely through holographic technology, and this collaboration would mean that Vox creates his own economy by capitalizing off the fear of exterminations despite being someone who directly contributes to them. In some ways, this episode denies that theory, but in other ways, it kinda supports it? We learned that Vaggie was an exorcist who was terminated by Lute after sparing a young demon child, losing her eye and her wings as punishment. If all the exorcists were brainwashed into obeying Adam, I don't think it would make much sense for Vaggie to hesitate in this moment. But since these exterminations are already secret, I'd argue that Vox still could have made these masks. It just influences the exorcists to keep their misdeeds a secret rather than forcing them into killing angels or blacking out whenever the masks come on. Vaggie couldn't have come clean to Charlie because she's physically incapable of doing so. Charlie only could have found out if someone else broke the news to her, like in this episode. Or maybe after Vaggie was given the boot, Adam invested into new masks that keep all of these angels in line to ensure another soldier like Vaggie never steps out of line again. But this episode does provide an alternate explanation for their exorcist existence. Adam claims that he named Vaggie after the best thing ever. You know, lady parts. Combine this with the fact that all the exorcists appear to be women, and you start to get the implication that Adam was directly involved in the creation of the exorcist, which suddenly reframes his love for ribs as seen in Overture. Why? Because in good old Bible lore, Eve was created using one of Adam's ribs. So all of these exorcists come from this dude's chest, which I guess respawns every time he throws down on some famous Daves. But this would explain why so many of the exorcists share his bloodlust and disdain for sinners. They're an extension of him, hypocrisy and all. But if that's the case, then I think Vaggie's sheer existence proves that somewhere deep inside Adam is a conscious. It's just like really deep in there though. You'd probably get lost trying to find it. If all of that isn't messy enough, none of these angels have a single clue on what it takes to get to heaven, which is giving me Good Place vibes for anyone else in the room who's cultured. Adam claims that it's an arbitrary set of rules that he obeyed, which is why he managed to get in despite being him? Seriously, even Sarah seems confused on why he's here, let alone being the first human to get into heaven. I'm also willing to bet that Adam misconstrued his actions to fit the rulebook. You need to be selfless? Well, let's say he was a cheater, which, come on, would surprise nobody. Well, he could say that he wasn't really cheating on them. They were just all in need of a great partner. So he stepped up as the man of multiple households. Don't steal? Well, let's say he did eat the fruit of knowledge. He could argue that he didn't steal it. Eve offered it to him. And stick it to the man? Maybe that has something to do with God himself, or it's tied to how Lucifer got banished to hell. It's very obvious that there are a lot of double standards and rule bending in heaven, from these rules to the court case itself, as Charlie is looked down upon for swearing, while Adam is talking like he was written by Vivzy Pop. Oh. This episode isn't all doom and gloom, however, as it highlights the growth the guests at the hotel have had between Sir Pentious and Angel Dust. When Pentious checked in, he was just another Saturday morning cartoon villain who wanted to be as feared as the overlords because he believed it was the only way to earn respect. Now he's dropped his goal of dominating hell and claiming everyone as an adversary in favor of befriending others and just generally trying to be a chill dude. He now tries to earn respect by respecting others the way it should be. Angel Dust has grown tremendously by letting down his walls, communicating his feelings, and accepting help from his friends, recognizing that he has a support system worth protecting, sticking up for that support system so they don't go through the same hardships that he did, risking retaliation from Valentino after the dickbag makes his gross remarks about Nifty. And I have a feeling this will be followed up on in the next episode. Angel also avoids drowning out his sorrows with drugs and reckless partying, turning down Cherry Bomb when she wants to indulge him in her party animal antics. And speaking of Cherry Bomb, she's pretty much where Angel Dust started in the beginning of the series. She actively chooses to rely on drugs and partying to avoid self-reflection. She still has her walls up, and she doesn't want to look after her friends if it gets in the way of her fun. I think the trajectory of her character from here is pretty clear. She'll likely kick ass in the extermination, offering the gang a helping hand. And in the aftermath of the extermination, I could see her taking up Angel's offer on checking into the hotel, treating it like rehab as we finally get to learn what makes her tick in season 2. At least, that's what I'd like to see. I really hope it isn't eons before we get to know this character on a more personal level, because it does seem like she's hiding a lot of pain. After the council observes Angel Dust's journey of self-improvement, but still refuses his admission into heaven, we have an incredible song that unfolds into a wicked reprise as Emily acknowledges how screwed up this all really is. And through this song, Adam exposes both the extermination and Vaggy's true identity. His reaction to leaking this news reinforces the idea that God isn't really around right now, as he doesn't even try to hide that he believes it's the right thing to do, that he takes immense pleasure in it. No harm, no foul. He wants to rub it in Charlie's face and let his colleagues know that it's all for the better. And Sarah herself is drinking the Kool-Aid that sinners were uprising against heaven, and she's afraid to try anything else, as she doesn't want her or Emily to end up like Lucifer. But here's the thing, from what we know about sinners, I don't think they would try rising up unless they already felt threatened. Basically, Adam could have shot first. Sinners had the appropriate reaction, and Adam used that to justify the exterminations in the first place. This hearing turns into a kangaroo court, as Adam pretty much triples down on his stance and makes it clear that he can abuse his power to get away with all of it. But I think Sarah is going to come around and end up supporting Charlie, as not only did Emily vow to make things right, but I think she'll reflect on Vaggy and realize that not only are sinners capable of becoming better people, but angels themselves are too. None of these beings are that different from each other, and the only way to stop this war is for heaven to admit that their system is flawed. But of course, Adam won't accept change so easily. But I think Vaggy's arc thus far proves that Adam is wrong about everything. Vaggy was able to listen to her gut and improve as a person after defecting from heaven. It shows that sinners aren't the only ones capable of growth. Angels are too. It shows that the system is inherently flawed and protects people who don't deserve the privileges bestowed upon them. And if a demon, Nye, the Princess of Hell is the one to enable Vaggy's growth, then why wouldn't she be able to redeem tried and true sinners? We are heading into the season's endgame with the final 2 episodes, and I can't wait to see what happens. Episode 7 of Hazbin Hotel, Hello Rosie, reaffirms Charlie's natural-born talent to inspire others, and Vaggy's angelic inclination to protect her loved ones, as they prepare for the fight of their lives against Adam and the Exorcist. This episode also sets the stage for Season 2, as it expands the world building with the introduction of Cannibal Town, and we get to see Alastor finally put his master plan into motion as he finally gets to strike a deal with Charlie. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. What exactly is Alastor's endgame with Charlie? And how will he use this deal to his advantage? That's what we're here to figure out today. Like I said in the intro, this episode primarily sets the stage for Season 2 as it uses the downtime between Charlie's meeting with Heaven and the arrival of the Exorcist to check in with where our characters are at, how they're feeling amongst all of this doom and gloom. Learning that Charlie is alone and is in distress, Alastor wastes no time seizing the opportunity to finish what he started all the way back in the pilot, making a deal with Charlie. He offers information on how to kill an angel, something he learned about back in episode 3, an episode that I think people will have a greater appreciation for now that we know how it all plays out. Anywho, instead of seeking Charlie's soul in exchange for this vital information, Alastor just wants her to fulfill a favor later down the road. Specifically, one favor at a time of his choosing where Charlie harms no one. I don't know about you guys, but despite the guarantee that no one's getting hurt from this favor, at least not directly, I'm still getting bad vibes about these terms and conditions. We know after episode 8 that Alastor's soul is owned by someone else, that he's caught in a deal, and he's desperate to get out of it, because what he really wants is exactly what I predicted in our video on episode 5. Alastor wants to be the true ringleader, the head honcho of hell, the puppet master who's pulling all the strings. And his deal with Charlie seems to tie into that, preying on her kind-hearted nature, knack for persuasion, and her insecurities to rise to the top. This is why he's been getting so close to her, why he felt so threatened when Lucifer showed up. She's the Princess of Hell. She's the closest in that he has to eternal domination. So what could this favor be? Well, I think it's something that has to do with the premise of the show itself and something that the show has been building up to since the very beginning. Alastor wants the Hazbin Hotel. Think about it. Since the very moment he showed up, he slowly started taking control of the hotel, leaving his mark in more ways than one. He renamed the hotel, provided it with staff, and even pulled some strings to get an ad running on TV that he himself produced. Yes, ensuring the hotel's success seems to be a part of his deal. But what if he's going this hard because he has big things in store that go beyond Charlie? Alastor wants power, and after the events of Season 1, the hotel is poised to be one of the most, if not the most powerful place in all of hell, because it's the only place that offers a way out. Something that's sure to become common knowledge once the news breaks that Penchis managed to ascend and join the kingdom of heaven. But at the same time, the hotel and its staff may be regarded as something more, thanks to them stopping the extermination. Like, even though they were just fighting back, how is Heaven, and more specifically Luke, going to spin this? I think the aftermath of this season's big battle will come with devastating consequences for the hotel, and Charlie will feel at fault. And if she's at a low, feeling like all of her attempts to help people only hurt them in the end, Alastor could swoop in and offer a solution. Charlie stepping away from the hotel and handing the key over to him. Hence the whole no one's going to get hurt angle he's running with. He's planning for the moment Charlie hits her breaking point so he can use her insecurities against her and obtain what he's really been after. Kiki, the living embodiment of the hotel's key, didn't really play much of a role in this season, despite being such a major part of the show's identity. Like, she's literally in the logo. There has to be a payoff with her eventually, and I think it may have something to do with Olal. And if there were any doubts about him being a villain prior to this episode, then Alastor constantly being depicted as a silhouette with a creepy smile should solidify that he's indeed bad news. The entire episode is him slowly going mask off in front of the audience. Alastor's deal-making magic is powerful, It causes Charlie to go demon mode. It creates green cracks in the ceiling of the hotel's lobby, and Vaggie was very alarmed by the mere sight of it. Personally, I think she still might be keeping secrets. That she, as an angel, must know something about Alastor that Charlie doesn't. And for whatever reason, she doesn't want to inform Charlie yet without concrete proof of his motivations. Because she knows Alastor means a lot to Charlie. Vaggie seeks out Carmilla Carmine for information on defeating the exorcist, while Charlie and Alastor head to Cannibal Town, highlighting that Vaggie is someone who protects, while Charlie is someone who inspires. I find that Cannibal Town is the perfect kind of gray area that this show has been made to tackle. Charlie had never been here prior to this mission, having made assumptions about its quality of life, only to discover that it's actually pretty rad, yet still very creepy. The citizens of Cannibal Town practice ethical cannibalism, building their entire culture around the consumption of demon body parts without eating each other. Instead, they turn already deceased body parts into delicacies like their Hannibal. And they're led by the overlord Rosie, who previously appeared in episode 3. She's sweet. Rosie pokes fun at Alastor being an ace in the hole, which is a clever double entendre on him being asexual and the trump card of the hotel. Ace in the hole being a hidden advantage or resource kept in reserve until needed, which not only reflects Alastor's power, but also the nature of his deal with Charlie. Charlie and Alastor recruiting the cannibals for help was really just a way for the narrative to focus on Charlie's strengths as a leader, since the cannibals don't really do much in the finale. They're just kinda like the army that portals in during Endgame, fighting the exorcist so the main cast can deal with Adam and Lilith. But I still really enjoyed it, and I'm glad they had a moment where Charlie spoke up about her anxieties surrounding Vaggie. Rosie assuring her that Vaggie's heart is in the right place. And what Rosie said about words being cheap, but actions speak the truth, cut deep, because that really reflects Charlie as a character. She isn't someone who promises the world only to sit on her feet and make no meaningful progress. She backs up her words with plans that she's constantly putting into action. She shows that she gives a fuck and never stands down in the face of adversity. That's what makes her a great leader. And you know that song at the end got me pumped for the finale. And luckily, I wasn't let down.
You have a giant X over your eye and wield an angelic spear. It's not rocket science.
You know, if I started hyperfixating on this show like a month earlier, I would have figured it out too. While Vaggie's B story mainly served to highlight her own strengths and internal conflict, we do get to learn how to kill angels, fight fire with fire, and use weapons made out of angelic steel. Yep, that checks out. A little video gamey, but I dig it. Carmilla and Vaggie's song is basically this show's Do It For Her, emphasizing that Vaggie shouldn't fight for vengeance, but for love and to protect. And Vaggie's renewed purpose enables her to sprout new wings. Good luck, cosplayers! Overall, this was a pretty solid calm before the storm, but the Alastor stuff really stole the show. Wow, I was prepared for 23 minutes of quality television, but this episode of Hazbin Hotel checked all the boxes for me when it comes to a stellar animated season finale. And by that I mean I like when the funny drawings fight! Hazbin Hotel, Season 1, Episode 8. The show must go on sees the crew stand their ground against Adam, Luke, and the exorcist army, and the aftermath of this battle is absolutely insane. Adam's dead, there's a power vacuum in hell, we finally know where Lilith's been hiding, and we know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the hotel works! There is a lot to unpack, so let's waste no time and dive right into the mayhem. This finale opens with Vox stalking the Hazbin Hotel crew, watching them on multiple monitors so he can actively prey on their downfall. I respect the commitment to hating. I really thought this was heading in a direction where it was revealed he did make the LED mask for the exorcist, but it doesn't pivot down that path. However, given the ending of this season, I think it could be finally heading in that direction. Think about it. Luke is in charge now. She's clearly not above fighting dirty, and she's going to have a lot on her plate. Training the exorcists to be better fighters and upgrade their armor to withstand their own weapons. But she'll find it difficult to lead this army without Adam, and I'm sure the rest of heaven will be throwing shit her way. They both have a common goal in wanting to crush the hotel, so that Vaggie and Alastor are ruined in the process. Vox could use his mind control technology and other resources to create new armor for the exorcist and supply them with new masks that straight up commands them into being better soldiers. All the while, he's rolling out his angel security tech to the sinners in hell, playing both sides and becoming richer than ever because he's profiting off of the pain and suffering of his people. I swear I'm cooking, you guys. But aside from witnessing the big battle from afar, the V's aren't really, relevant to the episode. I think they were ultimately just thrown in here so they could have one more appearance in the season, satisfying their fans, and filling time as the episode is otherwise pretty action-heavy beyond its first act. Also, is Vox, in love with Alastor? Like, it's clear he's been trying to imitate him with how he dresses and tries to portray himself, but most of his dialogue throughout the episode ranges from, "I can't wait to see this nerd get pounded," to,
I am so hard right now!
I unironically think this makes a lot of sense. Vox didn't want Alastor to just be his business partner. He wanted Alastor to be his partner. But Alastor wasn't vibing with it, turned him down, and Vox has been a petty little bitch ever since, wanting to ruin Alastor's image and run him out of town if he can't have him. I assume we'll learn more about the history and their dynamic in Season 2, and I might want to do a deeper dive into this later, but for now, this is my takeaway. He wants him so bad. Also, a little off topic, but Sir Pinch's pulling up in the "Crunchitize me, Captain Fit" had me realize, design-wise, he totally reminds me of like a Powerpuff Girls character. You know what I'm saying? He looks like a snake version of Ace with Sephiroth hair. I don't know, just a thought I had to let out into the world and see if anyone agrees. Sound off in the comments.
If you see an angel, stab it.
Nifty understood the assignment. Cherry Bomb pulls up for the fight, and Charlie ends up calling her out for being someone who needs to check into the hotel. This is totally Season 2 setup, even if Cherry looked pretty repulsed during Charlie's speech. She even seemed a little on board with the hotel during the final song. But I won't be surprised if next season she pulls something like,
"Oh, I was just helping out with kicking Adam's ass. Now I gotta go literally anywhere else. Bye!"
I did really love the few moments she got to shine in this finale, and I'm holding out for her to have way more relevance in Season 2. Now, heading into this final episode of the season, Sir Pinch's already had some death flags. If anyone was gonna bite the dust, it was going to be him. But bro saying, "Cheers to living today and not dying tomorrow," absolutely sealed his fate. Although, depending on how you look at it, he wasn't wrong. More on the whole reincarnating as an angel thing later, but best believe, I was ecstatic to see that our boy made it. Alastor admits to Nifty that he enjoyed seeing the gang connect over the last few months, and that he could get used to having them around. Now, despite us knowing that he's up to some shit, I think his words were genuine here. No need to lie to Nifty of all people, after all. That being said, I do think it's likely that although he wants his friends around, he plans on keeping them all on a leash once his plans are fully put into motion. He appreciates his friendships, he doesn't want to let them go, but he's also not going to let emotion get in the way of what he's been striving for. Charlie and Vaggie share a beautiful reprise of "More Than Anything" that's been stuck in my head, well, more than anything else from these last two episodes, Though I was a little let down that there wasn't an epic high-energy battle song, but maybe they're saving that for later down the road. As the exorcists prepare for the extermination, we see that Lute has fully succumbed to her grudge against Vaggie, alarming even Adam. And in hindsight, this interaction really sets the stage for Season 2. Vaggie was number 1 on the shit list before Lute lost an arm, lost her love, and lost a battle that absolutely humiliated her army. Now that she's been really beaten down, she's going to be out for blood when the angels return. I was happy to see that Pinchas wasn't the only one suited up for the occasion, as Charlie, Vaggie, Angel Dust, and Cherry Bomb all have battle designs for this episode. Hell, Vox even dropped his blazer. The most notable aspect of Charlie's appearance is her shield. It's shaped like a heart with Lucifer's 6 wings, and a heart-shaped snake in the center. This snake also forms the shape of an apple, with 6 eyes that double as seeds. Very dope design, and Godspeed to all the Charlie cosplayers out there. Vaggie's look really reminded me of Aqua from Kingdom Hearts, and although the X in the center is not uncommon even in everyday fashion, it's the detail about her outfit that I appreciate most given her arc as a fallen angel. Cherry Bomb and Angel does have a mobster look going on, with Angel rocking a Tommy, presumably loaded with bullets made of angel steel. I love how these designs all draw from different battle attire from throughout human history. Very cool. As the angels descend and begin their slaughter, Alastor pulls off another insane feat as he broadcasts a shield over the hotel that sprouts tentacles. Perfect Dark Gaia vibes, I'm digging it. Trapping the exorcists in their domain so they can get wrecked by angelic weapons wielded by the crew and cannibals. But how does Alastor's shield work against angels though? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with angelic steel, and as far as we know, demons shouldn't stand any chance against angels. It makes me wonder if there's more to the radio demon than, well, demon. Now Adam is able to take down the shield with a strong punch, and while Alastor is able to land hits on Adam, it's clear that Adam's hits sustain way more damage. I mean, Adam is able to land a lethal blow that slices through Alastor's staff like it's butter. There's undoubtedly a huge gap in power. So even if Alastor has more than just demon in his blood, or if it's tied to his magic, angels and their weapons can still curb stomp him. Makes me wonder if he's going to look into getting a new staff with reinforced angelic steel, or if he's going to seek out a way to strengthen his magic and gain an advantage over angels. The way Alastor introduces himself to Adam gives me huge Lilith or Eve gave him the 401 on their shitty X vibes. He acts like he really knows the guy, sizing him up and even saying, "You should know better than anyone what a soul can accomplish when they take charge of their own fate." Which is kind of a hard line, I see you, Alastor. But sadly, after having a winning streak for the entire season, Alastor gets humbled pretty quickly against Adam. And Alastor doesn't even try to stand his ground. He's not dying here today. He retreats. He dips. He pulled a Famiko, which amuses Adam and pisses off Vox. Bro got blue-balled. But hey, Vox still witnessed him running away, which is something he can use as leverage against Alastor in the future. Bro was dunking on everyone all season, thinking he could go unopposed because everyone's scared of him. But now that it's been well documented that he almost died and ran, he's going to have to change his tune. Maybe Vox will finally get that business partnership out of him after all. If I knew I was going to be on board with Pinchas and Cherry as an item, I would have been begging for these two to have way more screen time in this season. Partially so we could have seen Cherry warm up to him before he bit the dust. But hey, that door isn't closed yet. Most of their interactions have been Pinchas awkwardly trying to make a move on Cherry Bomb, while she remains closed off from those emotions and acts oblivious. Although Angel helps the guy out by letting Cherry know that Pinchas has 2 dicks. Which, is that true? Oh, dude, it is true! Pinchas realizes a sacrificial play is required to take down Adam, and he reaffirms his feelings to Cherry Bomb with a kiss. And we finally get a taste of what the Death Ray can really do!
That could have been ugly.
Pinchas' death is the turning point of the episode, where shit really hits the fan, despite how unceremonious it was. They got me though! I laughed! Seeing a friend killed before her very eyes gives Charlie that shonen rage boost. Or shoujo rage boost? Charlie transforming into her full-blown demon mode alongside her pets Razzle and Dazzle. But the bloodshed was just beginning as Luke kills Dazzle during an encounter with Vaggie. You bastard! I know Charlie isn't one for vengeance, but I'm glad bitch lost an arm. At least Dazzle was commemorated with a statue standing tall outside the hotel. Razzle, it's gonna be okay, buddy. As Charlie goes toe-to-toe with Adam, she's able to pierce him with her trident. And like with Alastor, I don't see no angelic steel. And unlike Alastor's shadows, this is a lethal hit. Not to mention, this was something she manifested, not a weapon supplied by Carmine. I assume Charlie's able to hurt Adam because of her dad, Lucifer. He's a fallen angel after all, not a natural hellborn. He still has gold coursing through his veins. This makes Charlie half fallen angel, capable of damaging an angel with her own bare hands. Or giant trident. This is supported by Lucifer's yellow glow, matching the glow of an angel, and his sucker punch on Adam later in the episode. after Vaggie gets the drop on Loot and Homegirl drops her mask. Seeing her retain the horns feels like it could be foreshadowing, alluding to Loot going on a downward spiral after losing Adam, and that she herself may be destined to become a fallen angel, getting banished to hell in the distant future. I love that Vaggie abides by her moral code, which Carmine reinforced. She's fighting for love, not for vengeance, and thus she spares Loot, though she makes it clear she wants Loot to know that it's only because she spared her, the fallen angel that she hated most. But Loot's not ready to tap out and ends up losing her arm from the rubble. Metal, but ultimately pointless as she wasn't able to save Adam. With Vaggie and Loot paralleling one another, and one losing an eye while the other loses an arm, I was wondering if this could have been referencing anything from the Bible. You know, hell show and all. And after researching some passages online, I wonder if it's drawing inspiration from Matthew chapter 5, verses 29 through 30. If your right eye makes you stumble, tear it out and throw it from you. For it is better for you to lose one of the parts of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. If your right hand makes you stumble, cut it off and throw it from you. For it is better for you to lose one of the parts of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. I think this could reflect Loot's mentality, that even when the odds are stacked against her, she'd rather sacrifice a piece of her body and try to fulfill her mission rather than throw in the towel and feel like she's losing her way. Lucifer only decides to get off his ass once Charlie's life is on the line, which is pretty on brand for him, caring about his daughter more than his kingdom or the hotel she worked so hard on. And I adore how during his battle with Adam, Lucifer shifts in and out of the form of different animals, and at least the first two are associated with Satan, a snake and a goat or Baphomet. I'm not sure about the bird and horse, unless you want to argue for the horseman of the apocalypse. Whatever floats your boat. Lucifer is an absolute savage, as not only does he make it hard for Adam to land a single hit on him, but he also lets it slip that he didn't just give Eve an apple, but fucked her? Bro cucked Adam out of 2 wives. That's gotta hurt. Even if Adam did make a deal with one of those wives behind Lucifer's back, but hey, that just makes the score 2-1, bro. During the climax of the battle, we get to see Charlie tap into more of her power with a sick demon arm that nullifies Adam's attack, and Lucifer shows off his full fallen angel look, which was absolutely sick. But again, good luck cosplayers. It warmed my heart that it didn't take much convincing for Lucifer to practice mercy and spare Adam, although it didn't surprise me to learn that Adam has a literal god complex since he's the very first human, which is probably all it took for him to get into heaven. And I know a lot of people are gonna be freaking out about his face reveal, but honestly, I was just kinda unfazed. I don't know, he certainly looks like a dude, which tracks since he was the template for humanity. But I don't know, he kinda just looks like his voice actor, Alex Brightman. But although the face reveal didn't really impress me, I literally applauded when Nifty killed him. Girl sure knows how to stab. Although Loot and Adam have a tearjerker of a farewell, I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of Adam. Not only is Alex Brightman a great talent to keep around, but if Pentress ended up going to heaven, I think it's possible that we'll see the reverse happen, an angel reincarnating in hell. There's so much to this theory that I think it honestly deserves its own video, which you will be getting very soon. But hey, that's my big prediction. We ain't seen the last of Adam yet. As the exorcists retreat, we see that the battle wasn't evenly matched once the shield dropped. Some exorcists were killed, but plenty were able to mop the floor with the cannibals. Thankfully, the extermination didn't have any reach beyond the hotel. It was actually officially declared canceled to the inhabitants of hell in Katie Killjoy's news report. Katie's report also marks the start of Lucifer's image being rehabilitated, and he seems to have a renewed lease on life according to his verses in the big finale song. I think we'll see him step up as the king of hell and get more involved with its affairs come season 2, which makes sense since he might be trading places with Lilith as the bum parent. But I don't think he's the only character who'll have more stuff to do, as Nifty might become a target by overlords and angels alike since the public knows she killed Adam. Or, what I find to be the vastly more interesting route, Nifty's kill will land her a spot as a new overlord of hell. Imagine she ends up trading places with Alastor in the court of public opinion. Charlie might be accused of ordering Adam's murder since Nifty went on record saying, "Charlie told me to stab, so I stabbed," even though Charlie didn't necessarily primarily have Adam in mind. Also, Katie reporting that Charlie and her friends weren't totally fucking useless for once was another moment where I found myself wishing that this season was longer than 8 episodes, cause we didn't really get to marinate in their failures. It was a satisfying victory, but that really drove home that it should have felt way more satisfying than it actually was. And what was one of the biggest jaw droppers due to it finally giving us confirmation that he's trapped in a deal? Alastor starts tweaking after his near-death experience. He wants to get out of his deal more than ever, and is looking for a loophole to get him out, because he wants to be the one pulling all the strings. Alongside the dirt Fox now has on him, I think the radio demon will be going through his own personal hell in season 2. And Penchus has reincarnated in heaven! Yeah, baby, the hotel works! While his selfless sacrifice was definitely the missing piece in his redemption, I truly do think it was everything he learned from his time in the hotel that allowed him to ascend. The game has truly changed now that there's a decent idea on what it takes for a soul to get into heaven. Emily is ecstatic about this development, while Sarah looks absolutely dumbfounded. This was definitely the last thing she expected to see. Meanwhile, Luke is on a beach, approaching a mysterious woman we've been longing to see since the very first episode. Lilith! Luke arrives with Adam's halo, remarking that since he's dead, her deal is done. That's right, folks. Lilith had a deal with Adam. What could have this deal possibly have been, aside from giving Lilith an out? Well, it's vague enough to feel my delusions that Adam will be back as a demon so we can get filled in, but given that we still don't have the full context around episode 1's ominous ending, I get the vibe that Lilith basically gave up on hell just like Lucifer once did. So she made a deal with Adam, permitting him to get rid of all sinners through the exterminations without her opposition. Maybe she even gave him the green light to target demons beyond sinners. And in exchange, she gets a long vacation before making her return to a world that ideally lacks any sinners and allows her to start fresh with her kingdom. I said it 2 Hazbin vids ago, but if Lucifer was easy for Charlie to win over, Lilith's going to be the uphill battle. As for where she is, I'm pretty sure it's heaven, the clouds and all, but there could always be a slight chance that it's somewhere near the Garden of Eden. Again, it's all really vague, but heaven is the best bet. There are a lot of sketchy characters in Hazbin Hotel. Alastor, Adam, and the V's, just to name a few. But the sketchiest of them all is definitely Lilith, the Queen of Hell and mother of Charlie Morningstar. I'm obviously not the first or last person to say this, but it feels like she's shaping up to be the true villain of Hazbin Hotel. The more we learn about this world and the many affairs of the afterlife, the more Lilith's absence in this story speaks volumes. Despite how vague the information around her is, what we can extrapolate from the first season alone is pretty damning. Everything goes back to her. This story literally began with her, and I believe it'll end with her as well. But what exactly makes her a villain? What could her true goal and motivation be? And how does that objective come in direct conflict with Charlie's goal of redeeming the sinners of hell? Well, I think it all has to do with one thing: free will, as it's the one constant with her actions thus far. So as we prepare for the explosive season finale and the dreaded hiatus that's sure to follow, let's figure out what the Queen of Hell is really cooking and how her master plan may shut down the Hazbin Hotel for good. To quickly reestablish everything we know about Lilith, she hates subservience, has a knack for ditching her partners, and has been absent for 7 years prior to the start of the series, indicating a pretty obvious connection to Alastor, who was also MIA for 7 years, showed up to the hotel after Charlie called her mom, and has his own master that he reports to, though he seems to really resent viewing the relationship under that dynamic.
Big talk for someone who's also on a leash.
I already talked about why I think Alastor is serving her in my video covering episode 5, so instead of retreading that, I want to focus on Lucifer and why Lilith would even leave him in the first place. I think episode 5 provides a lot of context clues about the relationship and Lilith's true nature through Lucifer, his values, and the current state of hell. Lucifer's ambitions is what drew Lilith to him in the first place, as neither of them were vibing with heaven's rules or regulations. However, once they were banished to hell, it's clear the two slowly stopped seeing eye to eye. Lucifer fell into a depression and lost faith in hell's denizens, believing it was a mistake to give humans free will, as he parrots heaven's anti-redemption rhetoric. This is a stark contrast from Lilith, who rose to the occasion and embraced her newfound kingdom. We can assume she doesn't regret granting humans free will at all, especially if it means people are liberated from being someone else's slave. In fact, I think giving humans free will was her idea. But let's put a pin in that for a second. After their banishment, Lucifer became someone paralyzed by fear, a hermit locked up in his study all day. He became complacent with the state of everything, and thus complacent with the exterminations, believing heaven simply can't be swayed from their methods and opting to keep a low profile. Lilith, wanting to protect her people, refused to tolerate this mentality and ended their marriage, taking matters into her own hands. This could also be why she kept Charlie away from her dad when she was a kid. Lilith recognized that Charlie had huge ambitions like Lucifer once did, but didn't want his pessimism to rub off on her, for Charlie to give up on her dreams before they even began. However, I'd argue there's something very off about Lilith keeping these two separated. At the end of the series prologue, Charlie states that Lilith's dream was passed down to her, followed by Charlie tapping to her full power demon form, which feels very ominous as Charlie has only shown to enter this state when she's enraged. Not to mention this prologue never actually states what Lilith's dream is. We're just left to assume that it's ensuring Hell's survival. But mentioning that without much elaboration is sketchy, right? It comes across as Lilith trying to imprint a specific dream onto Charlie. She has a plan for her daughter and has been ensuring she doesn't stray from the path laid out for her since she was a child. Not letting her get too close to Lucifer because then it could influence Charlie to seek out a different dream and throw a wrench into Lilith's plan, which would be ironic given this all comes back to free will. But Lilith might not be above being a bit of a hypocrite, as she may think that the ends justify the means. And with all of this in mind, I can't help but to question if giving Eve the apple wasn't Lucifer's idea, but in fact Lilith's. Although the story in Overture depicts Lucifer heading the apple to Eve, Lilith is still shown to be the only other person in attendance. And frankly, it makes more sense for her to choose a target than Lucifer because she has way more personal investment as Adam's former wife. Adam is a misogynistic dick who relishes in having women obey his every order. His army of exorcists are all women that are implied to be an extension of himself, and despite maintaining a "I'll do whatever I want" kind of attitude, he hates being challenged. He doesn't want to share his privileges with other people. He's anti-independence. So when Lilith dipped and saw he was presented with another wife to boss around, she wanted to do everything in her power to put a stop to it. So she turned to a love-struck Lucifer for help, talking him into tempting Eve with the apple, and well, the rest is history. Hell was created and the earth was tainted with sin, something that only Lilith seemed to regard as a net positive. Lilith and Lucifer becoming opposites of each other is also why I think Lilith's role as an antagonist makes sense narratively. Since it was easy for Charlie to reconcile with her dad and get him to support her dream, the show won't hand her an easy victory with the other parent. Instead, it'll be much harder for Charlie to be on the same page as her mom. But instead of Charlie trying to convince her of something that she doesn't agree with, things will be swapped, and it'll be Lilith trying to convince Charlie of something that goes against her moral code. But what could Lilith possibly propose that goes against Charlie's moral code? Well, what if it has something to do with heaven's fear of hell uprising against them? Another thing that's been brought up in this series a couple of times now that seems to need some clarification. A fear of an uprising is Adam's justification for the extermination, but from what we can see in episode 3, oh my god, why am I rhyming so much? Demons aren't trying to overthrow heaven. They're just trying to defend themselves and are ready to bring the fight to the skies above because they know Adam won't call off his genocide. And Lucifer isn't trying to give angels any problems. Bro has his rubber duckies to worry about. So, who exactly is instigating an uprising here? The obvious answer is nobody. And Adam's just fear-mongering so he can have the green light to act on his bigotry. But the juicier answer is that Lilith might have threatened an uprising, and we frankly can't rule her out as a suspect. Once again, she's the queen of hell. She gives a damn about her people, and she has a pretty good motive in wanting an uprising, as she can't trust heaven so long as Adam is calling the shots. And while we can't really gauge how Adam was prior to becoming an angel, it really does seem like he's only gotten worse since finessing his way to the top. I mean shit, he's still controlling women and forcing them to bend to his will as shown with Sarah. It makes complete sense why Lilith would want to shut this down in the hopes of removing him from power. But let's say she did succeed in overthrowing Adam. Why would she want to rule over heaven? Well, I think she wants to go 2 for 2 and introduce free will to heaven by abolishing its rules. Cause think about it, are the angels in heaven really free? Because from what we've seen, an angel straying from their assigned purpose is often met with severe punishment, even if their defiance is morally correct, like not wanting to kill an innocent child just because they're in hell. Especially when the rules of what it takes to get into heaven are extremely vague. Guess you're not actually allowed to stick it to the man, eh, Adam? If Lilith's biggest op is subservience, then it tracks that she would want to eliminate the source of it. However, it'll prove to be an overcorrection because a world without any rules whatsoever is destined to be pure chaos. Hell isn't in the best shape either, and while the exterminations contribute to that, it's definitely a case of leadership. One ruler doesn't even want to be in this position, and the other hasn't even been present in 7 years. Lilith's clearly not afraid to be a bit of a hypocrite by making deals with people like Alastor, turning the tables on him so that he's the one on a leash for a change. Because to her, the ends justify the means. And for the sake of speculation, she could have promised to relinquish the soul of anyone she owns, on top of who knows what. Which factors into why Alastor snaps so hard at Husk. Not only does he refuse to view himself in that light, but he's also holding on to the idea that he's getting something out of this at the end of the day. Of course, Eve could also be the one pulling Alastor's strings. I know my bud Sarcastic Chorus just made a video about that, but I feel like whatever's gonna be the deal with Eve is still gonna wrap around back to Lilith. But how would all of this conflict with Charlie and the Hazbin Hotel? Well, if the rules of heaven are abolished, what purpose does the hotel serve? What incentive would sinners have to improve its people if heaven becomes no different than hell? The entire hotel hinges on the current state of the afterlife, and although Charlie wants to see it improve, I don't think she'd be down with anarchy to make it happen. Of course, this wouldn't explain why Lilith wants the hotel to succeed and assigned Alastor to ensure it's kept safe. Maybe she wanted Charlie to go through everything that's happened up until now so she'd see the error of heaven's ways and be more inclined to side with whatever mom's cooking up. Maybe she wants the hotel to succeed to prep Charlie for the day she takes over hell as its new queen, using the hotel as a test run for her leadership skills and ability to take care of people. Or maybe the act of purifying a soul comes with unforeseen effects that will somehow give Charlie a boost in power, which Lilith wants to happen for whatever reason. Again, we only know so much about this character, but hopefully that changes with the season finale this week. I'm really hoping that these last 2 episodes give us some sort of insight on Lilith and what she's been up to. If you ask me, I think she's either been residing in the Garden of Eden, laying low in secret, or she's somewhere on Earth. But I don't think she's in heaven or hell at the moment, though the former would be a good twist, depending on how they go about it. Heading into the end of Hazbin Hotel's first season, everyone was expecting a major character to bite the dust. And while that was technically true, as Sir Pentious unlocked angel status after a selfless act, the only character who seems to be gone for good is everyone's favorite dirtbag, Adam, who suffered a quick but very painful death at the hands of Nifty. But here's the thing. Is Adam really gone? Like, yeah, we watched him die as an angel, but who's to say he won't make a comeback as a demon? I mean, if Pentious ended up in heaven through unconventional means, skipping the line outside the pearly gates, who's to say Adam won't respawn in hell? Come on, I've thought it, you've thought it, we've all thought it. And quite frankly, Adam coming back as a demon has way more narrative potential than this being the end for him. I mean, just think about all the possibilities. Would Adam check into the Hazbin Hotel? Would Lute look down on him for becoming a demon? And would this reinstate his deal with Lilith? Hope you're hungry for some theories, because it's time for me to cook. First things first, I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding of how death works in the Hellaverse. Angelic weapons are the only way to kill a demon or evidently an angel. got it. But for some reason, people have made the assumption that this means that they can't reincarnate, as if their soul is just obliterated the moment their body makes contact with an angelic weapon. And I don't think that's the case. From my understanding, demons would heal from any other attack. The weapons permanently kill them in the sense that they can't regenerate, not that they prevent reincarnation, something that requires death in the first place. If they were able to block this, Pinchas wouldn't have been sent to heaven. Sure, he was blasted to bits by Adam instead of being pierced by a blade or something, but Adam is a very powerful angel. I'm confident a direct hit from him is just as effective as an angelic weapon, if not more, given that he was the head honcho. A similar energy-based attack from his guitar almost put Alastor in a body bag, and I'm sure he used this move in other exterminations. There's also arguments like, oh, but the exorcist who got killed didn't end up in hell. But not only do I think Adam, an archangel dying, is going to hold more weight than a regular exorcist, but why would they spoil that twist so soon? On a random no-name henchman and not a huge overarching antagonist. Why would that exorcist even wander to the hotel? They weren't killed by anybody from the hotel, and it wasn't proven viable yet. It just doesn't track. No matter if Pinchas was zapped or slain with a weapon, he would have been the first sinner to be reborn in heaven after dying a second death. And I think it's only natural to juxtapose this with Adam being the first angel to die once again, only to be reborn in hell. Pinchas went out in a blaze of glory, sacrificing himself in an attempt to save his friends. A truly selfless act. Inversely, Adam had a very pitiful death. Looking out for no one but himself, he let the ego get the best of him as he boasted about how he was hot shit. He had a god complex that was undermined by him being taken out by Nifty, someone who we absolutely would have perceived as the weakest link. There was a reason he didn't even notice her sneaking up on him. He died as a self-absorbed asshat. He died committing sin. At least the other exorcists can hide behind indoctrination and the fact that they were just doing their jobs. Adam was the one actually pulling the strings and pushing the limits of what he could get away with, moving up the extermination for no other reason than he wanted to. Whatever mysterious force took mercy upon Pinchas, saw his progress, saw his sacrifice, and decided he deserved another chance, will want to judge Adam, but won't show him the same kindness. It's time for him to reap what he sows. So Adam comes back as a demon, trapped in the place he hates the most. What then? Well, then the show really begins. It's only a matter of time before all of hell knows that the hotel works. Sinners rejoice! There's a way out of this shithole! Once the word travels to a reborn Adam, he'll get into some shenanigans and show up at Charlie's doorstep, demanding to check in as their newest guest, solely because he sees it as his ticket back into heaven. From his perspective, it's as simple as checking in, doing some yoga or whatever, dying again, and then he's back at the top, commanding his army and all. But this request would put Charlie's goodwill to the test, as although the hotel exists to help people, Adam is, well, Adam. The original dick. The leader of the exorcist. The brains behind the extermination, probably. His genocidal bloodlust is the reason why Charlie came up with the hotel in the first place. He's the opposite of everything Charlie stands for. Why should he be admitted to the hotel? Well, because he's the perfect candidate for the hotel, which Charlie will be forced to recognize. Adam's a misogynistic psychomaniac. If they can get him back into heaven, then it's proof the hotel really does work, and Pinchas wasn't just a one-time fluke. And I love to see Charlie's growth as a leader as she does something really hard for herself by putting personal vendetta aside to help someone even if they don't exactly deserve it. However, I could see Alastor or Baggy convincing Charlie to put up with Adam, as his stay in the hotel could lead them to learning more about the exorcist and any weakness that can be exploited, though he could easily bullshit them with misinformation. Of course, if Adam truly wants to get back into heaven, then he'll have to relinquish his selfish desires and not half-ass his efforts of self-improvement. Something that'll be an uphill battle, as it seems like Adam was never one to reflect on his life choices, and I think it'll be hard for him to open up when he's surrounded by the people he despises most. Speaking of which, a part of the reason I'm itching to see this theory come true is the character interactions that it'd provide. Imagine Adam beefing with Alastor or Lucifer. Alastor and Adam constantly trying to one-up each other, Adam holding his victory against Alastor over his head, while Alastor rubs in the fact that in hell, he holds way more authority than Adam. And since Adam would no longer be an angel, Alastor may be more powerful than him. I don't think his powers will translate to hell one-to-one. Not to mention Adam's presence may shed some light on Alastor's deal, assuming that deal was made with Lilith or Eve. Same thing with Lucifer. Adam would definitely hold a grudge towards the King of Hell, which could lead to more information on Adam's two wives trickling out to the audience. And it's not just the Hazbin squad that Adam would be hanging around, as I can see the troublemaker conspiring with the V's in no time, tempted to stay in hell and become an overlord as he helps Vox and Valentino destroy the hotel from the inside. But by far, the greatest potential this twist would provide is the tension that it would bring between Adam and Lute. Based on everything we know about Lute from season 1, this would put her in quite the predicament. She already looks down upon demonkind, regarding them as an abomination. So how will she react to Adam switching teams? She's shown to really care for Adam, breaking down at the sight of his dying body. People have already started shipping the two, fans and crew alike, and while I'm not sure how to unpack this relationship from a romantic standpoint, as it's implied Adam created the exorcist, but you know, I guess the best match for a narcissist would be an extension of himself. And the Hellaverse loves its pairings, so I can't say I'd be all too surprised. So if they do go in a direction where yes, these two are romantically inclined, Lute would have to reassess her own moral code. A big reason why she hates Vaggie is her relationship with Charlie, viewing an angel loving a demon as vile. But what happens if she's placed in that exact same situation? Will she ultimately change her ways and resign from her position as the new leader of the Exorcist? Or will she double down and do a 180 on Adam, regarding him as someone who was once a mighty warrior of heaven, but is now as filthy and deserving of death as the rest of hell? Lute has honestly become one of the most interesting characters in the series for me, especially after the season finale elevated her role in the story. And if you're interested in a video all about Lute and what I think is in store for her arc, make sure you subscribe to the channel and keep an eye out. Last but not least, we have Lilith, someone who's not only set up to play a larger part in season 2, but was revealed to have made a deal with Adam in the final scene of season 1. Adam's return may allow us to learn more about the circumstances around this deal, since it's unlikely Lilith will be fully honest. Would Adam reincarnating mean that their deal is reinstated? How would that all work? I think it'd be pretty interesting to see them flip the script and have Adam make a deal with Lilith for whatever reason, since she's now the one with all the power. Adam getting humbled as he has to answer to a woman for the first time in his life. I don't know, this all sounds pretty peak.
Wait! Would that make me double dead? Where exactly do I go? To double hell?
The season finale of Hazbin Hotel cemented that, thankfully, the hotel works! Yeah! But if you want to get into heaven, the Grim Reaper's gonna have to come knocking at your door. Demons still have to experience a second death if they want to be reborn as an angel. But it seems like that death has to be selfless. This might have established a pattern for future seasons of the show. A character, specifically a guest at the hotel, might die every season, but they'll reincarnate as an angel shortly after. Now, this may sound predictable at face value, but I think this would put viewers on the edge of their seats. As just because we know someone will die, it doesn't mean we know when it'll happen. What if the next time a character kicks the bucket, it's in the middle of the season instead of at the very end? Imagine seeing a major character get axed at the beginning of a season. Imagine not every beloved character who dies gets the chance to come back. Imagine even getting something on the level of Red Wedding or Shibuya Incident, with an unfathomable amount of characters axed without second thought. But I think we already know who's going to bite the dust and return as an angel next. Angel Dust. Because, just look at his name. Or the fact that his color palette only needs a touch of blue to fit right in with the rest of heaven. Alright, that's all for today, folks. Theory over. Good night, everyone! Now, for real though, I seriously think the show may have already laid the groundwork for his second death, and how it'll all shake out. Let's unpack how Angel Dust may meet his end because of Valentino's poison. And if you end up digging this theory, please like and subscribe to the channel with notifications on so you never miss any Hazbin videos or any of our other cartoon content. Locked in on 2024, baby, let's go! We all know that Angel Dust has already started to see some growth during his stay at the hotel. Initially, he was letting Valentino walk all over him. pushing away his friends, and coping with everything through substance abuse. Because he felt like he deserved all of the bullshit being thrown his way. Putting up a facade that embraced the madness, despite the fact that it was deteriorating his mental well-being, fearing the consequences that would come with standing up for himself and his boundaries. But by the end of the season, he's learned to put his guard down. He's around the people who really care for him, actually acknowledging them as his friends, standing up for them even to the likes of Valentino. And he's doing his best to abstain from drugs so as to not jeopardize his admittance into heaven. I'm sure he still has a long way to go, unlike Sir Pinchas. I truly wouldn't be surprised if he ends up tragically relapsing as shit hits the fan in Season 2. Whether that's prompted by Valentino taking out his aggression on Angel Dust, or Sarah doing her best to gatekeep sinners out of heaven, it does feel like it'd sadly be an inevitability. But we just have to count on him to bounce back. Progress isn't always linear. It looks more like this than this. And I hope that's something Hazbin will portray, so it can reach the viewers who need to see it, especially the adults who think they've already screwed up their lives when really, they're on the verge of a huge breakthrough. I mean, emotions, personal growth, ew. This is the Funny Hell cartoon, I'm watching this for the chuckles. A big part of Angel Dust's story seems to be escaping Valentino and the adult film industry. But the biggest thing holding him back is that he's trapped in a deal. His soul is bound to Valentino, who has no intent of letting go. And as shown with Adam and Lilith, the only way out of a deal may be death. Lilith's deal with Adam voided after Nifty gave him the old stabby stab. And I think the show has already sung to us how Angel Dust will die at the hands of Valentino. But it won't go down the way you'd think. This is far from a new idea, but the lyrics of Poison, one of the most popular songs from the season, may end up being pretty literal in the grand scheme of things. Particularly the end of the chorus. My story's gonna end with me dead from your poison. Pretty straightforward stuff. Figuratively and literally, Valentino will end up poisoning Angel Dust, putting him 6 feet under the underworld. And according to this theory by Reddit user Please Leave Me Alone 02, sorry if this goes against the request of your username, but Valentino has the same colors as a fateful beauty moth, a moth that secretes poison, but it's only poisonous to humans when ingested. Valentino's saliva is red. The smoke from his cigar is also red. When he smoked from Angel's cigarette that had white smoke, he exhaled his red smoke. Either his saliva makes the smoke, or he makes the smoke itself. When he blows the smoke in his face, he gets dizzy, almost smiling, like he's been drugged. Angel is being emotionally, mentally, and physically poisoned by him. The physical poison is to keep him complacent. It's likely addictive too. Angel isn't just sick of his poisonous life, he's also sick from literal poison. Val is the poison. While I think this interpretation could be pretty on the money, I also want to take it a step further. I don't necessarily think Angel Dust is getting gradually killed by Valentino, as Valentino clearly wants to keep him around, unless he's been slipping in an antidote when Angel isn't looking. But at the same time, it's entirely possible that Valentino could be able to distribute his poison at different doses. Some doses are stronger and more lethal than others. And I bet with some smoke and mirrors, it'd be easy for Val to slip a strong dose of his poison into a drink without anyone batting an eye, since the poison comes from himself. However, while I can see him poisoning Angel Dust, I don't think it'll be done intentionally, as Valentino will have his sights set on someone else. Maybe Nifty or Alastor. Two characters who may become a serious threat to the V's in Season 2. Well, I guess Alastor already is, but still. The big finale song at the end of The Show Must Go On establishes that the V's are ready to rise up as overlords and really conquer hell. Unfortunately, they may run into some trouble in the form of Nifty, who may also rise up the ranks as a prominent overlord in hell after killing Adam, something that's been well documented. I kinda wanna do a whole video on what's in store for Nifty's arc, but the pilot implied that she used to already be an overlord alongside Husk. Alas, both are now trapped in deals with that damn radio demon. Yet, in spite of Alastor's wishes, or maybe in favor of them depending on what he's scheming, Nifty may be forced into the spotlight as a renowned overlord and no longer just a janitor at the hotel, using her influence to form meaningful connections that could benefit the hotel and rake in some more patrons. Something that the Thieves won't be happy about for one reason or another. Valentino already had an encounter with Nifty, entertaining the idea of making her another pawn for his films. Thankfully, Angel Dust intervened and made it clear his friends were off limits. But this could have been setting up the stage for a big, heartbreaking payoff. Valentino plotting to kill Nifty through the guise of an alliance, arranging some kind of meeting that lures her into his domain. So he pulls the classic move of poisoning her drink while talking business. And once again, Angel Dust, not letting Valentino get a moment alone with Nifty, will put a stop to things. Catching on and swapping drinks, not just under Valentino's nose, but the audience's, throwing us all off guard as we expect Nifty to croak, only for Angel Dust to take the fall instead, our beloved spider dying a selfless death. But worry not, the conditions of his death, alongside his journey of personal growth, will allow him to reincarnate as an angel. What do we call him, Angel Dust? This rebirth allowing him to finally escape his contract with Valentino and granting him a chance to be with his sister, Molly, who might have already made an appearance in heaven. Oh yeah, did you know Angel Dust had a sister? I didn't until Dream Big Star, the incredibly talented thumbnail artist for this video, showed me her look when conceptualizing this design. From some quick research, the wiki, I got the 401 on her. And basically, she's Angel's fraternal twin. It's said that they have a positive relationship, and she doesn't reside in hell. Fans believe she had a silent debut in Welcome to Heaven, as one of the angels bear a striking resemblance to one of her designs. Pretty juicy stuff. Assuming Heaven might be mingling with the hotel a lot more after Pentress's ascension, trying to figure out how the hell that happened, I'd love if somehow Angel Dust was able to meet up with Molly prior to his second death, allowing us to get even more invested in this goal of reincarnation, and making it all the more satisfying when Angel finally becomes, well, an angel. Oh, and you could probably sub most of the Nifty stuff with Alastor, because he knows how imperative Alastor is for the hotel's survival, and Vox definitely wants that man dead. Or wants to fuck him. I'm still trying to figure that one out. And it'd be bittersweet, as we know Alastor isn't willing to die for his friends, even if they're ready to put their lives on the line for him. Regardless, I truly do think Angel Dust will be the next big death in the series, although if this is the case, there's comfort in knowing that there's a happy ending waiting for him. We'll find out in like 2025, 2026. Animation takes so long, bruh. In the underworld of Hazbin Hotel, some demons are able to increase their power through deal making. Spiritually binding pacts, often involving souls, that enables the dealer in question to exert authority over the contractee. Notably, that puts their pawn on a color-coded leash, and if they have ownership over the soul, they may even be capable of destroying it entirely. Dealmakers are often seen as manipulative amongst their demon peers, preying upon the weak and vulnerable and offering them a way out of a desperate situation, knowing that these deals really only benefit themselves. You know, like student loans. Deals come in many different forms, from contracts to verbal agreements to the classic handshake. Hey, you're not in the show, Bill. Haven't you had enough cameos? Anyways, with Season 1 of Hazbin Hotel wrapped up, I wanted to run down the list of every deal we're aware of by the end of Season 1 and give insight around each of them, what both parties got out of their deals, and which deals will come back into play later on in the story. How many deals does Alastor have with the hotel homies? And what did Lilith's deal with Adam really entail? We're going to dive into these questions and more after you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel with notifications on so you never miss a Hazbin video, baby! Please? Also check out Toon Drip and grab some merch. Link in the description. Let's kick things off with a deal you might have overlooked or don't think it'll have much relevance for the future. Vaggie and Alastor. Technically, this is the very first deal we see in the series proper, in the form of a verbal agreement. As Vaggie struggles with production of the hotel commercial, Alastor extends a helping hand by striking a deal. Specifically, Alastor takes the reins with the commercial, and in exchange, Vaggie never asks him to be involved with television ever again. And when Vaggie agrees, handing the camera over to Alastor, the deal is solidified as the camera is imbued with Alastor's magic. Alastor transforming this simple handheld camera into a whole set, complete with a crew. Now, if you're thinking that this deal wasn't binding, I have some news for you. While it isn't soul-binding, VivziePop clarified on Twitter that unless he says the deal is for someone's soul, it's just a deal for the terms stated. But it still has that demon pact power, implying that this deal can still be violated in the future. And if it is, it may have some serious ramifications. With the V's plotting to make their move, now that there's a power vacuum in hell, I could see Vox targeting the Hazbin Hotel, which could lead to Charlie and Vaggie asking Alastor for assistance in combating him. Maybe Vox launches a smear campaign or something that prompts him to fight fire with fire. Maybe going on 666 News for a debate. But Alastor refuses to help, referring to his previous deal with Vaggie. He's not going to make public appearances on their behalf when Vaggie already agreed to leaving him alone with that sort of thing. From there, I would not be remotely surprised if Alastor suggests that, hey, maybe the only way out of this deadlock is for him and Vaggie to make another deal, reminding her that he didn't screw her over with the commercial, but this time, he'll ask for more than just being left alone. Maybe he'll finally try to own her soul, or maybe he'll ask her for a big favor like with Charlie. Basically, Alastor only agreed to the first deal because he knew it would lead to Vaggie striking another deal with him in the future. Assuming Alastor pieced together that Vaggie was a former exorcist right away, I imagine he's been planning on exploiting that down the road. Now that it's no longer a secret and he has a good track record with Vaggie, he can use that trust to get more out of her. Although Vaggie would likely remain skeptical, but cave in due to the severity of the situation. Moving on to a deal we've been aware of since the pilot, we have Husk and Alastor. A deal struck prior to the start of the story that stripped Husk of his overlord status. We can assume Husk's finesse at gambling is what elevated him to the top and caused him to come crashing down. I could see him becoming an overlord by gambling souls, something that worked out for him until he began owing souls. As when he confides in angel dust, the visual component of his story insinuates that he got into some sort of debt-related trouble, so he turned to Alastor. Perhaps he believed Alastor would provide him with compensation, maybe a place to stay, or protection from other overlords. We're probably not gonna find out until season 2. But either way, it seems like Husk didn't strike a formal deal with Alastor, but instead, the two wagered a bet. So there's another method to deal making. Alastor getting the sixth satisfaction of beating Husk at his own game. Presumably, and I'm just going off the 2 seconds we saw of Husk's backstory, this bet was that if Alastor lost his game of poker, he would provide Husk with what he needs, no strings attached. But if he won, he would take ownership of Husk's soul. Clearly, Husk got his ass whooped in that game. Alastor has treated Husk like a pet ever since, keeping a close eye on him and constantly reminding the cat of the power he holds over him. Their arrangement also seems to give Husk insight into Alastor's more protected secrets, as he's aware that Alastor himself is in a deal and seems to know who that deal is with. Don't remind Alastor of that though. Judging from how Husk is introduced in the pilot, it seems like Alastor generally gave him free will, or the facade of free will, until he had a task for him, as Husk was in the middle of a game when Alastor summons him, being able to do so as he owns Husk's soul. Although it's unclear if any demon of deal-making magic can summon the souls they own on cue, or if this is an ability unique to Alastor. Husk acknowledges that he is forced to be at the hotel because of Alastor, so unless he's personally dismissed by the radio demon, he's gonna be the bartender at the hotel for like, ever? Something that Charlie should probably question later in the show. Husk is allowed to have a social life outside of the hotel, but it probably comes down to the fact that if he tried running away, all Al has to do is snap his fingers and poof, Husk is back. Given that this deal was in the form of a bet, we have no clue if there's any way for Husk to break it, outside of Alastor kicking the bucket, something Husk thought he got for a moment, only to be quickly disappointed when Alastor joined in their big finale song. Better luck next time, bud! So I know what you're thinking. When the hell did they say Nifty made a deal with Alastor? Well, they didn't state it directly in the show, but it's strongly alluded to. Like Sam Sulek strong. When Vaggie talks about Alastor and his history with overlords in the pilot, there are silhouettes of both Husk and Nifty around him. Coupled with the fact Alastor brings her in when staffing up for the hotel, we can make the reasonable assumption that Nifty is an ex-overlord. There's so much mystery and intrigue around her character, and the only two people who seem to know her deal are very tight-lipped about it. Husk only says that we don't want to know what her deal is, but you're wrong, Keith David. I do want to know. I really do. What's interesting is that unlike Husk, Nifty doesn't seem to resent her deal with Alastor at all. In fact, she seems to be a lot more comfortable with him than other characters, and vice versa. Alastor confided in her that he actually liked the crew. Think about that. Alastor opened up to someone about genuine emotion. That's wild. If I had to guess, the two probably bonded over their mutual bloodlust, you know, their affinity for killing things. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Nifty looks up to Alastor and viewed striking a deal with him and being attached to the hip as an honor. He's also the only one she routinely calls Sir. It is worth considering that since she isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, it's also very likely that she's just kinda, unaware of the gravity that comes with her deal with Alastor. She hasn't really processed what him owning her soul really means. Because at the end of the day, she's just about the vibes. So long as the vibes are chaotic. The circumstances around her deal with Alastor will probably come to light when we learn her backstory. Alastor clearly saw enough value in her to want to own her soul, while I assume she must have been in a shitty situation of her own, so I'm really curious to see what brought them together down the road. If you got any theories about it, sound off in the comments. Charlie. Alastor has been trying to make a deal with her since the very moment he showed up at the hotel, all the way back in the pilot. And he finally got a deal out of her at the start of episode 7, Hello Rosie, informing Charlie on how to kill the Angel Army, and in exchange, she owes him a favor in the future. A favor at any time of his choosing where no one gets hurt. I've speculated at length about what Alastor has in mind with this favor in my video dedicated to episode 7. But for an abridged version, I believe Alastor ultimately wants to seize control of the hotel. He's been responsible for so much of the hotel already, from the rebrand to the staff to the commercials. All he's really lacking is true ownership of it. With the hotel stopping the extermination and providing the only surefire way into heaven, it may become the most valuable, powerful place in hell. So it makes sense that Alastor, in his quest for the title of Hell's Puppet Master, would want to acquire it and use its influence to control the underworld as a whole. Or maybe Charlie's the key to usurping Lucifer and Lilith, allowing Alastor to take the throne for himself. Either way, the Princess of Hell owing you a favor is some serious political power. Maybe Alastor didn't know what he'll use this favor for, just that he had to have it in his back pocket. And for all we know, Charlie refusing to fulfill her end of the bargain may result in something worse than if she went through with it in the first place. Also, wow, a pact with Charlie has some weight to it. It's so powerful that it creates cracks in the ceiling. Really makes me wonder if just making deals increases Alastor's power, regardless of if the deal is for a soul or not. Next up is probably the most heartbreaking deal of the bunch, as it feels like it's the most grounded in reality. Angel Dust and Valentino. Valentino is someone who executes deals in the form of contracts, legal name and everything. Guess you better call Saul if you want to get out of this one. Hey, I'll be here all night. Who needs an Emmy? Although we don't have too many details around how they met each other, it's inferred through the lyrics of Poison that Valentino lured Angel Dust into a false sense of security, probably pitching the adult film industry as a way to make Angel rich and famous, and that as an overlord, Valentino could ensure him the best protection possible. I imagine Angel Dust was at the lowest point of his life. As we don't know if he's on speaking terms with his brother, Arachnus, Angel had no one else to turn to. So he ignored all the red flags and embraced Valentino, letting himself be smooth-talked into a toxic relationship. In exchange for Angel Dust's talents, Valentino has full control over not just his soul, but his autonomy, taking full advantage of him, forcing him to do shoots all day, and laying his hands on him whenever he feels disrespected. It's a really rough deal. In spite of all of this, Valentino's contract with Angel Dust does highlight how loopholes can exist within deals, as it states that Valentino only has control over Angel Dust in the studio. Outside of the studio, there's nothing he can do to him or his friends. This leads me to believe that a vague verbal agreement or handshake is a lot more favorable for the deal maker in question, as when there's nothing in writing, it's easier to fuck over whoever you're making a deal with. And that since it's a contract, it could probably be terminated by Valentino if he desired. The existence of loopholes within deals is notable, as it's something Alastor is desperately searching for as he wants a way out of his deal. Speaking of which... Alluded to throughout the first season, Alastor has a master who is shrouded in mystery. Someone who has him on a leash that he'd do anything to get off of. Really makes the way he treats Huss feel like projection, don't it? The popular theory, and one that I subscribe to, is that Alastor's master is Lilith. After all, they were both missing for 7 years. Alastor showed up to the hotel after Charlie tried calling her mom in the pilot, and it makes sense that Alastor, wanting to be someone who pulls all the strings, would try to strike a deal with the Queen of Hell, aiming to possess her soul only for her to pull an Uno reverse card and own his instead. She tricked the trickster. Checks out to me. Lilith hates subservience. It's kind of the whole reason why she left Adam. However, Lilith isn't the only suspect, as more fans are now raising an eyebrow at Eve. We know she has a role in this story, but has largely remained a mystery, not even being mentioned in season 1 outside of the prologue. Not only would this be a great subversion, as we'd be too focused on the mutual 7-year absence to consider another suspect, but it makes sense that Eve would want to dethrone Lilith. As Sarcastic Chorus pointed out, Lilith was there when Eve ate the apple, so she could have felt like Adam's ex-wife set her up, and I do think Lilith could have influenced this decision. I'd also wager that Eve may have sent Alastor to the hotel, and that as the radio demon, he's able to intercept phone calls and thus knew when Charlie was reaching out to her mom for help. He was lurking around town in the pilot before Charlie made that call. Since Lilith is coming back to Hell in order to help sort things out with Charlie, maybe Eve wants the hotel to succeed because she knew it forced Lilith out of hiding. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Also, with all three parties being notable demons amongst Hell, assuming Eve is in Hell, it makes me wonder if all three of them had the ability to make deals. And if so, who offered the deal to who? Just some food for thought. And all of this brings us back to where it all started, Adam and Lilith. In the final moments of season 1, it's revealed to the audience that Lilith struck a deal with Adam, one that allowed her to lay low in heaven for the past 7 years while hell goes to shit. And this is how we learn that, as of now, the only way to get out of a deal is if one of the parties die. Although we know how Lilith benefited from this deal, we still don't know what Adam got out of it. But that doesn't mean there are any clues. For starters, it definitely has something to do with the extermination. Maybe Lilith could have conspired with Adam and gave him the green light to target sinners in the first place. But according to Lute, it was Lucifer who pardoned Hellborn from the exterminations. However, at the end of episode 1, Adam seemed pretty confident that he would be able to kill not just sinners, but demonkind as a whole in the next extermination, defying their previous agreement. And this seemed like something he didn't want Hell catching on to. Now you could argue this was about heaven as a whole, but it seemed like Sarah was the only one outside of the exorcist army who knew about the exterminations in the first place. I really do think he was referring to Hell catching on to his plan to commit genocide and reduce the population to 0. I could see Lilith recognizing that trying to combat the exterminations was a losing battle, feeling powerless to stop it, and failing to keep Hell together as its inhabitants grew more unhinged with every extermination. So she made a deal with Adam, requesting for her and Charlie's safety in heaven, and in exchange, Adam gets to kill everyone in Hell. Dark if true. And something that would completely crush Charlie, as she idolizes her mom and cares deeply for her people. The fact that her mom is supposed to come down and pretty much pump the brakes in her dreams is going to be pretty devastating to watch. But there you have it, every deal in Hazbin Hotel so far. If you learned anything, I hope it's that you shouldn't make deals with demons under any circumstances, because it's probably just gonna end horribly for everyone. Alright, it's the end of the month, I have writer's block, let's rank some Hazbin songs. Despite it being long established that Hazbin Hotel was going to be a musical, for some reason, my silly ass was still surprised by how integral that element is to the show's DNA, featuring 2 songs per episode, a la Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, landing a total number of 16 songs in the first season. And some are definitely better than others. I honestly think Hazbin's soundtrack is pretty solid. There's not really a song I think is outright bad, but there are a handful that won't be saved to my Spotify anytime soon. What do I think are the best songs of the season? Which do I think are the weakest? Which songs pull off being absolute bops, while also advancing the plot or revealing where our characters are at emotionally? And how badly will I piss off the comment section? Let's waste no time and dive right in. Starting with what I find to be the weakest song of the season, we have Whatever It Takes, a sort of duet sung by Vaggie and Carmilla Carmine. Honestly, I just kinda forget this song exists most of the time. I've watched this season a few times now, making these videos, and every time I'm like, oh right, there's another song in this episode. The way and pace at which they enunciate in the first verse drives me crazy, and not in a good way. It doesn't feel natural at all. The second half of the song is much better in that regard, but I can't fake, it does feel like this song only exists to fulfill the quota and allude to Vaggie and Carmine's encounter later in the season by establishing that they're fighting for the same thing. Carmine wants to protect her daughters, and Vaggie wants to protect Charlie, both willing to cross any line necessary to do so. Which is cool, but they reiterate the same thing 4 episodes later in a much more effective way, when the characters are actually interacting. Aside from that, Carmine expressing her fear that hell will try to wage a war against heaven if the method to killing angels became public knowledge is something else that didn't really need a whole musical number to explain, especially when the episode already alluded to it. I just don't know if we needed it explicitly spelled out this soon. The melody is fine, but it really doesn't hold a candle to those in the other emotional songs of the season or the more energetic ones. I think if you're able to relate to the lyrics as either a parent or long-term partner, you'll enjoy it in isolation, but it really doesn't do much for me. Next up, More Than Anything Reprise. Okay, so I hope it makes sense why this one is towards the bottom of the list. It's not because I think it's mid, it's just because it's a relatively short reprise that the episode probably didn't need. Now, you'll hear me gush about it later, but I adore More Than Anything. However, I feel like a big reason why I adore it is because of how personal it is to Charlie and Lucifer as a father-daughter duet. I think it loses a chunk of the emotional impact when recontextualized into just another love song. Though that might be because they didn't get a whole lot of time to actually act like a couple throughout the season, a common critique amongst fans. I think it's easier to be critical of a love duet when it's built off another song, and the chemistry of the couple singing it has already been put into question. Not bad, but if I'm listening to the soundtrack, it's probably going to get a skip. Unless Shuffle plays it right after Charlie and Lucifer's More Than Anything, then I'll groove to it a bit, let some tears out. It starts with Sorry. I like this song. It's cute and a little amusing once Vaggie and Angel Dust join in. And with hindsight, I have a lot more appreciation for it, given that it set the groundwork for Sir Pentious ending up in heaven. It excels at showing how patient and caring Charlie is, as she's willing to give Sir Pentious another chance after his cover is blown, wanting her friends to understand where Pentious is coming from and how he's simply a victim of circumstance. And although this moment didn't necessarily need to be a song, I think making it one reinforces the bubbly, optimistic person Charlie is at her core. Sadly, like Whatever It Takes, I think it gets outshined by a lot of other songs in this season easily. It's not one I would skip all the time, but it's definitely not one I would go out of my way for.
It's alright.
This ringtone-ass song. Welcome to Heaven is a gag song through and through. A silly little ditty sung by a silly little guy. Actually, St. Peter's probably tall as hell, but that's besides the point. The song doesn't really tell us anything that we couldn't figure out with our own eyes. Although I do appreciate Sarah interjecting that for Charlie and Vaggie, this is just a visit to what lies beyond the pearly gates, clearly sowing the seeds for her prejudice against demonkind and sinners. I do think a show like Hazbin had to introduce heaven with a song, and I don't think my lore-hungry ass could think of anything better they could have added to it, beyond alluding to things we don't really know about, like what the Archangels are up to. But that's also for future seasons to delve into. The song is meant to be propaganda, showing how perfect heaven is on the surface. The melody is kinda whatever, I don't hate it, but I can't say I'm a fan, it's just serviceable. I do wish heaven had something more grand sounding for its introduction, given its importance to the story, so yeah, just kinda mid to me. Thanks for the Molly cameo though! Out for Love is where we start getting into certified bop territory. It's like an up-tempo do it for her. Although if you ask me, that song is in a whole different league. I think this song does about everything right. Great melody, it conveys how the characters are feeling, and it arguably pushes the story along in a pretty significant way. Without this song, and Carmine setting Vaggie's priorities straight, that she needs to be fighting to protect Charlie, and not to get revenge on the Exorcist army, Vaggie wouldn't have spared Lute in the finale. And while Lute surviving is obviously going to have immediate consequences in the future, it was still satisfying to see Vaggie stand her ground and separate her values from those who exiled her. Now, does all that make it a good song on its own? Nah, but I think it's a genuine bop, even though the repetitive chorus may have worn out its welcome if it was any longer. Yet, at the same time, I kinda wish it was longer. I wish Vaggie had a verse. Let her spit some bars! Still, if I listen to it once, it's an earworm for the rest of the day. All in all, pretty solid song. I definitely think Hazbin's music is at its best when it fully leans into its Broadway inspiration. Case in point, Happy Day in Hell. This feels like a reinvention of Charlie's song explaining the hotel from back in the pilot, sauced up for the full series. And I think because of that, I wasn't blown away by it the first time I watched the episode, but now, I love this shit! Like it starts with Sorry, this song does a great job of having Charlie's personality on full display. Erica Henningsen's angelic vocals perfectly conveys the character's optimism, which in return sells you on the idea that this Hazbin Hotel business may actually work. This song truly allows you to see, or hear, what Charlie sees in this hellhole. This isn't a place of eternal suffering to her. It's a beautiful kingdom that's just going through a rough patch. And again, the energy that Henningsen brings to this song is everything. The more she gets into it, the closer I get to singing along at the top of my lungs. It's a great Disney princess-esque song that perfectly sets the stage for the entire season and the struggles that are in store for our heroine. Respectless. The only problem with this song is that it is way too short. By the time Velvet really starts singing, there's only a little over a minute left in the song, which is a damn shame. But maybe it being short and to the point ultimately works in its favor. I think this Reddit comment I saw a while back really sums it up. It switches from tango to a fucking diss track in the middle of the song. I think this might be the epitome of bad bitch energy. Velvet struts into this Overlord conference, throws the angel head onto the table, and immediately starts her dissertation on why these chumps are a bunch of frauds. Despite watching the extermination from the comfort of her phone in the finale, Lily Cooper's singing voice releases all the good chemicals in my brain. And hey, this song manages to convey that Carmine is the one who killed the angel and that she's afraid of a war ensuing. So again, did we really need whatever it takes? All in all, one of my favorite songs of the season. I'd do anything to get my hands on the instrumental of it, and again, I just wish it was longer. It sounds like something that would have been a hit in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. And I unapologetically love that era of music. Sue me! Ready for This is one of the few songs featured in the marketing prior to the release of season 1. So of course I was super curious about not only when it would pop up in the show, but if it would live up to the self-imposed hype. And suffice to say, it absolutely did. Ready for This completes the trilogy of Charlie's awe-inspiring melodies with finesse. Although it's not that impressive visually compared to the other musical numbers in the season, the Disney vibes are still huge here. Seriously, if you weren't on board with Charlie as a character prior to this number, here, then this song should do the trick. Because every time I give it a spin, I feel incredibly inspired and ready to take on whatever bullshit lies ahead. Usually my own ADHD. Come on! When all the townsfolk join in with perfect harmony? Don't tell me that doesn't do anything for you! It makes me want to hop in the extermination and fight off those damn exorcists myself. Oh my goodness. I wish I had more to say since I really adore this song, but I don't think there's much more I could add. It's simply the perfect song to hype us up for an action-packed finale. I kept asking myself when figuring out the order of this ranking, does an obligatory finale song really slap that hard that it ranks above bops like Respectless? And the answer is, yeah. I think having all of these characters on one song really goes a long way, because they're all voiced by very talented people who know how to carry a tune. Yes, even Vagatha, leave her alone. First, we come full circle with a reprise of Happy Day in Hell that sees Charlie's father and her friends give her the reassurance that she needed before breaking out into some upbeat exposition that lays the groundwork for season 2. And while I think the first part of the song is fine, once they start rebuilding the hotel, I'm tap dancing,
I'm shimmying up the drain pipes, grabbing hold of the telephone wires, flinging myself onto the roof, but then I crash through a window, pry open an elevator, climb up the shaft, and kick the drain open so I can get to the rooftop.
Suffice to say, I really like it. The only part of the song I don't really care for, and don't kill me for this, is Alastor's part. It's not that I dislike it. In fact, the first time I watched the episode, it gave me chills. But once the hype of Alastor confirming he's trapped in a deal wears off, this part just feels a little, goofy to me. Bro lost one fight and he starts tweaking with a melodramatic solo. It fits Alastor and I love it for that, but when listening to this outside of the show itself, I'm just waiting for his part to be over. Alastor stands, please don't hurt me. I love Adam! Hell is Forever rips. It's the perfect encapsulation of the dickbag Adam is as he derails Charlie's pitch to simply say, fuck you, angels rule, demons drool. I'm a sucker for goofy songs that have good production value. Shout out to Little Dicky, and this number nails being exactly that. Yet, it's not just about jokes. A huge part of this song is establishing the prejudice angels have towards demons. As the season progresses, we learn that Adam isn't the only one who holds the belief that if a soul winds up in hell, then that's that. Nuance goes out the window. Fair is fair, balance in the universe, and all that jazz. It's the same kind of rhetoric that Sarah regurgitates in episode 6. It may not be our introduction to heaven, but it's certainly our introduction to angels. And I think the lyrics will hold a lot of weight for what's to come in the future, once we're gradually introduced to more archangels in later seasons. I also will die on the hill that this is one of the most visually interesting musical numbers of the season, which makes it a treat to watch and not just listen to. And the way the song ends with Adam bumping up the extermination, chills, bars, chilly bars. Alright, obviously the electro swing song was going to make it up high in the list, and there's a very simple, pretty obvious reason why it doesn't rank higher. Hell's Greatest Dad is a breakout song of the season for good reason. It's something you can move and groove to at just about any time. It's wildly entertaining, as Alastor and Lucifer had their mid-off, fighting over Charlie's affection, and it is probably the most visually appealing song of the season. The artists and compositors worked their asses off with this one. This song represents a turning point in the story when it comes to Charlie and Alastor's dynamic, as it's apparent that Alastor only wants to win her over for his own nefarious reasons, and that he sees Lucifer as a threat. That his kindness up to this point, if you want to call it that, was merely smoke and mirrors that capitalize on Charlie's vulnerability and daddy issues. Despite the song sounding best when it's electro swing, seriously, I need an instrumental for it yesterday. I do like Alastor's little breakdown before him and Lucifer go back to fighting like teenagers. The only reason why this song doesn't rank higher for me is the abrupt ending with Mimsy. Like, I get it, that's the joke. But again, it's something that only really works well in the show itself versus listening to the song in isolation. I wish the album version had a more solid ending like Loser Baby, which also gets interrupted in the show itself. It wouldn't be so bad if the instrumentals weren't so good that it's disappointing it gets cut off for a joke. Still love Mimsy though. more than anything. This song makes me feel things I didn't know I could still feel. It also might be the definition of catharsis. Jeremy Jordan is singing his heart out here. You really buy that despite being the king of hell? This is ultimately just a man longing to have a connection with his child after being denied such when they lived under the same roof. After seeing Lucifer be a deadbeat dad who gets constantly ducked on throughout the episode, not seeing eye to eye with Charlie on the whole heaven debacle, it's so satisfying to have this moment where they just get to be real with each other, making amends and healing their relationship after years of limited contact. It's simply a beautiful song through and through, and I know a lot of fans have been personally touched by its lyrics as it reminds them of the relationship they have with their own father, especially for those whose fathers are no longer with them. You don't get moments or songs like this from adult animation often. It almost feels like uncharted territory. A well-crafted father-daughter duet that absolutely earns its spot as one of the top 5 songs of the season. You didn't know. There's something about these ensemble songs, man. This song has probably become the one I've listened to the most on the album. I can't get enough of it. The way they transform this kangaroo court into a rapidly evolving musical number that's frequently shifting its tempo and instrumentation to properly reflect every character's emotions is top-notch. Sounding softer when Emily or Sarah are singing, but getting more intense with the strings whenever Charlie sings. My favorite part is without a doubt when the guitar kicks in as Lute and Adam interject before pivoting into a reprise of Hell is Forever. I also love how it's storyboarded, with the bulk of the sequence being centered around the giant orb. It feels very cinematic and, in my opinion, elevates the entire episode. The whole song and scenes gives off the vibe that in a world where this aired on TV, it would have been billed as a special event episode, airing on Labor Day or something. You feel me? I was convinced Stayed Gone would be my favorite song of the whole season when I first heard it. I had this shit on a non-stop loop. This instrumental is something fierce. The backing vocals at the start going, "Welcome to the show," gets me amped every single time. And Christian Burl knows how to carry a tune while emulating Vox's rage. The song also works in some great exposition and character building by revealing that Alastor has been absent for 7 years, just like Lilith, alongside Vox's bitterness towards Alastor for rejecting him. The man is so desperate to destroy Alastor's credibility, only for the radio demon to slide in and pull an Uno reverse card. And once Alastor jumps in, fucking forget about it, bro! This song solidifies itself as an S-tier jam. Though I can't lie, I do think it loses a little bit of steam once Vox overloads, but that's just because I think the instrumental is at its best with the trumpets. Visually, it's a treat too. I love how goofy and over the top these two Tumblr sexy men get as they try to establish dominance over one another. Just a fantastic musical number all around. Are y'all really surprised by what the top 2 are? Come on now. Given Vivzy Pop's love for Kesha and how Kesha has influenced her own work, it shouldn't be a surprise that Poison is basically a Kesha song. But as someone who digs Kesha, that is far from a problem. What is there to say about this song that hasn't already been said? It's simply a banger that knows how to get me shaking ass in the club while ripping my heart out at the same time. Angel Dust's inner turmoil is on full display, the lyrics giving us insight into the toxic, abusive relationship he's trapped in with Valentino. The way his voice breaks at the end of the song is just devastating. I love that he decided to go full music video with the visuals, very fitting for Angel Dust aesthetically, and as a character trapped in the adult film industry. Call me cringe, but this might be the only song from the show I'd be willing to queue up on the aux during a long drive with friends. I just won't elaborate on where it's from if said drive is with my normie friends. And at number 1, we have Loser Baby. If Poison has Kesha vibes, then I'd argue this song has fun vibes. It's not like the Some Nights album didn't already have a hint of Broadway in its DNA. I won't even front. I definitely have a bias towards this song because of Keith David's smooth like butter vocals, but come on! It's Keith David! But even then, I just simply think this song sounds the best. I love that this song is just Angel Dust and Husk opening up to each other about their respective downfalls that placed them in this precarious situation, but finding comfort in one another, embracing their flaws as they inspire each other with the idea that maybe, just maybe, teamwork will truly make the dream work and give them a chance to turn their afterlives around. it's a good note for them to start a genuine friendship on. While I still maintain the position that Hell's Greatest Dad is the most visually interesting in the musical numbers, this definitely gives it a run for its money, especially with the colors. Again, the artists and compositors outdid themselves. In general, I think this is one of those songs that the audience could relate to, especially the adults in their 20s or 30s that are convinced their life is royally screwed up, when really, a bright path could still lie ahead. It's just going to require a lot of hard work and a helping hand. The first season of Hazbin Hotel set up a lot of lore and interesting concepts for the show's future. But little fascinates me more than fallen angels. Divine beings who are cast out of heaven and banished to hell, transforming them into that of a demon, seemingly without the prerequisite that is death. Lucifer being the first fallen angel we're introduced to in the series, as he was thrown out of heaven for his ideas and creations. Judging by Lucifer, fallen angels retain their pure angelic power, complete with the yellow glow, being able to harm other angels, although their angel form is evidently replaced with a demonic transformation. Kind of the best of both worlds if you ask me. I don't think Lucifer will be the only fallen angel we're acquainted with as the story progresses. In fact, the series has already laid the groundwork for a couple of characters to become fallen angels, their descent into hell unraveling before our very eyes. The first candidate is obviously Emily. As the seraphim who should possess more authority than she currently has, Emily was quick to catch on to how corrupt heaven actually is. She supports Charlie's cause and is empathetic towards demonkind, viewing the inhabitants of hell as people trapped in a shitty situation who are worthy of a second chance. Emily wants the system to change, and after learning about the extermination, she's determined to find a way to make things right, which I imagine means she'll have to oppose the archangel, and they'll respond by condemning her to the underworld. But only after Emily crosses the line, doing something drastic as she fights for what she believes in. She clearly doesn't strike me as the violent type, so I can't see her mopping the floor of exorcists in the next extermination, and that causes her to get hit with an angelic Twitch ban. Instead, I think her rebellion will be in the form of information, leaking heaven's plans and more protected secrets to Charlie underneath the angels' noses. Well, a lot of them don't have noses, but you know what I mean. Anything heaven has up their sleeve to sabotage the hotel, Charlie will already be 2 steps ahead on countering them. I could also see Emily getting pushed too far and exposing the truth of the extermination to all of angel kind. Initially, archangels may try to bribe her into being silent or threaten her with banishment, but you can't keep a good seraphim down.
Yeah, I'm a bad bitch, you can't kill me.
If heaven goes through with another extermination, she's going to break that silence, raising awareness of the atrocities being carried out by those trying to maintain a squeaky clean image, accepting the consequences as she takes solace in knowing she did the right thing. Another act of defiance I can see Emily following through on is something a lot more extreme, but would be really dope to see. And that's opening, if not destroying, the gates of heaven. These gates embody the angels' prejudice, only letting in those who are deemed worthy by some vague system that the angels themselves don't even comprehend. So I could see Emily going against the grain and forcing these gates open, symbolizing the heaven she believes in. A heaven that's inviting to everyone, regardless of their past, as they practice forgiveness, offering sinners a chance to redeem their souls and thrive in the afterlife. But this would legitimately endanger the kingdom, as open gates leave them vulnerable to an invasion. They're already paranoid of an uprising, a fear that even overlords like Carmine share, as there's definitely a lot of vengeful sinners out there who would love to take out their aggression on angels, regardless of if they're actually exorcist or not. A well-intentioned move that could pay Emily as an accomplice to demons beyond Charlie, who take advantage of an open gate to exact their revenge. And it would make it a lot harder to argue her innocence against the Council of Angels, allowing them to swiftly hit her with that permaban. But while heaven can make an example out of Emily for trying to do what's morally correct, Lute's a character I could see becoming a fallen angel because of her lack of morals, going too far and forfeiting her status as an angel. It's no secret Lute doesn't belong in heaven already. She takes immense satisfaction in killing people. It's just overlooked because she's slaying sinners. Lute, like Adam, is fueled by her self-righteousness. But I believe that exact trait will be her downfall as she crosses every line possible in an effort to come out on top. Now that Adam's dead, she'll be desperate to exact her revenge on Charlie, Vaggie, and everyone else in the hotel. But especially Vaggie. Just because Lute sent Lilith down to hell so she can shut down Charlie's ambitions, doesn't mean she'll just move on afterwards. Lute wants Charlie to give up so the exorcist can come back to hell and kill everyone. She just wants to ensure that when the next extermination rolls around, the sinners will be too broken to fight back. Speaking of the next extermination, plenty of exorcists had their asses handed to them in the last one because they never had to defend themselves before and were completely clueless on their weapons being their own worst enemy. Suffice to say, this army is going to need some upgrades. Lute's obviously not above fighting dirty, and if she can't find any aid in heaven due to the exterminations being kept secret, she may turn to someone in hell for help. Just because she hates sinners doesn't mean she won't exploit them for her own gain, and vice versa. With Vivzy confirming that the V's will be the central antagonists of Season 2, especially Vox, I wouldn't be surprised if Lute ends up striking a deal with them. They share a common goal in wanting the hotel to crumble after all. Beefing up the Exorcist army with the help of Vox Tech would definitely be strike one in getting banished to hell and becoming a fallen angel. Or should I say strike two, as I'm pretty sure her conspiring with the Queen of Hell is already not the greatest look. Now yes, just like the Exorcist army, this is a situation she inherited from Adam, and it's not like she struck the deal with her in the first place. Although she could make one in the future for all we know. But as things are right now, she's clearly not handling the situation in the best way. The appropriate solution is probably just kicking out Lilith. Instead, Lute is digging herself a deeper hole by continuing to harbor the Queen of Hell after her daughter rebelled and caused the death of the first dickhead ever created. Something that heaven could easily pin on Lilith and Lute. It's just not gonna be a good look and will certainly be used against Lute when she has her inevitable comeuppance. Imagine the angels totally reading the situation wrong and accusing Lute of conspiring with Lilith to get Adam killed. That'd be nuts. Strike 3 would be Lute going way too far in trying to cover her tracks. She has to handle the sole responsibility of keeping the extermination secret now, and without Adam's laid-back attitude, I think she'll handle any setbacks the same way she handles everything else, with violence. So let's say an angel who isn't in the know about the extermination somehow finds out about it. Lute's just gonna resort to murder, and one angel murdering another angel is not gonna slide. So even if she tries to cover it up, the truth will eventually come to light and be the nail in Lute's bedazzled coffin. I mean shit, Sir Pentious could easily spill the beans. So I wouldn't be surprised if Lute tries to take him out. Lute becoming a fallen angel would be a very fitting development for her character, given her hate boner for demonkind. Her own actions and self-righteousness ultimately transform her into what she hates the most, putting her at an all-time low. Maybe low enough to check her into the hotel? But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Sarah is someone I could see becoming a fallen angel, but only if she ends up taking the fall for Emily. Pun not intended, but it's definitely embraced. It feels like Sarah's character could really go in any direction. She knows deep down that how she's handling sinners is wrong, but it's really a matter of if she'll accept that or double down and shield herself from self-reflection. What I'm hoping for is that Emily will light a fire under her ass as the young Seraphim continues to fight for what she believes in. If Sarah truly feels responsible for Emily and views herself as a big sister kind of figure, then she should see that keeping Emily ignorant on heaven's affairs only made things worse in the long run. That a lack of support contributes to whatever Emily gets herself into. So Sarah finds the best way to atone is to own up and shoulder responsibility for Emily's actions, knowing the punishment is forfeiting her life in heaven. But maybe as a fallen angel, Sarah could do her best to right her wrongs and join the Hazbin Hotel as some sort of staff member. Real quick, although I think it's unlikely, I do want to toss Adam in the ring. Again, judging by Lucifer, it seems like a fallen angel isn't killed, just banished, and Adam's chest got turned into Swiss cheese by Nifty. He's deader than dead. Now, in spite of this, I've already put out a video speculating on Adam returning as a sinner reborn in hell because I don't care what you say, the lore is way too vague to rule out the possibility of his comeback. But because it's vague, they could easily say, yeah, he did die here, but because he was an angel who indulged in an ungodly amount of sinning, the same cosmic force that sent Pentious to heaven wants to put Adam through the ringer in hell, carrying the specific label of a fallen angel. although I think the distinction between that and a sinner would mainly be in design. The former most sinners seem to be based off of an animal or mythological creature, while with fallen angels, they retain an appearance identical to their previous form, but get demon horns and a new set of eyes. But that's once again using Lucifer as a template. So Fallen Angel Adam would feature his average looking mug that fans are going crazy over for some reason. Come on y'all, he just looks like his voice actor. No shade Alex Brightman, I'm not saying you're not hot, I'm just saying that this design might not be worth foaming at the mouth over, but you know, forget it. This is getting weird, I'm just gonna end the video. It's been a while, but my dudes, Hazbin Hotel is finally back with a brand new season. One that sees Vox's rise to power as he wants to capitalize on Adam's death by bringing the fight right to the gates of heaven. Thanks to Prime Video, I've already watched this season like a billion times over the last month, so I've been itching to talk about these 8 brand new episodes as they release. Because we got a lot of crazy revelations ahead of us. Backstories, game-changing lore, banger songs, you name it. We got a lot of ground to cover, so let's just dive right into it. And of course, spoilers ahead for the first 2 episodes. Season 2 hits the ground running as Vox Tech is paying the media to portray Charlie as an unpredictable tyrant, whose actions have left Hell in a dangerous position where not only could heaven retaliate for the death of Adam, but Charlie herself could turn on sinners at any moment. Charlie's refusal to comment on the situation allows Katie Killjoy to get away with depicting her in an ambiguous light, diffusing Tom's more optimist and accurate take on Charlie's stand against the extermination in favor of pushing Vox's anti-Morningstar agenda. Vox later scolds Katie for running a headline that he viewed as too positive. He only wants their coverage to strike fear and make everyone question Charlie's intentions. Media manipulation plays a pivotal role in the season as Vox truly embodies the concept. He knows how to curate the perfect image for himself while making any perceived competition come across as unreliable scum. He knows the exact right amount of information that the public needs to be on his side, what facts need to become fiction, and what fiction needs to be passed off as reality. He's built a devoted audience of sinners who love everything with Vox Tech's name slapped on somewhere. He's turned brand loyalty into a cult, and Charlie's going to have to give everything she's got to free the denizens of hell from his brainwashing. As we see, the hotel is brimming with new guests. There's various voices in the crowd, all expressing excitement to kill angels. It's pretty obvious that they're not interested in what the hotel's actually about, even if Charlie is in denial about it. Alastor's angered over his broken staff, and it's not just because it reminds him of the fact that Adam completely whooped his ass. The condition of his staff has put a handicap on his power. Considering we know Alastor has a master who's likely contributed to his power, there has to be a reason why it's not fixed yet, and it's left him extremely unmotivated to act as the host of the hotel. Remember, in the pilot, Alastor showed up to the hotel right after Charlie called her mom, so presumably his employment is actually a mission by his master, who at the very least may be in cahoots with Lilith. We have the introduction of Baxter, a mad scientist who works for Vox Tech, as indicated by his color palette, namely the healthy heaping of blue and red. Baxter has a history of penchants, as indicated by him refusing any and all similarities to the inventor. And despite the affiliation with Vox Tech, Baxter isn't here to be another puppet for Vox. He's genuinely interested in Charlie's little redemption experiment and wants to study the hotel out of curiosity, approaching something that's relatively faith-based through a scientific lens, which is a pretty interesting dynamic to have. This leads us into Hazbin Guarantee, a song that lays out all the core conflicts for the season. Charlie's denying her trauma over the aftermath of stopping the extermination, the fact that she watched her friend fall alongside an archangel, and instead of facing her trauma and all these issues in a healthy manner, Charlie decides to just double down and try to handle everything on her own. The V's controversial verse in this song reveals why they oppose the hotel. It provides an alternative to a sinner's afterlife that completely disrupts their economy. They need sinners to be vulnerable, down on their luck, and most importantly, convinced that they are stuck in the worst place imaginable, so that they'll have no qualms with selling out to the V's. Despite the V's transparency in chewing people up and spitting them out the absolute second they're no longer useful to them. Because hey, they may leave you broken and worse off than before, but at least you got to have fun, be famous for a bit. However, something that threatens not only the hotel, but the V's themselves is Vox, as it's clear he views himself as the true leader of the V's, and and his god complex drives his desire to be the only one worshipped among hell. During this song, we see Alastor completely censor himself out from this shot where Charlie's introducing all of her friends to the camera, not only referencing his disdain for video and being filmed, but it also alludes to how he's pretty checked out from Charlie's antics this season. He's got bigger fish to fry. He's on a mission to liberate himself from his own deal, and he's not trying to hide how all of this is beneath him. Charlie's quickly hit with the reality that sinners are just eager to kill angels after all the exterminations, and the guests assume that staying at the hotel will be their ticket to a free-for-all, which makes total sense, and frankly, I don't know how Charlie didn't see this coming. She's kind of all over the place this season, and it will absolutely get worse and probably provoke a really angry video essay out of someone. Charlie simply didn't account for the politics of heaven and hell when going full throttle with Hazbin. She didn't consider that those with power on either side would be resistant to the idea of redemption, and instead of taking a step back to re-examine how she should approach these things, she's still desperately trying to get everyone to drop their grudges and roll with her season 1 antics. She's out here saying, "We can't be as bad as angels," while on a mission to turn everyone into angels. What are you doing, lady? It's kind of insane how Nifty, the one who actually killed Adam, has just kind of obtained celebrity status and nothing more. No overlords are taking an interest in her. Angels like Luke fault Adam's demise on Charlie instead of Nifty, despite seeing Nifty excessively stab the shit out of Adam, and yet she's just left to her own devices, still working at the hotel unbothered. Charlie also argues that Nifty killed Adam in self-defense, and maybe in the grand scheme of the extermination, but in the context of the moment itself, no, she didn't, bro. Adam was just throwing a hissy fit over the fact that he lost the battle. There was nothing he could have done in this moment to turn the tides back in his favor. Charlie was explicitly trying to ensure that Adam wasn't killed, and Nifty just sneak attacked him. Again, it just goes to show that Charlie's usual line of thinking will not be enough to get her out of this situation. Things are a lot more complex than they seem, and killing Adam, for now, has arguably only made things worse. Vox's Robo Pet Shark finally gets a name, Shockwave. I love this design so much. And Vox holds a meeting for the V's, scolding them for their bad behavior. And it leads to a moment that was definitely supposed to be meta and acknowledge a criticism of the series, only to follow it up with a joke that I'm sure has already ticked off a lot of people. Vox tells Valentino to stop hitting Angel Dust in public because it's not funny anymore, which feels like Hazbin acknowledging how people have criticized it for wanting to tackle serious subjects like abusive relationships, but then use that same subject matter as a vehicle for jokes. So Vox telling Val to cut back on the abuse feels like they're acknowledging it, but then when Val asks for proof and we get this supercut of him wailing on Angel with cartoony sound effects, it just feels a little totally confused and like they're not really taking the criticism to heart. I get it, the V's are the villains, but it definitely comes across as a weird joke with how they set it up. Velvet is evidently on bad terms with Carmilla Carmine, which puts the V's at a disadvantage as she makes weapons. She supplied the weaponry for the hotel to fight back against the extermination, so Vox is well aware that she's a valuable asset for his quest to conquer heaven, which is his end goal. He wants to use the hotel's messy reputation and all the riled up bloodlusted sinners to expand his reign across the entire afterlife. He's itching to go full dictator. Charlie and Lucifer have a heart-to-heart about the pressure that comes with the positions they're in, and how they're both doing their best to manage without Lilith, and how they both strive to be like her. She was an amazing leader, in tune with the desires of her people, and knew how to stay focused on her goal, not getting derailed by anything. Lucifer also reveals she left Hell 8 years ago, which feels like will be an important detail down the road. After their conversation, Charlie tries to call her mom, but Lilith refuses to pick up, despite Lute demanding she intervenes before the afterlife status quo completely destabilizes. We actually get to see Lilith's perspective of the scene in episode 2. Charlie tries to evoke her mother's energy, trying to persuade dissatisfied sinners into staying at the hotel, but she fails. Honestly, I think this goes to show that the kind of leader Charlie's meant to be is one who's different from her mother. Trying to be just like her won't work out. Charlie has to figure out what her own strengths are. After getting grilled on the internet for their verse in Hazbin Guarantee, Vox is able to redeem the V's with a fantastic song, Once We Get Up There, convincing them that they'll all benefit from invading heaven, but once again, he quickly loses sight of his two allies and reveals his true desire to be a lone ruler, exacting revenge on everyone who ever looked down on him. No longer singing Once We Get Up There, but instead just Once I Get Up There. but Velvet and Valentino are able to play it off for him, even though they're totally onto him. Vaggy's trying to find a new name as Adam named her after his own lustful desires, and all I'll say is, this little subplot will be very underwhelming once it's all said and done. It's hard for me to comment because you can already assume from the amount of merch of Vaggy's name on it that any name change she has won't be too crazy. 666 News issues a new story that establishes Charlie as a threat who wants to limit what sinners are able to do, forbidding them from killing angels despite her crew and a bunch of cannibals getting away with it. And the irony of it all is that putting a collar on everyone and forcing hell to obey her is ultimately what Vox is aiming for. His fear-mongering is just projecting his intentions onto Charlie, and it's working. And as if that wasn't enough, Emily pops in with a huge bombshell that redemption works, and heaven is about to go into lockdown in response to Adam's death. Yo! This brings us to episode 2, Storyteller, which is actually one of my favorites of the season. Episodes that are focused entirely on the extended cast but still push the story forward are my jam. Our beloved Sir Pentious is on trial in heaven after getting no-dipped by Adam and reincarnating as an angel. His arrival, alongside the death of Adam, has exposed the existence of the exterminations to Sarah's colleagues, who are furious and confused about everything that's been going down behind their backs. Imagine governing the best place in the afterlife and finding out your boss has been authorizing genocide underneath your nose, and now it's put everyone in a position where they may be under attack, with the head of their army slain at the scene of his crimes. The council also reminds us that despite being a sad sack 90% of the time, Lucifer is still seen as a big deal, with one of the angels questioning if the Morning Star will return, which isn't referring to Charlie, but the King of Hell himself. With the way things go, I definitely think Lucifer's past in heaven will be a bigger focus in season 3, so it's good they're planting the seeds now. Unfortunately, this episode backtracks on the developments at the end of season 1 with Lute and Lilith. Previously, Lute was appointed the new leader of the exorcist after Adam's demise, and she confronted Lilith, demanding that she put her daughter in check. Lilith presumably laying low in heaven, while her family struggles to keep everything afloat in hell without her. Best mom ever! But instead of actually getting to explore any of that, at least in this season, Lute's promotion is yanked right out of her hands with the introduction of Abel, Adam's softy of a son who's extremely indecisive, and those two things landed him on Adam's shit list, with Lute being just as much of a hater. Abel is voiced by Patrick Stump, lead vocalist of Fall Out Boy, so you know any song with him is about to go crazy. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Abel was a character they always had planned, but didn't necessarily know would be introduced so soon after the season finale when they were writing season 1. It just seems really odd to end season 1 on that cliffhanger, only to fake out the audience. We're also introduced to the Speaker of God, a phoenix-like angel who serves as a moderator for this meeting, making Pentious feel comfortable enough to open up about his life journey, getting the ball rolling on the first of many backstories this season. Pentious, real name Pendleton, was an extremely introverted inventor who was largely withdrawn from society, but adored people watching from afar as a way of feeling connected to his community, even when he shouldn't have been. Maybe part of the reason you went to hell was because you used your neighbors as the hub, my guy. Pentious never spoke up or took action for anything in his life. He just observed and kept quiet, which is exactly what cemented his fate in the afterlife. As it turns out, one of his clients was a serial killer. Not just any serial killer, but all signs point to it being Jack the Ripper. The time period, setting, and number of victims largely add up, though in the Hellaverse, Pentious confirms Jack actually killed 6 women in his lifetime before vanishing, getting away with it all because Pentious never had the courage to take a stand. And I imagine it was probably for a variety of selfish reasons. What if Jack doesn't get arrested and finds out it was Pentious? Turning Jack in means Pentious loses a client, so what if he takes a major hit to his income? Old Pendleton was too concerned about himself, and it allowed innocent lives to be taken right before his eyes. Now, I believe connecting Pentious to Jack will be important for the future of the series, as it makes sense it'll eventually tackle the question of who can and can't be redeemed by the hotel, something that they're more than likely going to explore with not only established characters, but real-life villains. Can Osama be redeemed, Charlie? Bringing Jack back in the future would be a great way to explore Pentious' guilt, while also forcing Charlie to draw a line in the sand and accept that maybe redemption isn't cut out for everyone. This backstory also reveals how sinners are redeemed. They have to atone for the sins that brought them to hell in the first place. Pentious didn't do jack shit when Jack was on his shit, allowing him to kill all of those women. But Pentious did risk his own life to protect Cherry Bomb. That was the key that awarded him a second chance in the afterlife. So as we learn more backstories throughout this season, ask yourselves how those characters could be redeemed and if it's even possible for such a thing to occur. I find Lute so endearing to watch in this episode because while she cemented herself as pretty awful, it's interesting to see how the extermination is affecting players on both sides. And while we know she's wrong about a lot, it's actually not hard to see where she's coming from, or at least how she's reaching these conclusions. She pitches the idea that all of this is actually a scheme by Lucifer to gain power for an uprising. That the hotel is just smoke and mirrors by the Morningstar family to gather sinners for an angel-killing army. The very thing Charlie is actively opposing from forming in her hotel. Yet I don't think this is a conclusion she came to on her own. This might have been a theory postulated by Adam or another high-ranking angel we've yet to meet. Either way, if this is the impression she's under, watching Adam get slain before her eyes as sinners get their hands on angelic weaponry is going to validate those crazy beliefs. Not only has Adam's death left her deeply traumatized, but now she feels like no one's in her corner as heaven is wandering right into hell's trap. And no one wants to stop the fall of their paradise but her. Again, she's clearly off base, but you can see how she made it here. I dig that Abel wears a mask similar to Adam's, but with different horns. It feels like with time he could grow into someone who's just as effective a leader as Adam apparently was, but without all the character flaws and general douchebaggery. Sarah brings the hammer down on Lute and forces her to call off Lilith, bringing us to our seasonal cameo from the Queen of Hell, where we can see her perspective of when Charlie called her last episode. Not much to really chew on with this, but I do like the little Easter eggs with her apple slices and her phone case being the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This episode introduces another major conflict in this season, with Pinchas being unable to return to hell for some reason. Emily makes it sound like a physical restraint, and Pinchas' drill can't penetrate the ground, which makes me wonder if those who ascend to heaven are physically stuck there, born in heaven are able to go anywhere in the afterlife. During the song No One Like You, we can see Angel Dust's sister Molly in the crowd, making her second cameo in the series thus far. Now that Pinchas is in heaven, I think it makes sense that he'll inevitably cross paths with Molly, and that'll end up looping back around to Angel's arc. Eventually. I like that no one really knows what the appropriate next move is when it comes to hell, because on one hand, heaven was committing a genocide! The exterminations were objectively terrible! It's gonna be hard to argue that they don't deserve a taste of their own medicine. But on the other hand, hell did kill the head of their army, so even if Adam was a dick, that's not good optics. And I don't think the angels who didn't even know about the exterminations are going to willingly accept their demise as retribution. It's a really interesting situation to put these characters in, but unfortunately, indecisiveness is the name of the game in heaven. The only person who's ready to make a move is, surprise, surprise, Lou, who again is going through it, as she's beginning to hallucinate Adam, who post-mortem is eager to be the devil on her shoulder. His memory is effectively her Green Goblin. Man, you can't escape bad mental health days even in heaven. At least tell me the Wellbutrin's on the house. I don't need angelic insurance or anything, right? We discover that Lute's been using Adam's office as a rage room, keeping his bloody axe framed to commemorate his final battle. And we get a peak villain song, Gravity, an absolute bop that's dedicated to Lute's desire for revenge. But unfortunately, this is kind of where she peaks in the season. Don't expect her to do much from here on out, despite the fact that this absolutely paints her as the secondary antagonist of the season behind Vox, expressing her desire to kill Vaggie in order to settle the score and make Charlie suffer for killing Adam. Even though, again, it was nifty! And unable to reach a decision on hell, Sarah bides her time by putting Heaven in lockdown mode, forcing Emily to alert Charlie of what's going down before she's unable to contact her. Charlie's plan to save her reputation goes off the rails while we finally uncover Alastor's backstory alongside his history with Vox, while gaining a bit more insight into Sir Pinchas' past in this week's episodes of Hazbin Hotel Season 2, Hazbin Hotel Behind Closed Doors, and It's a Deal. How can Angel Dust atone for his sins on Earth? What is Rosie's true plan of Alastor? And could Lilith get involved? We got so much to cover, so let's just get right into it. Spoilers ahead. Also, if you've been enjoying the video, please remember to like and subscribe to the roundtable with notifications on so you never miss a Hazbin Hotel video. Episode 3, Hazbin Hotel Behind Closed Doors, picks up directly from the end of the last episode. Charlie's hit with a double whammy of a 666 news hit piece and a sudden yet brief encounter with Emily, who drops some huge bombshells that redemption works as Pinchas made it into heaven, and also heaven's going to lockdown because they have no idea what they're going to do about sinners and are afraid of further retaliation for 7 years of genocide. But hey, redemption works! However, since Pinchas isn't allowed to leave heaven, and Charlie is currently cut off from contact, she has no tangible evidence that Penn actually ascended. So although she knows she's working towards something real, she has to fight twice as hard to prove that it's not all smoke and mirrors. And the timing could not be worse, given Voxtech's smear campaign against her, as the V's are hell-bent on taking the Morningstar family's reputation alongside the hotel. So Charlie decides to invite Voxtech over for an interview to defuse the slander and announce that redemption is real. When Charlie pulls up Voxtech's number, we can spot creator Vivian Medrano, aka Vivzybop, as another contact in her phone.
People assume that that's like me, like, oh, haha, get this, like a little ego boost. The crew likes to make fun of me.
Cherry Bomb's rattled by the revelation that Pinchas ascended because 1, it shows his actions during the extermination were genuine and that he was truly a pure heart in this moment, and 2, it means he's actually alive. In the afterlife, still a ghost sort of way. And now Cherry can't just bury and forget any mutual feelings the two shared. She thought she could just move on from Pinchas and never have to unpack what their dynamic meant to her, if their relationship had a chance at evolving beyond a typical Saturday morning cartoon rivalry. With this new development, she wants to learn more about Pinchas and the kind of person he truly was behind closed doors, since he apparently has what it takes for the pearly gates. So Husk pushes her in Baxter's direction. As the two used to work together, Baxter confirms he works for Voxtech, which I've been saying as again, his color palette makes it really obvious. And we learn that he loves his lab more than anything.
Give me the full story or the lab gets it.
Okay, fine.
This man holds his research so near and dear to his heart, which makes his employment at Voxtech all the more embarrassing because Vox doesn't value other people's hard work at all, despite relying so heavily on them. We learn that Baxter and Pinchas worked as a duo who excelled at bioengineering and traditional engineering respectively. One dabbled in experimenting with organic life, while the other dabbled in old-fashioned technology. This flashback reveals that Baxter actually created Pinchas' egg boys, as we see them incubating as yolks on his side of the lab. So they were children of divorce after all. The two were a duo who wanted to achieve joint overlord status, but drifted apart as Pinchas' technology couldn't keep up with the rest of hell, getting dog-walked during an exhibition by Zestial. I'm actually really curious about this Coliseum. It seems like they're basically having Pokemon battles in this thing, and I'd love to see more of it, especially since it seems to be used by overlords to scout talent. While Pinchas didn't make the cut, Baxter's bio-experiments garnered the attention of Vox, who used to have a CRTV as his head before upgrading to a flat screen, which we get a better look of in episode 4. Vox has been upgrading his head and probably overall body to keep up with the modern times over on Earth, highlighting his desire to perpetually stay in the limelight and never be perceived as irrelevant or outdated. Unfortunately, Baxter lost sight of his original goal by working with someone like Vox, as he would never let Baxter become an overlord, instead keeping him around on payroll as just another cog in the Voxtech machine, a pawn and nothing more. Vox's influence on Baxter seemed to have drawn out a darker, ruler side that cemented his status as a mad scientist. He started to devalue his older, less menacing creations, as illustrated through him using the Egg Boys as test subjects to horrifying results. I assume Vox wants pure killing machines, and the Egg Boys are way too silly and too innocent to do any real damage, and thus became disposable. Pinchas took full custody of the eggs and called off his partnership, pursuing a full-time turf war of Cherry Bomb, who Baxter claims Pinchas was obsessed with, implying that they only kept up the rivalry as a way of flirting, because as we saw when he was still a human on Earth, Penn has always struggled with communication and forming connections with those around him. He seems to have needed something hyper-specific in common, like a love for science or a lust for power, in order to bond with people, and the latter was how he bonded with Cherry, sort of. This is the basis of Baiting the Piss Out of You, a banger that explores the two's turf war and how they mutually enjoyed their never-ending battle. All this information teaches Cherry that Pinchas has always had a soft side and was probably never cut out for hell in the first place. He never wanted to be evil, he just wanted to be respected and ensure a safety net for himself. Charlie inviting Voxtech for a tell-all inadvertently leads to Vox and Velvet's arrival at the hotel. And this is where Charlie starts to lose me, because she knows the V's are bad news. She caught a glimpse of Valentino's cruelty when trying to help Angel Dust, and is well aware that Vox tried to spy on the hotel through Penchus in Season 1. But instead of showing Vox and Velvet the door once she sees they're no ordinary reporters, but the two dangerous overlords who are trying to take her down, she instead decides to roll around the mud and play their games despite Angel Dust's warning. As soon as Vox shows up, he's begging for Alastor's attention, but the radio demon is quick to get out of dodge. This shows us where Vox's head is really at throughout this season. He doesn't care about sinners or creating a new world order. He's just gunning to the top of the throne because he wants to finally prove to Alastor that he's better than him, that he doesn't need to rely on anyone to get the job done. It all comes back to the beef. One of Velvet's critiques for the Hazbin Hotel is that there's too much red, which is a nod towards a common complaint people had online about the show's color palette in Season 1. A criticism that they did take to heart, as Season 2's palettes are a lot more varied. Vox and Velvet grilled Charlie about sinners and the extermination. The most interesting question to me is the one that allowed Vox to call out how only the hotel was protected by Alastor's barrier during the extermination, allowing Charlie to only shield her quote-unquote favorite characters. Now we know this only happened because Adam told Charlie that the hotel would be his first stop, so they were trying to nip the extermination in the bud before it could spread to the rest of the Pride Ring. And in all actuality, no one was really protected during the battle, as they were all fighting for their lives the whole time. No one had a moment to breathe. Of course, Vox knows Charlie wasn't being selfish, but this question highlights how he excels at manipulation and depicting people in the worst possible light when the cameras are rolling. He's taking advantage of what he was able to witness and choosing what to relay to the rest of the public in order to push his agenda, knowing that Charlie is unaware that he surveyed the battle, so she would naturally be thrown off by this question and appear to be guilty. Vox taunts Husk and calls him a pet, alluding to him knowing that Husk has a deal with Alastor, which makes you wonder how long ago that deal was formed. Was Vox still hanging around Alastor when that deal was made, or did Vox just figure this out through his extensive surveillance and stalking of the radio demon? Angel Dust is put in an extremely unfortunate situation as Charlie and Husk push him into being a redemption volunteer for Charlie. What's especially frustrating about this, aside from the V's connection to Valentino, is that it takes Charlie a little too long to piece together that you have to be redeemed of your original sin in order to ascend, initially believing that putting Angel through Penchus' trials will do the trick instead of considering the possibility that every sinner has their own unique path to redemption. Also, as far as we know, atonement seems to require a sinner to sacrifice their life in hell, as Penchus didn't become an angel until after he got vaporized by Adam in his attempt to protect Cherry Bomb. Penchus let women die because he was too scared to turn Jack the Ripper into the authorities, but he redeemed himself after stepping in to save a woman that he loved. If he survived that, I don't think he would have magically been beamed up into heaven and morph into an angel. He had to perish in hell so that he could reincarnate in heaven. All of that is to say, the only way for Charlie to prove that redemption works is to have one of her friends killed, which nearly happened with the train exercise. This is a great Vox face though. That's what made this plan doomed from the start, as Charlie ended up in this dilemma because she currently lacks evidence that Penchus got redeemed. Even if she miraculously caused one of her guests to ascend on live television, Vox would still press her to prove that it actually happened, and she would have ended up back at square one. I'm so glad we had this moment where Husk calls out Angel Dust for attempting to get himself killed. Angel's actions in this moment tells me that although he wants to rehabilitate himself and make it to the pearly gates, he evidently still craves the sweet release of permadeath, a final resting place that goes beyond hell, implying that a bigger part of himself feels unworthy of redemption, and the impending reveal explains why. Valentino already gossiped to Vox about why Angel Dust is in hell. Angel killed his father, though he's apprehensive to the label of murderer, which implies it's a bit more complicated than just putting his pops out of his misery for the hell of it. Did Angel do this in self-defense? Vox does accuse Angel's dad of hitting him, so this would track. Maybe Angel did it to protect his sister Molly, the sibling who actually made it to heaven while Angel and Arachnus are stuck in hell. If he did do it to defend someone, does this mean that taking a life will doom you to eternal damnation, regardless of your intention or circumstance? Also, this is just me spitballing, but is it possible that Angel poisoned his father, adding new layers to the song Poison. Hell, maybe he somehow poisoned him by mistake, which would also explain why Angel doesn't rock with being called a murderer. I definitely don't think Angel killed his dad for sick kicks. I'd bet on him living in an abusive household, and he was pushed into doing what he felt like he had to do. But also, how do you get redeemed of murder if it was in self-defense or to protect someone else? I've speculated before that poison could be alluding to Angel's own death in the future, so despite how twisted it may sound, maybe atonement calls for protecting someone else by surrendering his own life instead of taking someone else's. Though that might be too reminiscent of Penchus. Vox asks Charlie if she thinks he could be redeemed, and Charlie asserts that anyone can, which is still something I believe will be explored and ultimately rejected in later seasons, now that real-life killers like Jack the Ripper are in the lore. The aftermath of this interview sees Angel on tense terms with Charlie, Vox getting away with another hit piece, and the hotel losing a majority of its guests. But the show reminds us that even when it feels like everything is going wrong, there's always something worth celebrating, as Cherry decides to stay at the hotel full time. I believe she did this for two reasons. One, to be there for Angel, of course. She knows how all this is affecting him. But two, she was moved by hearing Pench's story, and I believe she wants to work towards redemption herself because she wants to see him again and ultimately be with him. Ending this third episode on an overall sweet note. Episode 4, It's a Deal, continues Charlie's battle against media manipulation as she wants to confront Katie Killjoy on live television to clear up misinformation, despite Vaggy's warnings. Charlie can't help but to keep playing right into Vox's trap, and I won't lie, I feel like she should be smarter than this, but I get it. She's running on empty, trying to avoid confronting her trauma, and desperate for a win. She's also convinced that she needs to handle this as a sole leader like her mother, when in reality, she needs to heed the warnings of her loved ones and work with them as a team to overcome all of Vox's BS. My friends are my power type beat, you know? Shifting focus to Alastor in this episode, we get explicit confirmation that the state of his broken staff has affected his powers, leaving him unable to heal himself from the wounds sustained by Adam's axe guitar. He knows his spot on the totem pole has shifted, and it's deterred him from sticking to his duties as the host of the hotel, throwing in the towel completely after Lucifer rubs the offense of the extermination in his face.
And I hear you got your ass kicked and ran away when Charlie needed you most.
That's it. Fuck this. I quit.
I love how Alastor and Lucifer have duck season and deer season written on their respective mugs, referring to the classic rabbit season, duck season bit from Looney Tunes. Given what we learn about Alastor's backstory in this episode, I kind of wondered if Lucifer was already aware of how Alastor died, given that he calls him Bambi, and Bambi's mom was famously shot and killed by an unseen hunter like Alastor. If Lucifer does already know the lore, then maybe as the King of Hell, he has the innate knowledge of how every sinner who ends up in the Pride Ring died. Or maybe he's just able to make the inference based off Alastor's deer-like appearance. I don't know. This line felt a little too specific to me, so I'm gonna roll with the idea that this is just a feat of Lucifer's. It gives him some extra sauce in these trying times. As Charlie tries to clear her name on television with Nitya's testimony, believing that people hearing from the Atom Slayer herself will make them view the hotel a bit more favorably, Alastor swings by Rosie's, overlord and leader of Cannibal Town, who has an interest in Charlie and a history with Alastor. Two things that we learn are actually intertwined, as it's revealed that Rosie is indeed Alastor's master, the owner of his soul, and she's not letting him quit his job at the hotel that easily. The conversation between these two throws a lot at us. Alastor made a deal with Rosie to become the strongest sinner in hell at the expense of being her pet, someone who's forever indebted to her until he fulfills a particular task, one that seems to be related to the hotel and the Morningstar family. While Rosie is why Alastor was assigned to keep an eye on Charlie, I'm not fully convinced that this gig was Rosie's idea. Look, Alastor returned to the Pride Ring and introduced himself to Charlie as soon as she hit up Lilith in the pilot. I totally think Lilith put in a favor of her own by asking Rosie to send Alastor to the hotel for her own ulterior motives. For some reason, Alastor in particular is a very valuable asset to Lilith. Alastor even says, "We aren't getting any closer to," before getting cut off by Rosie. And while his next words might have very well been redemption, as he was complaining about the hotel, by this point he knows that Pench's made it to heaven, so I think it's more likely that he was referring to Lilith and Rosie's true plan, the reason why he's really there. So he was actually going to say something along the lines of, we aren't getting any closer to whatever we really want out of the hotel. If I had to take a shot in the dark, Alastor's mission is to draw out Charlie's latent potential, figuratively and literally, to not only transform her into the competent leader she already strives to be, but to harness the insane power that lies within her. The power that we've only gotten glimpses of, namely during the extermination. And once Charlie's transformation is complete, she can be guided by Alastor into carrying out Lilith and Rosie's bidding. A puppet controlled by a puppet who's controlled by another puppet. Puppetception. Maybe Rosie wants to usurp the Morning Stars in general, given how when she made her deal with Alastor, Charlie would have been significantly younger and obviously hadn't come up with the hotel. So its emergence ended up being more of a convenience for Rosie and her master plan. Rosie power skills Alastor a bit, establishing that even the most powerful sinner can go toe-to-toe with an archangel, which really puts into context how out of his depth Alastor is while on his own journey of demonic domination. Not being able to touch Adam means, in theory, he'll never be able to touch the likes of Lucifer, and I don't think Alastor is going to settle for that at all. He needs to be able to best everyone in order to strike fear into the tainted souls of sinners everywhere. A goal he had all the way back when he was alive, as we get a flashback of Alastor's life on Earth in the 1930s. He was a hustler who ascended to the status of radio star and playboy with a secret dark side. He loved murdering people, hoarding their corpses and especially their bones, to aid in his endeavors with black magic, as he performed countless rituals in an attempt to connect with the spirits of hell through radio, eventually making contact with Rosie. Alastor's attempts at reaching the afterlife through these means is a nod to how ghost hunters use radio frequencies to try and communicate with the dead, utilizing devices called spirit boxes, as it's believed ghosts can make contact with the living through white noise. I guess Al was just ahead of all the reality shows. Alastor really is in this for the love of the game and nothing more, as he made a bargain to secure himself a spot amongst the most powerful sinners in hell, simply so he could continue his mass murdering antics. Rosie remarks that she's never seen a soul like Alastor's, which could very well just be referring to how jovially bloodlusted he is, but I believe this has deeper implications relating to Alastor's origins. It may be possible that he's not fully human. What if he already had demon in his blood, and that factors into his familiarity with the occult? Could you imagine if he turned out to be the Antichrist? The bastard child of Lucifer or Satan? You know, the other big guy from Hellaverse. The possibilities are endless. We definitely have plenty more to learn about Alastor going beyond this episode. During You Are My Pet, a song where Alastor gets humiliated and put in his place by Rosie, we receive confirmation that his disappearance was actually her doing. Remember, Alastor disappeared in the same 7 to 8 year time frame where Lilith disappeared and the extermination started up. There's a connection to all of this. Perhaps Rosie forced Alastor to disappear because she was worried about how much influence he was amassing alongside his deals. Like, not only was he the most powerful sinner in terms of raw strength, but also in captivating an audience and spreading a message. He wasn't just feared, his word as a radio demon was becoming law, and neither Rosie or Lilith liked it. Alastor even says his name inspires much less fear nowadays, showing how his absence loosened his grip on the culture. Maybe they needed to keep him quiet so that he wouldn't inspire sinners to fight back against the exterminations. Or maybe he posed a threat to Charlie's inevitable rise in power. Now Rosie does say, or I guess sing, that Alastor's moves are hers and hers alone, which might eliminate the possibility of Lilith having any influence in all this. But in the context of the song and this interaction, I think it more so leans into the idea that Alastor lacks true autonomy. Anything he does is under Rosie's orders, even if Rosie was ordered by someone else. Alastor doesn't get what he wanted out of this visit, as Rosie refuses to throw him a bone and tells him to manage without his staff. I think she wants him to be knocked down a peg for a little bit so that he'll be more obedient in the future. Or maybe she wanted him to remain powerless because she secretly supports Vox's endeavors and finds him to be a more promising prospect when it comes to crippling Heaven's power. Or maybe she isn't able to fix it for one reason or another, but she doesn't want him to know that. So Alastor turns to his usual pastime for his next move, rage-baiting Vox. Now when Alastor has his big brain blast moment, a sign behind him reads, "In loving memory of Susan. I wish she'd die again," referring to Susan from last season, who was giving Charlie shit during her visit to Cannibal Town. Hell doesn't seem to commemorate the human deaths of sinners, so I think this implies that Susan got killed off screen, maybe in the extermination, or maybe she finally got eaten by another cannibal. Either way, I think she dead. As Alastor remarks that he can fix his own problems, he stands stands proudly in front of statues of the Morningstar family, implying that usurping the Morningstars is, at the very least, his end goal to ensure he becomes the most powerful in hell. After Charlie gets baited into a "I think Kuzco sucks" moment, there are a lot of gems flying in the live chat, but my favorites might be "She needs to exterminate her hairdresser," a couple of comments accusing Charlie of being unable to properly empathize with sinners who survive the exterminations because of her status. I really hope that's explored more in the show. And we also have some deranged commenter talking about their V fanfiction. That definitely called someone in the audience out, and whoever it was, therapy never hurt anyone, you know? Alastor draws out Vox and instigates a fight that quickly falls out of Alastor's favor once the other Vs join in. This allows us to get an up-close and personal look at how the three of them fight. Vox uses electricity, while also maneuvering his wires for long-range combat. And he loves spamming his teleportation, which he not only uses to get around, but also for offensive attacks. Valentino dual-wields pistols, utilizing his red smoke to fog up the area, alongside other smoke-based constructs. And he also seems to be pretty fast, and prefers running on his feet rather than using his wings. Velvet is a spellcaster, forming different energy-based weapons from arrows to knives, and she can make these projectiles detonate at any moment. They're all pretty elite, and it kinda makes me want a Hazbin Hotel fighting game. Cartoons have been getting in on those lately. Alastor arranges a new deal, this time with Vox, surrendering himself to the Vs and boosting Vox's image on 2 conditions. 1, spare Nifty and Husk, and 2, Vox is not allowed to lay his hands on Charlie. No ifs, ands, or buts, regardless of the context. No touchy-touchy. He's not saying don't hit Charlie, he literally means do not touch her. Obviously, this is a no-brainer for Vox, as he's eager to have some sort of win over Alastor, even if it's literally handed to him. He's so blinded by his lust for revenge that he can't see that he's walking into a blatant trap. This paves the way for us to get a glimpse into their history, revealing that Vox and Alastor used to be chummy, but not necessarily friends. Alastor respected Vox as an overlord, while Vox deeply admired Alastor and believed that the two could be unstoppable if they joined forces. And Alastor laughed right in his face. Dude, you're kind of a dick. Alastor's reaction to this offer really is the highlight of this flashback, as it conveys how he'll more than likely become one of the final antagonists of the series, as his worldview directly clashes with the themes of the show. Alastor doesn't subscribe to the idea of there being friends in hell, yet Charlie relies on her friends for strength. She views the hotel as a little family, while Alastor, going off what he says here, views them as nothing more than a means to an end. Or at least, that's the mentality he used to have and wants to hold on to, as he's clearly developed a soft spot for the hotel's staff and guests, as he didn't need Nifty or Husk spared, though you could argue that both still have value to him, as Husk is his pawn and Nifty killed Adam, so she's still an MVP of hell. Alastor believes friendships and partnerships are a sign of weakness, that if you can't climb to the top on your own, then you're worthless, which is ironic given that his power came from someone else. But I guess he's playing the long game and plans to screw over Rosie anyway. Though maybe Alastor can cope and rationalize that his deals lay out clear terms and conditions and are strictly business, while Vox is asking for something that requires emotional investment and long-term dependence, which Alastor tries to avoid at all costs. Still, everything he says that gets under Vox's skin can easily be applied to him. These two really are two sides of the same coin, and I think that's why Alastor despises him so much. He sees too much of himself in Vox, the parts of him that he desperately tries to kill, but can't run away from entirely. This rejection crushed Vox, and he's been determined to bring down Alastor ever since. Also, Vox's human name is Vincent. Go figure. Vox finally has the tables turned, but again, he's walked into an obvious trap. So although he thinks he's on top of the world now, having Alastor around 24/7 might end up turning everything upside down, without the radio demon even needing to get out of his chair. The games have really begun. Lucifer's on Fraud Watch. A new piece of Vaggy's backstory completely recontextualizes her rivalry with Loot. Angel Justice hit with a disturbing revelation. Hell of a Boss Season 3 is being set up right before our eyes. The V's are slowly falling apart. So much is happening this week in Hazbin Hotel that it's kinda hard to keep up with all of it. Luckily, that's where I come in, as we're going to break down Season 2 Episodes 5 and 6, Silenced and Scream Rain, to highlight all the key moments, some details and foreshadowing you may have missed, and maybe just a little bit of nitpicking sprinkled in, because some of these writing choices are a lot to process. And if you end up enjoying the video, please throw it a like and subscribe to the roundtable with notifications on so you can stay in the loop of all things Hazbin. Now lock in! The 5th episode of our 2nd season opens with a song that explores the aftermath of Alastor's defeat against the V's. Alastor surrendering to Vox is exactly what the radio demon needed to gain the attention and respect of not just sinners, but all the other overlords. Presenting Vox with the opportunity to rally everyone up and get them on board of his plans to invade heaven. Capturing Alastor is Vox's first big move in his scheme to rule the afterlife, and it's one that's destined to blow up in his face, as Velvet and Valentino are already being excluded from the conversation. All eyes are on Vox, and he has no desire to set the record straight, despite promising that the exact opposite would happen to his colleagues earlier in the season. Alastor wouldn't have given himself up if Velvet and Valentino didn't put him on the ropes, or Best Nifty and Husk in battle. Yet no one's saying the V's captured the radio demon. All the headlines and gossip are focused on Vox. Hell, during the Overlord's big musical number, we can see that this photo of Vox in the tabloids just barely cropped out the other V's, reinforcing how Vox is getting swept up in his own ego and has already abandoned his friends, which is unfortunate because, talking purely from the standpoint of Saturday morning cartoon villains, they work well together. I don't think Vox even necessarily wants to get rid of them. He's having a ball with them during this song. He just wants the validation that Alastor denied him all those years ago a lot more, believing he could obtain it from everyone else by becoming their supreme leader. And because he's incapable of letting this grudge go, Vox is destined to lose his marbles in Act 3, just as Alastor saying in the last episode. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Charlie is desperate for a win and running low on options, so she hopelessly resorts to getting Emily's attention aircraft marshaller style, while continuing to ignore Vaggy's attempts to help her out in more ways than one.
Is there anything I can help you with?
I don't think so, Vaggy.
Charlie, are you serious? Do you know how many women would kill to be with Vaggy?
I would love to just even be a non-sexual partner with her. You know what I mean? In business or something like that.
Charlie's more pissed than concerned that Alastor's been deer-napped, which is kinda crazy, but I also get it. She's worked out that Alastor is a pretty crafty fellow who can take care of himself, so she probably doesn't expect this hostage situation to last for long. However, with Alastor surrendering on the conditions that Vox isn't allowed to lay a finger on Charlie, alongside Husk and Nifty being spared, it comes across as super cold for Charlie's reaction to be pure frustration. But I mean, isn't that the point? Charlie's hitting a low, and is so hoping on things working out the way that she wants them to, that she's losing sight of everyone else's efforts to help her. When Vaggy passes by Angel Dust in the hallway, he mentions that he's been having a headache all day, and asks Vaggy to give him the tea on her convo with Lucifer. Both of these details alluding to the reveal in the next episode that Vox has been using Angel Dust as an unknowing spy. I failed to mention this in my breakdown of the season premiere, but Lucifer's room in the hotel features a few framed portraits of Mammon from Hellaverse, the greed sin and founder of Lululand, who mentioned his friendship with Lucifer in the spin-off series. There's actually a wad of cash for Mammon with a note that reads, "This is a bribe, come back." With the assumption that all the other gifts for Lucifer are from the sins, it seems as if they're on a mission to get him back in the squad after he spent years isolating himself from everyone. He didn't even show up to Blitzo's trial in Hellaverse Season 2. Now that the Hellaverse is under the same roof on Prime Video, I imagine Lucifer will reunite with his fellow sins on screen in Hellaverse Season 3, for better or worse, as Lucifer's reputation in Hell is about to plummet after this episode, so either Mammon will help rehabilitate his image, or the Deadly Sins will turn his back on him after getting little broed by Vox. Maybe it'll be split 50-50, where some of the Deadly Sins are all for Lucifer hanging around again, while the others don't want to feel the shame by association. Vaggy tries to push Lucifer into confronting Vox, leading to an insane confession from the King of Hell that's going to be a devastating hit to his aura and his fans. Lucifer can't smite sinners as a part of his punishment in Hell. This restriction is likely something that Sarah and the other angels came to an agreement on when they judged the fallen angel all those years ago. And that also makes her lack of interaction with Lucifer in this episode a little frustrating. We don't know if Hell being a punishment is something that applies to the sinners or just Lucifer, but if it does apply to sinners, what does that exactly look like? Because so far, no one else really seems hindered by this place. You know, aside from the fact that it's a shithole. Everyone has access to their passions and their vices. You could argue that their inability to die from anything other than angel weapons is the punishment, since they could be tortured endlessly, but most of them seem to view it as a perk. I definitely hope they flesh out this concept in future seasons. Vaggy argues that Vox doesn't know about Lucifer's weakness, so it's still worth trying to scare him a little bit. But little does she know, Vox will find out about everything much sooner sooner than later, since a brainwashed angel dust was apparently eavesdropping right outside the door the entire conversation. I love that written on the back of Lucifer's Great Quaxby playbill is, "Hey there kids, merch now available." It definitely feels like a meta nod to the fan base because, let's face it, if you're a Hazbin fan, you were either a theater kid, are currently a theater kid, or silently have the soul of one. Either way, Hot Topic probably loves your wallet. Not sponsored yet. If there's one thing Lucifer and Vox have in common, is that the two will always step up and bring their A game when given the chance to best Alastor, as hearing his name is all Lucifer needs to be sold on ambushing Vox's rally. Emily invites Penchus to Sarah's meeting despite some pushback from the usual suspects, and I think this could be setting the stage for Penchus to work his way up to a spot on the council. As Emily points out, Penchus is a valuable voice as he's actually lived in hell, and I think it's important that he's had experience as both a human and a sinner. Heaven's council is presumably full of angels who have never lived as mortals on Earth. So how can they properly understand the lives that humans live? They can't. They lack the perspective to fully digest what drives people to make the decisions that end up determining their afterlife. They've never walked a mile in humanity's shoes. They need more angels with lived experience, those who are former humans and, as more souls ideally get redeemed, former sinners. The idea of Penchus being the first to break that barrier sounds like an amazing direction to take his character in, so they better stick with it. Charlie and Emily's naive worldviews are challenged by both the narrative and characters alike, as Emily, Penchus, and Abel opt to make peace with hell by offering an apology. Because after all, Charlie taught Penchus that making a difference starts with sorry, yet Sarah rightfully isn't convinced that a simple apology can make up for years of genocide. And she's absolutely correct. This ain't something a Hallmark card and a coupon at TGI Fridays could fix. Still, they decide to take a crack at it. Hey guys, as a black dude, I just want to take a moment and say that if you think apologizing for certain historical atrocities with gift baskets is a good idea, you probably deserve to be smacked upside the head to see if that fixes your brain, because clearly it's broken. The angels travel to the hotel and are quick to ally with Charlie, aside from Lute, who's just kind of pouting and aura farming this whole season after swearing her revenge with a sick musical number, but hey, maybe she'll have the spotlight in season 3. As the V's prepare for the rally, Alastor continues to effortlessly sow division between Vox and the rest of the team by getting under Vox's skin and reiterating how he'd be nothing without Velvet and Valentino, a belief he's been vocal about since the beginning of the series. And the rage bait works like a charm, as not only does Vox begin to downplay their importance right in front of Valentino, but he also requests that the two stay backstage during the event because he's not so secretly afraid that they'll steal his thunder. And Valentino is not having any of it. One major thing this episode does for the future of the series is build up anticipation for Lilith's arrival and what we can only assume will be season 3, as Vox evokes her name and falls back on his perception of her tactics to get sinners fired up at his rally. On paper, this really is Lilith's whole shtick, using a song to unite and empower sinners. Vox is just coercing them to fight for him instead of for themselves. Vox's 2 rally songs are actually titled Vox Populi and Vox Dei, Vox Populi being Latin for the voice of the people, while Vox Dei translates to the voice of God, an escalation that shows how Vox is presenting himself as the new savior of hell, when in reality, he's just coercing sinners to fight for him instead of for themselves, instructing sinners to worship him as a god if they hope to obtain their independence, instead of just fighting for themselves in the first place. The voice of God is also a telling title, as Vivzy Pop recently revealed that the speaker of God is the closest we'll get to the almighty deity in this series. So by crowning himself as Hell's speaker of God, Vox is selling the idea that he's on top of the food chain, someone who's innately above the likes of Lucifer and the overlords. The dude is power tripping hard, and it's all under the guise of making hell great again. A little on the nose, but let's entertain the idea that Vox probably still has access to newscasts on Earth, given that he's barely in the loop enough to keep his TV ad up to date with modern times. And we know from Hell of a Boss that there are multiple ways to have access to Earth, so maybe he's been keeping tabs on what's happening in America and decided to take notes. That would be in line with his character relying on everyone else for his success. He can't even campaign without stealing other fascist flows bar for bar. All that's missing is little red top hats for his supporters to wear. Vox's approach really does show that at the end of the day, Hell still views Lilith as the true ruler. Charlie, Lucifer, and even Vox, they're all just filler until the queen decides to reclaim her throne and really put Hell back on track. I'm surprised Vox didn't make an an empty promise and try to guarantee her return to hell, or lie about having her blessing to invade heaven, since he probably knows she's ghosting Charlie, and thus Charlie would have no way to validate those claims. Lucifer arrives to strike the fear of the devil into Vox, but the Lord of the Screens was already anticipating his arrival thanks to his pawn. It's why he doesn't flinch at any of Lucifer's strikes or display any real change in demeanor, acting mildly inconvenienced at most, but it doesn't last long, as he quickly plays up his cocky attitude and turns the tables on Lou. Vox absolutely humiliates Lucifer, knowing he can say anything to his face and get away with it, putting words in his mouth as he claims Lucifer thinks sinners should be satisfied with the state of hell, and that Lilith knew hell sucked, and that's why she ditched her family, pushing all the buttons so that he can have Lucifer seething and make him come across as soft and weak-minded for not fighting back. To make a messy situation even worse, the angels arrive and attempt to apologize. It goes as well as you'd think. As in, not at all! Vox actually puts it perfectly. You can't apologize for genocide with gift baskets. And man, it's crazy that he didn't even have to plan for their arrival. They just came out of nowhere and ran right into his trap. Vox shows images of the exterminations from throughout the last 7 years to enrage and radicalize his audience. And it's this level of surveillance that makes the necessity of a later twist questionable to say the least, since it's clear Vox has eyes and ears everywhere from technology alone. It also showcases how much the exorcist enjoyed the exterminations, which is also why other angels apologizing feels like a hollow gesture. The soldiers directly responsible aren't even being addressed or punished at all. Hell, you can even see Lute smirking at the footage. Like, yeah, we fucking crushed that, didn't we? Charlie is pissed after finding out about Lucifer's intervention, and while it definitely is a bad look given the angel's arrival shortly after, if you remove Lucifer from this moment, not much really changes. Not only was he trying to help, but he didn't really dig Charlie into a deeper hole. This would have been the disastrous outcome either way. In a display that's more menacing than anything Lucifer pulled off, Sarah unveils her true form, a bird-like angel composed of many eyes and wings. It's very freaky yet very cool to look at. Whoever designed her cooked, as she does feel like a deity whose form we can barely comprehend in the best way possible. Vox declares war on heaven, promising to invade the pearly gates and settle the score for over half a decade's worth of exterminations. He also mimics Sarah's true form, using his many screens to give off the illusions of eyes and wings, but it really just reinforces that Vox is just endlessly leeching off of other people. Get your own aura, bruh! After the angels retreat and the hotel continues to lose guests, Charlie tries to pin the blame on Vaggie and Lucifer, kicking her father out of the hotel. But again, Lucifer's involvement didn't really do nearly as much damage as the angels attempting to apologize did. Luckily, Vaggie puts Charlie in her place, pointing out that Charlie's own actions have done more harm to the hotel, and that Charlie is kinda crashing out. It's a bleak ending, but boy oh boy, things are about to get all the more intense. The next episode, Scream Rain, opens with Vox approaching Camilla Carmine to recruit her for his war efforts, forcing Velvet to make amends for the absolute bop that was Respectless, where she disrespected the hell out of Carmine in front of the other overlords. During his big pitch, Vox provides new information about Lilith, claiming that she disappeared from hell before she could wage war on heaven, implying that she wanted to seize the kingdom before the exterminations were even in the picture. All we knew prior to this moment was that Lilith united and empowered sinners, and heaven responded with fear by initiating the exterminations. The knowledge that she actually wanted to wage war puts a lot into question. Were the exterminations and her departure from hell actually the results of an agreement she made with Sarah and Adam? Does she still want sinners to conquer heaven, playing the long game? Or is Vox just lying about the whole thing? Personally, I think it'd be more impactful if he's being honest, and I have no reason to doubt his claims here given the context. This is information that Carmine wouldn't already be privy to. I think the show wants us to compare and contrast Charlie's perception of Lilith to Vox's and determine who she really was from there. That the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Vox claims that Velvet is new to the Overlord biz, which made me realize that she likely died on Earth sometime in the 2010s, given her affinity for social media. So the V's were likely formed in relatively recent years, as it probably just went from Vox and Val as a duo to Velvet getting involved, which benefited all three of them. Vox's influence over hell was likely strengthened through social media, as I imagine it also gave Val access to a wider range of clients, and the two's own connections boosted Velvet's following. I'm sure there's a bunch of other ways that they influence each other's businesses, but that's the gist of it. We learn why Camilla Carmine is so protective of her family, why they're her biggest priority, and why the idea of their safety being threatened will always entice her to root for the team that's most likely to protect them. She appears to be widowed, or at the very least, lost her fiance, as we're shown 2 rings wings when she tells Zestiel that she refuses to lose anyone else. If I had to guess, it'd make the most sense that this mysterious lover died in an extermination, since angelic weapons are the only thing that can kill sinners, which adds to why she was willing to help Charlie and her crew fight against Adam. Unfortunately for Carmine, she's still losing a loved one, no funeral required, as Zestiel can see that working with Vox is a very bad idea, and pieces out until this arc resolves itself. Charlie and Vaggy's confrontation with Camilla Carmine gives us more insight into Vaggy's past as an exorcist, introducing us to a new character who was either a close friend of Vaggy's, or more than likely, her love interest and previous partner, a curly-haired exorcist with a small tooth gap who appeared to often be a target of harassment and abuse by Lute, likely for not living up to her standards. Perhaps she was too soft, and her kind-hearted nature influenced Vaggy. Now, as a quick side tangent, we finally get to see more of the Exorcist unmasked, and they all pretty much have some variation of Lute's face, with Vaggy's appearance being the furthest departure from Lute, as she has a darker skin tone than the rest. All these details track, as Adam did create the Exorcist himself, presumably basing them all off his idea of a perfect woman. And with Vaggy being the one exorcist who tried to spare as many sinners as possible, and actually showed concern for others, which is on full display here, it makes sense to have her design stand out from the crowd. Vaggy appeared to have been comforting this mysterious exorcist behind everyone's back, but the two are quickly caught and separated by Adam and Lute. Given that Lute seems to have had it out for Vaggy for quite some time, she might have picked up on these two having romantic implications, or just a general sense of closeness, and kept an eye on the two of them, relaying her suspicions to Adam. However, I don't think the two are being punished for hiding a relationship, as Lute's clearly taking this girl away somewhere else, while Adam holds Vaggy back. It's very likely that this angel just didn't live up to Adam and Vaggy's standards, and since they were created by Adam, they're just going to treat her as a disposable fluke rather than someone who can be given multiple chances or assigned to a different job elsewhere. Plus, Adam's Adam. He's the last guy who's going to oppose a lesbian relationship, but he is going to be super weird about it. Again, I think this mystery woman's poor treatment comes down to performance, which is why Lute murdered this exorcist during the same extermination where she caught Vaggy sparing sinners and punished her by cutting off her wings, taking an eye, and banishing her from heaven. Perhaps this curly-haired exorcist also spared sinners, so Lute decided to put her out of her misery, tossing her lifeless body into the alleyway. Now, I believe this relationship had romantic undertones because it then sheds new light on gravity when Lute's singing about the feeling of wishing you were there when the person you loved needed you, when you could have saved their life. That very well might have been how Vaggy felt when Lute murdered this woman in cold blood. So really, Lute ended up getting a taste of her own medicine when she lost Adam. Suffice to say, this traumatic lore dump stumps Vaggy when Carmine asked the two why they still believe heaven is a place they should all be striving for. It's just as flawed and depraved as hell, just in different ways. After quitting the hotel due to his own frustrations, Husk falls back into bad habits and hits up the casino, the place where he lost everything and ended up enslaved to Alastor. This bender in the making leads to a cameo from Zach Hadel, aka Psychic Pebbles, who most people now recognize as the co-creator of Smiling Friends, and not the legend whose animations rotted my brain in middle school. He voices the gambling jackrabbit.
Oh my fucking god, that was my fucking hell mortgage on my hell house!
Husk discovers that Angel has a side gig at the casino, working as a drag queen who delivers an amazing performance. He's got the voice of an angel for real. Pun not intended, but fully embraced. Switching to the V's Tower, Vox wants to borrow angel dust for his plan, and Valentino once again addresses how self-centered Vox is being. He's focused on only being the best. There are a few posters of the V's promoting various products in the background, and I thought they were just worth highlighting. Velvet's promoting an Ozempic as product for sinners, with an anti-body positivity message that reads, "You will never have the perfect body. Unless..." There's also another poster where she promotes a love potion. Vox has a poster promoting some sort of energy drink, claiming that it might work. And as to be expected, Valentino is the most disgusting of all, with a poster that reads, "No consent, no problem." And also something about a strawberry flavor. I think this could be promoting Velvet's love potion, or at least, that's probably one of the least heinous products that he could be slapping his face on. But still pretty bad. Vox attempts to persuade Valentino of sex, and Val seemingly takes the bait, only to flip the script on Vox, who falls right into another trap that seemed to be orchestrated by Alastor in particular. I'm thinking after the conversation at the rally, Alastor, while trapped in the V-Tower, conversed with Velvet and Valentino about Vox's dependency on them. Or at the very least, he planted the idea that it might be worth ambushing Vox the next time he asked for something. Alastor picked up on the very obvious tension brewing between the Vs and could see another favor coming from a mile away. And since Vox and Valentino are sleeping together, they were able to figure out that Vox would come to him first, waiting for the perfect moment to grill him. Once again, Vox's true agenda to best Alastor and prove he doesn't need anyone gets the better of him. Because as soon as Alastor makes his presence known, Vox switches up his demeanor and tries the tough guy act, attempting to use his hypnosis on Valentino, but Val asserts that the brainwashing doesn't work on him. But why? Are his shades Vox-proof? Is it because he's a moth and they can't be hypnotized the same way humans are? Is it because of his bonds with Vox? Or did he just become that strong-willed from being the ruthless, exploitive piece of shit that he is, so Vox's control can't even faze him? Maybe it's a combination of all the above. Sound off with your take in the comments. While Velvet and Valentino know they can't stop Vox from doing anything, they're still doing plenty of harm to his sense of self-worth by calling him out on his shit and making it known that he is very much at risk of losing them. Because of Alastor and other deep-seated issues, Vox doesn't take well to rejection or abandonment. He wants all the glory and to prove that he doesn't need anyone to succeed, but he also doesn't want to be alone. He thrives off the validation and attention of others. Losing the Vs would be an immensely devastating blow to him, despite the fact that he's very much neglecting them. Ultimately, Vox is on the path of self-destruction, which is exactly what Alastor accounted for. Turns out the radio demon is having a great time being abducted. Back at the hotel, Charlie finally realizes the error of her ways, admitting that she's been fixated on the hotel's success because it's the last thing from her mom that she can hold on to, believing that if she succeeds, maybe her mom will come back. Once again, I think season 3 will be a huge season for Lilith, as the show has been emphasizing her importance on everyone more than ever. She's the missing piece of the puzzle that'll make many mysteries click into place. Charlie and Vaggie have make-up musical number sex, declaring that finding love in hell is the most empowering thing of all. Which is a hilarious sentiment given how both Hazbin and Hellaverse are extremely ship-driven, and it actually doesn't seem that hard to find love in hell, like, at all. It kinda seems like it's as easy as breathing, but hey, the song still slaps. After a tender bonding moment between Husk and Angel, that features a callback to Loser Baby in both their conversation and the music in the background, with the two reminding the audience how important it is to have someone who accepts you for your flaws but still roots for you to succeed, Val brings Angel to his next gig in a scene that's definitely a little hard to watch. Angel gets jumped by Vox, who's very obviously taking out his aggression on the poor lad. Vox admits that he's been itching to make Angel bleed. The only thing that was holding him back was that if he had left any scratches or bruises on Angel Dust, then there'd be a paper trail of his brainwashing. But that doesn't mean he wasn't physically harming him at all, as he has seemed to at least have been shocking and strangling Angel Dust, giving a disturbing remark about how it's cute that Angel screams every time he's electrocuted. So yeah, Vox reveals he's been brainwashing Angel Dust and using him as an unknowing spy for quite some time. At the very least since the end of season 1, as he cites Angel Dust as the reason why he knew that Heaven was invading early. This is how Vox has apparently remained one step ahead of Charlie. I want to dive into exactly when Angel got brainwashed in its own dedicated video, but for now, I just want to say that I'm honestly unsure how I feel about this twist. Like Vox's whole thing is media manipulation and utilizing technology to his advantage. So it was already believable that he was spying on the hotel just from having everyone and everything under a microscope. He also gave Charlie a new TV earlier in the season, which could have been used as another way for him to spy on everyone. I just don't know if we needed to give Angel Dust another traumatic event to endure before he even gets the chance to really bounce back from everything he's gone through in season 1. If he had already made strides breaking free from Valentino, only to then discover that Vox also had a grip on him, forcing him to realize that he's actually been in the clutches of all 3 of the Vs, then I'd probably be a bit more on board. But right now, without Angel making any meaningful progress forward, it just feels a little excessive. Angel has barely had any development or relevance in this season, outside of being forced into Charlie's antics and then being used as a pawn by Vox, so the audience already isn't going to feel great about his character's role in the season, and dropping this bombshell is probably just going to piss a lot of people off. Vox unveils another ability of his, altering cellular cellular data, which allows him to mask his number as Charlie's, contacting Lucifer with a perfect impersonation that lures the King of Hell into meeting. So I guess Vox worked out that Lucifer is on Charlie's shit list after the whole debacle at the rally. Since Lucifer is unable to smite sinners, Vox is plotting to use him as the power source for whatever doomsday machine Carmilla Carmine is cooking up. And I just have a feeling that Power Skillers and Lucifer stands alike are going to be very annoyed with the season when it's all said and done. Hazbin Hotel Season 2 has ended as quickly as it started, with the finale episodes Weapon of Mass Destruction and Curtain Call, giving us insight into Vox's backstory, Alastor freeing himself from Rosie's clutches, confirmation that Nifty is an overlord, and so much more. Let's waste no time and break it all down for all the key moments and details you may have missed. Spoilers ahead. Also, now that Hazbin season's over, if you need a new cartoon to obsess over, then check out my friend Bree's pilot for the 3 tomes, a new take on the magical girl genre that chronicles the adventures of Tanny and her friends as she navigates high school, vampires, and love triangles. I'll link it in the end card and description, so check it out after the video. Now let's dive in. Picking up from the events of Scream Rain, Vox lures Lucifer to a Vox Tech's warehouse near V Tower by impersonating Charlie, an ability of his that was first shown off during the now iconic flashback of Alastor in It's a Deal, as he mimicked the radio demon. Little did we know, this little party trick is actually relevant to the plot. Vox traps Lucifer in a giant glass insulator with cuffs that are made of angelic metal, which apparently prevents Lucifer from breaking out of them. I get that angelic weapons can kill angels and demons alike, but the fact that the metal itself can restrain the King of Hell actually blows my mind. I'm just saying, there are people on this planet who can bend steel with their bare hands, but aren't bulletproof or even knife proof. So someone as strong as Lucifer being helpless in this situation is just throwing him to the wolves known as Agenda Hotel. I love that Lucifer has no idea who Carmine is, nor does he have any desire to educate himself. It reinforces how he's completely checked out with sinners, as he's been consistently clueless about all the overlords. He also didn't know who Alastor or Vox were before meeting them. Though he does refer to Vox as the TV head guy, so he at least knows that Vox is around, but he clearly does not take him seriously. While it's never been specified that only sinners could become overlords, since it is a title, sinners do seem to make up the majority, and Lucifer only cares for the Hellborns, those who don't remind him of his greatest mistake. Thus, the only high-ranking demons that are on his radar are the other deadly sins. And they're over on Helluvaboss, at least for now. On the verge of his plans for eternal domination finally coming to fruition, Vox looks back on his life with a song, Brighter, which reveals his full human name and design. Meet Vincent Whitman, a middle-aged man with heterochromia, green and blue eyes, a trait that carried over to his sinner form, with one of his TV eyelids being blue instead of black. Unsurprisingly, Vox had a career in television, with his first on-air gig being that of the weatherman on Channel 6 World News. I'm assuming Channel 6 is the direct inspiration for Channel 666 News, which means it's yet another example of Vox being a copycat who is constantly leading on others to get ahead. His media empire in hell had no real vision beyond shoving his name down everyone's throats. He simply repackaged what was familiar to sinners in their past lives on Earth so that they would find comfort in his networks, in his products, and in his image. Vox has relied on building parasocial relationships with his audience from the very beginning, ending every report with the message to trust Channel 6, and really him, with the weather. Now, trust us might have been Channel 6's slogan, but I think it's more interesting if this was Vox's personal touch that allowed him to work his way up the chain in the first place. The one thing he didn't steal from someone else. Being a weatherman was perceived as small potatoes in the grand scheme of live entertainment, leaving Vox discontent of his job from the very beginning. He always tried for his voice to reach a larger audience, to be respected for his craft. He wanted to influence the masses and have a greater impact on their lives beyond them taking his word on if it'll be clear skies or cloudy with a chance of rain. He always craved leadership, to be taken seriously and have his ideas treated as gospel. So he decided to work his way up the ladder by killing people, always finding a way to cover up their deaths. First, Vox took out the primetime news anchor, but it's obvious that he wouldn't be satisfied with a Tucker Carlson role for long. We know Vox. He's flashy. He's someone who loves to make a grand entrance and a grand exit. He needs to make everything a big production. And keep in mind, this is the 1950s, where news anchors, while still influential, were an even farther cry from the top of the food chain. While viewers might be partial to one particular news station or anchor, they're not the talent who amasses live studio audiences consisting of diehard fans who had to fight to score tickets to a taping. They aren't the main attraction. That kind of influence, that kind of power, was reserved for the late night talk show host. So Vox set his sights on Channel 6's late night host, who looks a lot like Conan O'Brien. Though obviously the timelines wouldn't add up, so if this was meant to look like Conan, it's just a mere Easter egg with no implications on the lore. Bargain bin Conan's outfit is also identical to Vox's and Alastor's, which, for Vox specifically, I think is meant to be yet another thing he stole from someone else and repurposed into his own image. I imagine after Conan's death, Vox was able to use his position as a news anchor to get a foot in the door, where he charmed the producers, nailed some screen tests, and quickly became a huge TV star. If we're meant to take all of this sequence at face value, then Vox's bloodlust led to him sabotaging other live programs on the network, from game shows to cooking shows, orchestrating a ton of deaths in the name of ratings. Because violence gets people tuned in, covering it up as mind-blowing special effects, as shown when he pitches himself as the new head of Channel 6. Man, no wonder Earth is so demented in Hellaverse. Look at what Americans were watching before segregation even ended. Even late night wasn't enough to satiate Vox, as he wanted to take control of the whole channel, killing the at-the-time network owner, Bob, after he declined Vox's vision. Although Bob did sign the contract to hand the network over to Vincent in his final moments, as he deluded himself into believing that doing this would save his life, as if this psycho was going to leave any witnesses. There's a few details worth highlighting during Vox's presentation. The newspaper dubs Vincent an electric television personality, which is a fun nod towards his electric powers and aesthetic as a sinner. Vince's logo is actually the exact same color scheme as his sinner form. We see more of this color scheme take over as the musical number progresses, and Vox slowly transforms into the demon we know today. Vox has always had an ego, but his heinous crimes being met with continuous adoration and fame amplified that ego into a full-on god complex. Killing never backfired on him. It was only rewarded with a higher quality of life. Shark Week is one of the programming events that's a part of his pitch deck, which has me thinking that Vox probably has a natural affinity for sharks, which reflects how he's a shark in the business sense. Aggressive, competitive, and ruthless. There's a sponsor for cola juice that promises even more cocaine in the recipe, poking fun at Coca-Cola for using cocaine during its first 7 years on the market. He also offers a 24-hour news cycle that'll just make stuff up when there's nothing real to report on, showing how Vox was ahead of the curve when it not only comes to real-life news stations, but modern internet discourse. How many accounts or outlets do you see on social media that are dedicated to covering any and all drama in a specific niche, presenting things out of context or clearly biased to the direction that'll provoke a ton of outrage? They all do it because they know it'll drum up a ton of engagement at the expense of your mental health. Something we saw Vox himself instruct with 666 News after they reported on Charlie and the hotel a bit too positively for his liking. Once Vox reached the peak of fame and entertainment, having a chokehold on millions of viewers across the country, exhibiting cult-like tendencies as he promised to baptize his viewers into a new era of entertainment, America eating out of the palm of his hands, his life was abruptly cut short, with his head getting struck by a TV that proceeded to shock him to death. Hey man, that's karma for killing Bob, with his murder being pinned on an unfortunate strike of lightning. He was a higher up in TV, he was probably a scumbag too. The glare in his monitor also appears to be a scar from his human death. If what we've seen on Earth and Hellaverse is any indication, then Vox left no legacy behind. People moved on from the man known as Vincent Whitman. All that hatred and carnage amounted to nothing. When you impart no good lessons or worthwhile memories in people, you aren't going to be remembered fondly. So, over time, why would people remember you at all? Unless you did something like really fucked up and humanity has to never forget you so that we don't repeat the same atrocities. Looking at you, Adolf! Although we did see that Earth has a news station called VNN instead of CNN, which could easily stand for Vincent News Network. So at the very least, his family is set for life, if he had one. Actually, knowing Vox, probably not. This plan to conquer heaven is Vox's attempt to cement a legacy and finish what he started on Earth decades ago, reclaiming the spotlight and cementing himself as the supreme leader that'll have everyone worshiping the clouds that he walks on. What could possibly go wrong? A brainwashed Angel Dust goes on TV to denounce the hotel and endorse Vox. And although Charlie and everyone else are obviously wondering what the hell is going on, I like that no one is mad at Angel Dust. They seem to understand that this isn't of his own free will. They probably think Valentino put him up to this, if anything. However, the truth is going to be a lot more complicated for all of them to navigate through. Vox unveils his weapon of mass destruction, the Might of Lilith. He's still coasting up her goodwill to build up his own. I think Vox dragging her name into all of this is actually going to have payoff. Now Luke can point to all of the destruction Vox has wrought in Lilith's name and once again force her to take action, maybe bringing all of this to Sarah's attention in the hopes that meaningful progress will be made in shutting down the hotel. Lilith herself might actually feel compelled to make a move now that someone other than her daughter is causing trouble for angels and demons alike by using her reputation. I know a lot of people are going to write off Lucifer as weak or useless moving forward because he can't smite sinners, but this episode really puts into perspective how big of a deal he is as one of the most powerful entities in the whole Hellaverse, even if he can't hurt one subsection of demons. I say all of this because the might of Lilith, which is powered solely by Lucifer, is able to neutralize heaven's barrier and destroy the golden gates, with one of them crash landing in hell, piercing the extermination clock in the process. Speaking of which, the extermination clock is no longer gold and white, or is it black and blue? And is now riddled with evil eyes, which I think is mainly done to set the mood more than it has any canonical implications. However, if you've seen our recent theory on Rue, I could buy that the Queen of Evil wanted a front seat of Vox's hijinks and manifested in a spot that evokes immense dread from sinners. Its destruction signifying that sinners should fear the angels no more, as they finally have the means to fight back. Moving on, although Abel hasn't done much this season, his importance to Heaven's cast is highlighted in these final episodes of Hazbin's sophomore outing. He's able to see through Emily's naivety and Lute's bloodlust, and bigotry, and general disdain for sinners. He's able to find a middle ground for everyone to work towards. Because yeah, Heaven should be ready to defend themselves. If push comes to shove, violence will be necessary to defend the kingdom from Vox. However, they are supposed to exhibit good virtues. They can't just get the jump on hell guns blazing when mercilessly killing sinners is what got them in this mess in the first place. They shouldn't be eager to fight, especially if they're the ones who were throwing hands first. Once he's actually able to overcome his anxiety and make concrete decisions, Abel may be the best commander that Heaven has ever seen. Although, in an ideal world, the exorcist army wouldn't exist at all. But who knows? The threats might not be demonkind forever. For now, I'd like to think that he influenced Sarah, deciding to have the troops ready in case Vox actually invades Heaven, but not preemptively pulling the trigger and sending a whole army in, as that would truly incite a war. Another heart-to-heart between Penchus and Sarah leads to Live to Live, a song where Sarah grapples with how many potential redeemed souls were lost in the extermination as she mulls over the entire concept of redemption. She struggles to fathom that the souls who were sentenced to hell retain enough good in their hearts to escape the worst place in existence, and Penchus helps her understand how that's possible. This song once again reaffirms my belief that Penchus is going to end up on Heaven's council. He's extremely valuable as someone who has the proper lived experience and understanding to judge a mortal soul. He's more qualified than most to weigh in on the fates of sinners. Maybe, if anything, he'll end up becoming the judge of the afterlife. During Vox and Alastor's final conversation before Vox's big comeuppance, Alastor says there's nothing Vox could do to break Charlie's spirit and that she can never admit when she's wrong. Both of these statements give a lot of insight into how Alastor truly feels about Charlie, since he can be pretty hard to read. He believes in Charlie's ability to persevere and get shit done, but he doesn't necessarily believe that Charlie's always capable of doing the right things, as she can't admit when she's wrong. Yet, I don't think this means he supports Charlie's endeavors with the hotel, but rather that he could steer her into a different direction and change her goals to one that suits his agenda, as she'd believe it's the correct thing to do, and that if they're working towards the same thing, there's no possible way he could fail. He'd rather have Charlie around as an ally than an enemy that he has to get rid of. Emily's able to portal in and establish a plan that gives Baxter some direct relevance to the season, while also bringing Penchus' own skill set back into play, as they want to broadcast Penchus into hell live from heaven, so that he can prove redemption is real and convince sinners that they shouldn't throw their futures away fighting for Vox. This leads into a big calm before the storm song, When I Think About the Future, showing where everyone's heads are at. You got a bunch of dope reprises sprinkled in, but the biggest takeaway for me is definitely Sarah's portion of the song, where she mentions having visions of the future. While you could dismiss this as paranoia and intrusive thoughts, I think this show is implying that she actually does have some level of clairvoyance, given that she's not only surrounded by events of the past, which reads as if they were prior premonitions, but also glimpses of the future. We see images of the extermination, Adam's death, Lute losing her arm, and Lucifer getting banished from heaven. All things Sarah was privy to, but couldn't prevent. Yet we also have events yet to transpire, such as Lute fighting a dragon, which might be Satan from Hell of a Boss, alongside images of Charlie and Emily with distraught looks on their faces, as it appears they're begging for mercy. This could be alluding to future events. If you were tuned into this channel during season 1, then you know that I'm a supporter of fallen angel Emily becoming a thing. So perhaps this is a glimpse of Emily getting banished from heaven in the future, despite her pleas. But I think it's more likely alluding to the very next episode, where the two initiate the Care Bear stare to contain the might of Lilith. Sarah having some sort of future vision would also explain why Penchas's redemption disturbed her so much. She truly didn't see it coming. She believed the exterminations were the way forward because the future, for some reason, never showed her a different path. That's all we have for episode 7 though. Let's shift gears into finale mode. Curtain call opens with Charlie and the gang running through their plan to broadcast her heavenly Zoom call with Penchas to Vox's banquet, while saving Angel Dust and Lucifer in the process. This little notebook doodle style the plan is depicted in harkens back to Imp's various plans in Hell of a Boss, which are shown in the exact same style. Vox has completely abandoned his facade to keep the other V's included in the limelight, as the banner at his banquet reads, "I struck heaven" instead of "we," relegating Velvet and Valentino to staying seated at the table instead of giving speeches of their own. It isn't long before Val rage quits and ditches the event to avoid sitting with Charlie. I love how strategic the storyboarders were when it comes to Vox's interactions with Charlie. Vox wasn't fully aware of what Alastor meant when he forbade him from putting his hands on Charlie, yet there's still build up to when he finally touches her shoulders. Initially, Vox only uses the wires to see Charlie, and then he touches the back of her chair before moving into her personal space without making any physical contact. It's something you can't help but notice once you pick up on it the first time around. I think that's why they show Alastor's face when Charlie first gets pulled away by Vox. He knows Vox is going to screw things up for himself. When Cherry Bomb and Husk find Angel Dust in Valentino's quarters, the dark room once again features the red eyes. As I covered in my video on Rue, while these eyes can be found all over Hell, they tend to be prevalent in moments of despair when characters are at their lowest. And we just saw in Scream Rain that these eyes have an interest in Angel Dust in particular, so I don't think it's a coincidence that they stick out like a sore thumb here. Unfortunately, Husk and Cherry run to Valentino and his robotic clown servant, launching us into one of the many awesome action set pieces in this episode. Everybody ends up throwing down. Nifty and Baxter team up to hack into the V-Tower, and I kinda think they're setting up these two to be another ship. I don't know, they both have gremlin energy, they're both entertained by disturbing or grotesque things. Nifty loves bugs, kinda? Baxter performs bio-experiments on bugs. They seem excited to work together. I overall see the vision, and I hope you do too. It doesn't take long for Vox to face the consequences of his own actions and fall apart when he lacks the support of others, as when Charlie turns the table on Vox while Baxter hacks into the mainframe, Vox struggles to regain control without the other Vs, and they end up being the only thing that somewhat gets him back on track. When Vox tries to take charge on his own, he's intercepted by Baxter again. The lad's even able to mute Vox. It's cathartic because, although we didn't get to spend too much time with Baxter this season, he's another individual who Vox relies on to advance in life, through Baxter's inventions and contributions, despite the fact that, realistically, Vox doesn't even remember his name. Always pay attention to the little guy. We're itching for the chance to rebel and eat the rich. Velvet ambushes Baxter and Nifty, remarking that a little shark gave her a heads up, which I think refers to Vox's mini shockwave that he sent through the wires when trying to regain access to the system. I think he also sent a shockwave to Velvet's phone after Charlie hijacked the event, alerting her to secure the premises. Vox shuts down Emily and Charlie's speech by hypnotizing the minds of everyone in attendance, save for Charlie, Emily, Zezzy, and presumably Alastor. I assume Charlie and Emily are immune because one's the princess of hell and another's an angel. They're both immensely more powerful than your average sinner and are so steadfast in their beliefs that they can't be swayed. Zezzy might be immune because she's an overlord, or she has a strong sense of self, or maybe Vox just spared her for whatever reason, but I am leaning towards it being a perception thing. We can't see if Carmine was brainwashed, but if she was, then all overlords aren't naturally exempt from Vox's mind control. And if you're a demon, it makes the most sense for it to come down to one's mental fortitude. Which once again makes me think that Valentino might be resistant to Vox's mind control because of his own willpower and relationship with Vox. Though the shades could always be the answer. But this episode introduces bad eyesight into the equation, as Husk reveals that Valentino has poor vision. And I just doubt Alastor was brainwashed because it's Alastor. This is the guy who was able to override Vox's technology before with his own control over radio waves, so I imagine it's not hard for him to do the same here. Speaking of Alastor, the radio demon plays 4D chess by having Charlie make good on their deal from last season, cashing in on this small favor by having her declare Vox as the strongest sinner in hell. A declaration that voids Alastor's deal with Rosie. But how the hell does this all work? Well, I have a few ideas. 1. Charlie's word carries astronomical weight as the princess of hell. Her word is literally law, so if she declares someone as the strongest sinner, that's all there is to it. It's like being knighted. The title is theirs until stated otherwise by Charlie or another Morningstar. 2. Maybe the strongest sinner relies solely on perception. The more demons believe you're the strongest, the more power you actually amass. So the Princess of Hell recognizing Vox as the strongest was what he needed for the masses to get on board, especially since they were in direct opposition for so long. 3. Vox's power in particular feeds off of audience approval. The higher his numbers, the stronger he becomes. He needs to be well liked by a good chunk of the population to pull off the insane feats that he demonstrates on a daily basis, which is why he was able to up the ante of his transformations as the season progressed. It was a reflection of his rising social status. Still, this would mean that Charlie's declaration caused the remainder of Hell to put their trust into him and boost his power, hence the 100% approval graphic behind him. I think I'm most partial to this idea, as Vox does seem to no longer maintain his full power demon form immediately after his approval rating plummets later in the episode. Again, the proclamation that Vox is the strongest sinner frees Alastor from his deal with Rosie, as he's no longer the strongest sinner. But if the deal's broken, why does Alastor retain his power? Well, it could be because it was broken thanks to means outside of Rosie and Alastor's control. Maybe the deal breaking simply doesn't strip Alastor's power, since he didn't refuse to fulfill his end of the bargain or anything. It was simply forces beyond his control that caused him to be surpassed, and thus, it had nothing to do with the terms of his deal. Either way, I know it confusingly reads as Alastor completely bouncing back and somehow becoming more powerful than he did prior to the deal breaking, but when you look at it, he really doesn't seem that much stronger than he was in It's a Deal. And keep in mind, he got Vox's attention in that episode with the intention of surrendering to the V's. I believe if anything, he's just no longer holding back here, especially since he got to spend a few days captive to recover. His staff is broken, and he's barely able to avoid Vox by the end of this confrontation, so he definitely isn't operating at full strength. Vox carelessly puts his hands on Charlie's shoulders, which causes his newly struck deal with Alastor to break. Alastor asserting how much he hates Vox touching Charlie, which once again alludes to how fond he is of Charlie. Sure, she may be a valuable asset to him above all else, but that doesn't mean he disregards her well-being or just sees her as only a means to an end. He definitely cares about her, even if he doesn't want to, and he wants her to be respected by those around him. Vox and Alastor catapult themselves into another brawl, which means we have like 3 or 4 fights going on at once, on top of Vaggie trying to free Lucifer to no avail. And while there's not much to break down with the fighting, I gotta say the action is sick. The team did a phenomenal job with this finale. Vox's mind control angel dust can also be utilized by Valentino, as he commands Angel to attack his friends, which has some pretty horrific implications. The V's truly have control over Angel's autonomy no matter what he says or does. This makes me think that Vox's brainwashing is indeed on willpower and potentially self-worth, as it could be used to give Angel a truly cathartic moment of liberation in the 3rd season as he finally breaks free from the V's. Vox snaps and begins decimating the Pride Ring with the might of Lilith as he completely fixates on one goal: kill Alastor, who he actually almost gets, but Emily takes a hit for him, a sacrifice that challenges Alastor's belief that there's no friends in hell. Maybe he'll use this to manipulate Emily over to his side in the future, but for now, I believe this will actually turn out to be a significant moment for Alastor's development. Vox is ready to sacrifice everyone and everything in order to take out Alastor, with his death ray on the brink of overload. Thankfully, Velvet and Valentino finally step in and put old TV head in timeout. Valentino violently ripping his head off actually rattled me for a brief moment, as it made me forget that sinners could only be killed with angelic weapons. I thought Val was on some Mikasa timing for a second. If you know, you know. Moving forward, I'm guessing Velvet and Valentino will be giving Vox a cold shoulder, forcing him to earn back their friendship, but ultimately the 3 V's will be friends again before we know it. This is just a way to give the other 2 the spotlight for a couple seasons. Everyone teams up for Hear My Hope, a song with extreme Disney Renaissance vibes musically and visually, as Charlie, Emily, and the Overlords lend their energy to contain the overloading might of Lilith and stop it from nuking hell. Now, this next detail was implied all the way back in the pilot, but this scene finally provides concrete evidence that Nifty is, or at least was, an Overlord, as she's able to join in on the fun instead of just supporting her friends like Angel, Cherry, and Baxter are. Interesting enough, the aesthetic of her energy is reminiscent of a film role, despite the fact that Nifty always freezes up on camera. It seems as if that habit stems from a traumatic response that's associated with her fall as an Overlord. Lute tries to derail everyone's efforts to stop the machine so that it'll take care of her problems for her, causing Abel to panic as he once again doesn't know what to do. Just like in every episode this season. Yeah! Abel mentions his brother Cain as he apologizes to his late father for not being the braver son. Is this alluding to Cain joining the fray in season 3? Will he behave more like Adam and support Lute's genocidal endeavors? And will he be voiced by Brendan Urie to complement Patrick Stump as Abel? These are the questions. Abel ultimately puts its foot down and tells Lute to fall back, evoking his father's energy in the process, which is good for Abel, I guess. I mean, he finally did something useful, but I'm not gonna cheer on someone for being like Adam, even if Adam was an entertaining character. I can enjoy watching a villain without wanting another character to fall down the same path. Alastor stands on the sidelines and refuses to lend a hand until Rosie agrees to fix his staff, which serves as the basis for another deal. One that doesn't have him as a pawn, as presumably all he has to do is help contain the machine before it explodes. Which means Alastor, without a shadow of a doubt, is finally back on top of the sinner food chain. It's painfully clear at this moment that Rosie cares about Charlie, the hotel, and hell. She's a cannibal. You'd think she'd love the chance to chow down some dead bodies, even if it isn't the most ethical way to do it. Her concern just reinforces to me that she likely has ties to Lilith and isn't willing to see her daughter perish. Pinches is able to get his message in and somewhat reunite with Cherry Bomb, while the show continues to sell us on Nifty and Baxter as an item. Cuteness all around. But the good vibes don't last for long, as Angel just decides to keep his distance from his friends, as he concludes that he can't trust himself thanks to Vox's brainwashing, especially with the other V's having their own grip on him. I want to speculate what's next for his character in a different video, but for now, I'll just say that I hope his siblings are finally relevant in the next season. The hotel is absolutely thriving in the epilogue, as Vaggie is appointed hotel manager and settles on Vaggie with just an I as her new name. Which, yeah, we weren't gonna get a major name change with so much merch in circulation, as it would just be a branding nightmare. So, this is as good as it gets. Alastor is free of a master and restored to full power with his repaired staff, so he's naturally setting his sights on Lucifer, clearly hoping to exploit his weakness of being unable to smite sinners. I'm betting on the show getting closer to biblical canon and Alastor becoming Lucifer's executioner in the future, finding a perfect middle ground for the two to work around Lucifer's punishment while fulfilling Alastor's desire to become the most powerful sinner. Valentino takes credit for saving Hell and is now hailed as a hero, while also distancing himself from Vox, though he might be the new face of Vox Tech as he holds the title of New Boss Daddy. Yikes! He's definitely the next big V for the show to tackle, though I wouldn't be surprised if Season 3 switches back to an angelic villain, and Season 4 is dedicated to taking down Valentino. We'll see where it goes. Lute is still hallucinating Adam, so despite doing nothing of importance this season, I think she'll find a way to make things messy again in Season 3, especially now that Vox has proven that Hell can be a viable threat. Again, someone like Cain might help her turn the tides back in her extermination-loving favor. Finally, as Charlie finishes info dumping on her mom, she's surprised to see that Lilith is actually calling her back? That's right, after 2 years of anticipation, it seems like Lilith is finally going to do something. In another year and a half. They didn't even cast her voice in this season. Did you really think they were gonna do something else with her? And with that, Season 2 has been brought to a close. Hazbin Hotel has a pretty big open secret in the form of Rue, a character who is believed to be the root of all evil. And she has eyes everywhere. Not just in Hazbin Hotel, but even in Hellaverse. From the very beginning, Hazbin finally acknowledged these eyes, and by extension, Rue herself, through a blink and you miss it moment in the episode Scream Rain, with the Queen of Evil seemingly taking an interest in angel dust. But why? That's what we're going to figure out today. In this video, not only do I want to lay out the basics of Rue and break down the first semblance of an interaction with her, but I also want to pitch in my own theories on her connections to Alastor and Vox, the threat she poses to Charlie in the hotel, and how she might be secretly playing the long game by using the hotel to invade heaven through the redeemed sinners. And before we get into it, if you end up enjoying the video, then please throw it a like and subscribe to the roundtable with notifications on so that you never miss a video. It really helps us out. So Rue is sort of the Gaster of Hazbin Hotel, a character shrouded in mystery that everyone assumes is going to be a pretty big deal. All we know about Rue for sure is that she exists. We have a design for her, and we know she'll probably appear by Season 4 at the latest, as they recently recorded her lines for the first time. But that's it. We have nothing concrete about this character beyond those few surface level details. Yet plenty of fans are convinced that she's actually a mastermind of sorts. A force who's been working behind the scenes, pulling various strings and having ties to a plethora of characters, influencing their actions and ensuring that evil will triumph at the end of the day. Why though? How did people even come to the conclusion that she's the embodiment of evil? Well, there's actually two major hints found in their respective first episodes for Hazbin Hotel and Hellaverse, not counting their pilots. In Hazbin's prologue, prologue, it stated that Lucifer giving Eve the fruit of knowledge enabled evil to infiltrate Earth, creating hell in the process. Evil is personified in this sequence with a jagged hand forming around the Earth, taking hold of it. The imagery of this hand feels very evocative of Rue's concept art from 2019. Specifically, the top lack appendage protruding from her tongue. It feels intentional for a show like Hazbin to depict evil as a mysterious living force with the intention of expanding upon it later. It's also worth noting that after the hand of evil grabs the earth, the screen is also engulfed by the silhouette of tree branches, as the fruit Lucifer handed to Eve originated from the tree above them. At least, that's my assumption. But we'll come back to this in a little bit. Shifting gears over to Hellaverse, we have its very first episode, Murder Family, following the revelation that M's target, Martha, is actually a cannibalistic Satanist with a poor grasp of how hell actually works. She proceeds to set Blitzo and Millie on fire and name drops the root of all evil in a way that implies that her family worships the entity, once again personifying the concept as if it were a character.
May the root of evil remain honored as we continue thy work.
Hey, Martha's very obviously an occult, right? Especially with all these freaky eye symbols. That's so interesting, because didn't season 2 of Hazbin Hotel just establish that Vox was a cult leader when he was alive? Let's circle back to that. Now, it's hard not to connect the dots from here and come to the conclusion that if the root of all evil is a character, then they're probably going to be the terrifying and elusive woman that Vivzy Pop is tight-lipped about, whose name is one letter short of the word root. Rue is evil incarnate. If I had to guess, she actually might not be that different from the likes of Aku, you know, from Samurai Jack. Aku's a demon who was born from a black mass that was dubbed as the ultimate evil. Most of this mass was decimated by the gods, with a chunk crash landing on Earth and manifesting itself as one of the most iconic villains in animation. Ironically enough, from a tree-like formation. Aku, when he's not shapeshifting, is pretty much a living tree. Likewise, I believe Rue's origin is tied to the fruit of knowledge that Lucifer bestowed upon Eve, along with the tree that they met under. I don't think it's a coincidence that this tree, its roots, or the apples that rest on top of its leaves are all the same crimson color. A color that's identical to the red eyes in the prologue that's also peppered throughout the Hellaverse. I think evil itself was confined to this tree and its fruit, presenting itself as forbidden knowledge that heaven wanted to keep away from mortals. And for some reason, Lucifer wasn't completely in the know about what this tree truly was either. Regardless, handing the fruit to Eve allowed evil to escape its cage and infiltrate Earth. I kinda wonder if this fruit took Eve as a vessel and transformed her into Rue. They both got 3-letter names that comprise of 2 letters, which could be a clever hint, and we have no idea what happened to Eve. But if she isn't Rue, a popular idea I've seen around is that she could have become Rosie, which at the moment I'm kind of 50-50 on. Still, something had to have happened to Eve after taking this fruit. Now let's talk about those damn eyes. How could they be tied to Rue? Rue's concept art has a ton of eyes on her tongue, which people have linked to the abundance of eyes found throughout both Hellaverse shows, believing that Rue can peer through these eyes if she chooses. She is always watching. If this is the case, then I have a hunch that these wooden eye symbols Martha has are also meant to represent Rue and gives the demon the ability to peek into the surrounding area. This would mean that she operates on Bill's cipher rules. She can see through any depiction of an eye, just like how Bill can see through any depiction of himself. You know, a triangle with an eye. It's apparently been stated by Vivzy Pop on an old live stream that these eyes littered throughout hell are the souls of dead sinners after exterminations, as their bodies can no longer regenerate and they're unable to ascend to heaven. However, I don't think this dismisses the possibility that Rue has access to hell through these eyes, as they existed in hell before the exterminations even began. The prologue implies that they were there from the very beginning, before any sinner was slain at the hands of an angel, once again adding credence to the idea that they're tied to Rue and evil itself. I don't think that this piece of lore Viv shared all those years ago was outdated though. It just might have been a half-truth. Perhaps when a sinner is killed upon ascending, their soul gets assimilated into evil itself and reforms in hell as a brand new eye. What's interesting about these eyes is that, while they're all over the place, with a ton noticeably near the extermination clock, they tend to manifest in environments whenever characters are enduring extreme emotional distress. A great example of this is Alastor's radio tower. The eyes are nowhere to be seen when we first visit the tower in Radio Killed the Video Star during Stayed Gone. But when Alastor returns here after getting his ass handed to him by Adam, suddenly we can spot plenty of eyes throughout the tower. The eyes can be found at the tail end of the scene where Valentino roughs up Angel Dust and Masquerade, albeit purple. They're found throughout the ruins of the hotel and the show must go on. And of course they're prominent in Scream Rain, when Vox attacks Angel Dust before revealing that he's had Angel Dust under his control for a while. The lack of lighting causes the eyes to illuminate in the darkness, and one eye in particular is shown following Angel Dust as he stumbles right into a trap, meaning that Rue wanted to see this moment play out. In general, these eyes manifesting during moments of despair tells me that Rue naturally feeds off negative emotions. But as for why she's following Angel Dust in particular, I think it has to do with what Charlie said back in Hazbin Hotel behind closed doors. Angel Dust is the closest to being redeemed, so he's a person of interest to Rue. She wants to see how this journey pans out for him. Why? Because the hotel can either be Rue's biggest threat or greatest advantage. If Rue truly is the root of all evil and feeds off the suffering of others, then obviously the hotel is bad news. Because if it succeeds, Hell's population would gradually shrink and her power would weaken. Even before Ascension takes place, a sinner improving their lives and feeling good mentally may still impact Rue's hypothetical power. This could really be why Sarah was convinced that the exterminations were a necessary evil. Why Hell's overpopulation crisis is a concern for heaven. More sinners means more pain, which means more power for Rue. And Charlie's solution to the crisis, the hotel, ensures that Rue will eventually be depleted of her power. Maybe not completely, as not everyone can get redeemed, but she'd experience a pretty significant nerf. Although she still has plenty of evil to feed off of on Earth. As for how the hotel may be an advantage, my idea is admittedly half-baked as we only have so much to go off of, but I think it might be possible for Rue to corrupt the souls of those who ascend to heaven by having them strike deals with those who wield her power, or might be influenced by her in other ways. As I alluded to earlier, the cult that Vox led on Earth might have been worshipping Rue. I think this might have been the case, as again, Martha seems to be in a Rue-worshipping cult, and while there'd obviously be more than one cult on Earth, narratively, I think it makes sense for these cults to be one and the same. Plus, we know Vox is powerless without the support of others, and he has a knack for being a bit of a copycat. Vox Tech and Vox himself are the only other entities in Hell that feature heavy eye imagery with Vox's Hypno Eyes, something that's even presented in the company logo. It just wouldn't surprise me if he was some disciple of Rue when he was alive, and that's carried over to his afterlife, although he's discreet about it. Rue would benefit from his plan to conquer heaven, as Vox calling the shots means that evil would finally be able to infiltrate the skies above. And then there's Alastor, whose staff also has a Rue-esque eye on it. His black tentacle magic is a little reminiscent of Rue's tongue appendages and the depiction of evil infiltrating Earth thousands of years ago. We know Alastor got his power from Rosie, but that woman's pretty sketchy herself and definitely seems to be hiding other alliances, given her investment in the hotel and persistence for Alastor to remain employed there. Maybe her power stems from Rue, who Rosie has to answer to at the end of the day. What I'm getting at here is that Rue may ultimately have ownership over Vox and Alastor's souls, as a result of Vox's cult worshipping Rue, and Rue potentially owning Rosie's soul. It's kind of like someone technically working for Disney because they work for Hulu. Then what if that ownership extended to the souls that Vox and Alastor own, the deals that they've made with others? At the very least, could that mean that the dealmaker's soul is tainted with evil? My admittedly convoluted hypothesis is that Rue's hoping that the guests of the hotel will gradually stumble into deals with the likes of Alastor, someone whose power originates from Rue, so that even the tiniest bit of evil will latch onto their souls, and ideally for Rue, persist in their souls after ascension. And one day, with enough redeemed sinners gathered in one place, she'll be able to draw upon the collective remnants of evil in their souls and corrupt heaven from the inside. Or maybe she's banking on post-ascension relapses, sinners hitting a new low once they become angels, and somehow reverting back into their demon forms, infecting heaven in the process. Obviously, we just don't know enough about Rue or the lore to decisively say something like that is for sure possible, but it does feel like the show is setting up the hotel to massively backfire in a way that we couldn't have easily seen coming. As always, these are just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear yours. Be sure to check out Raycon, and shout out to Art Rakota for another amazing thumbnail. And if you enjoyed this video, please sure to like and subscribe to the Roundtable. Or don't! You have free will!
The fuck? What the fuck was that?